Dear guests, our first session is about to begin. Please take your seats. So now I kindly invite the chair and the attendees to the podium to make their presentations. During this time, please put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you. Professor Uğur Ünal, Chiara Sukarcina, Dr. Weng Hudong, Dr. Stefan Larsson, Tim Reeve, and Karina Marotta. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Kıymetli başkanım, değerli konuklar, yurt içi ve yurt dışından gelen çok değerli akademisyenler, kurumların temsilcileri, hepinizi sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bugünkü sabah ilk oturumumuzu açıyoruz. Bugün sizlerin de teşrifiyle İstanbul'da iki farklı güne şahitlik ettik. Dün yağışlı, bereketli bir gün, bugün ise hava açık ve sabah mehter, Osmanlı'nın geleneksel bandosu ile sizleri selamlamış olduk. Ben bu organizasyondan dolayı öncelikle Milli Saraylar Başkanımız Doktor Yasin Yıldız Beyefendi'ye çok teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Yakın zamana kadar bendeniz Türkiye'nin Arşivler Başkanı olarak görev yapıyor idim. Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı'yla aynı kaderi paylaşan bir teşkilattır. Yıllarca unutulmuş, ihmal edilmiş, çok farklı mekanlarda dağınık bir şekilde hizmet veren iki kurum, 2018 yılında, işte bugün 100. yılını andığımız Milli Saraylar Başkanlığımız ve yine aynı zamanda Devlet Arşivleri, Türkiye'nin çok köklü arşivleri, 2018 yılında dün kıymetli başkanım da bahsettiler, doğrudan Cumhurbaşkanlığına bağlı bir yapı haline geldi. Bu önemlidir. Özellikle dünya örneklerini de uzun yıllar arşiv başkanlığı yapmış birisi olarak yakinen bilirim. Gerçekten çok hızlı karar alabilme ve özellikle sorunlarını hızlı bir şekilde çözebilme konusunda mevzuat açısından önündeki en büyük engeli aşmış bu iki teşkilatımız. Bugün aramızda yine Arşivler Başkanımız Muhammed Hocamız da var. Ben gerçekten bugüne kadar arşiv şeylerin, özellikle sarayların, bu tarihi mekanların durumunu yakinen bilen birisi olarak, uzun yıllar Topkapı Sarayı'na gelen, burada araştırmalar yapan, incelemeler yapan birisi olarak 100 yıllık teşkilat kadar önemli bir hususu burada ifade etmek istiyorum. Bir kurumun kökleri, geçmişi o kurumun geleceğine yön verir. Bu açıdan hepimiz bunu yakinen biliriz. Ancak Milli Saraylar Başkanlığımız her geçen yıl hızını artırmış, ivmesini yukarı çıkarmış ve bugün içerisinde bulunduğumuz bütün mekanlar elden geçirilmiş. Hatta ben şu an biliyorum, şu an içerisinde bulunduğumuz DARPHANE yakın zamanda, geçen sene bütün restorasyonu tamamlandı ve ilk defa kıymetli başkanım şu anda ziyaretçilerimiz ve buradaki program münasebetiyle açıldı. Bu mekanlarda da ilk kez bulunuyoruz. Burada olmaktan dolayı da ben de son derece mutluyum. Konuklarımıza, konuşmacılarımıza da hoş geldiniz diyorum. Bugün ikinci günündeyiz ve çok değerli konuşmalar olacak. Saray Müzelerde Koruma ve Sergileme alt başlığı çerçevesinde bugün 5 konuşmacımız var. Birbirinden değerli konuşmacılarımız var. Ben değerli vaktinizi fazla almamak adına sırayla yine en azından kataloğumuzda yer alan sırayla söz vermek istiyorum. İlk konuşmacımız Chiara Sukarcina. Kendisi Venedik Kent Müzeleri Direktörü. Bildirisinin ismi The Role of Museums Today Between Preservation, Enhancement and Accessibility. Buyurun kıymetli hocam.
Dear and estimate colleague, What is the true role of a museum today in the 21st? Okay. Dear and esteemed colleague, what is the true role of a museum today in the 21st century? To give an adequate answer, it is first of all necessary to reflect on the very meaning of a museum, an ancient institution far from static that has been able to evolve over time, accepting challenges, capturing humanity's cultural and social development, projecting itself toward an ideal and inclusiveness century after century. This reality is strengthened by the awareness of represented the preserving memory through artworks, archived documents, monograph, and periodical, providing a testimony that everyone can draw upon both as an identity, authority, and as a source of inspiration. Today, I can propose the following definition. A museum is a no-profit permanent institution at the service of a society with the aim of researching, collecting, keeping, interpreting, and exhibiting tangible and intangible cultural heritage, open to the public, accessible, and inclusive. A museum promotes diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically and professionally with the participation of a community offering diversified experience for education, enjoyment, reflection, and sharing the knowledge. A paradigm that we have reached gradually and that reflects an ideal aspiration, not an universally archived common state. Looking back to the past, we understand how long and far-reaching the journey has been. In the beginning, this reality reflected a self-celebratory desire for identity, aim, and a small circle of privileged individuals or those who could access it because they belonged to the elite. The age of discoveries and the resulting broadening of human cognitive horizons then triggered and widening of accessibility, reflecting and involving society, one that is more complex in its compositive variety. Naturally, all this has shaped the museum ideologically, making them the perfect contest for a dual purpose, showing knowledge and art, and educating in critical awareness and consciousness. In short, the museum embodied a social rather than a cultural achievement, a place entrusted with the celebratory memory of dedicated patrons and tenacious researchers, scholars, and travelers. A clear and unmistakable rule where a specific narrative was brought to life, not always tied to a single theme or a logical chronological sequence. This increasingly less privileged place, therefore, embodied a clear inclusive intent that was not always successful due to a lack of careful and structured mediation. Idealized object of competition and criticized treasure troves of art, museums have always identified place undeniable, endowed with great potential, fluid in the themes proposed, yet stable in their rules as reference points. So, today, in a world where everything moves quickly without any apparent opportunity for reflection and cultural elaboration, and where any kind of a narrative is penalized by an attention reduced to the bare minimum, the museum courageously and unwaveringly stands as the last and only bastion of humanity, which today more than ever must confront a reality requiring both formal and substantial self-criticism. Therefore, I share with you some reflection to support an answer to our initial question. First and foremost, museums must position themselves as a place of culture accessible to all, so they must propose involving approach. Furthermore, they must engage with their local community activity and consciously. This requires a clear, analytical understanding of potential visitors, residents who should be loyalized, and non-residents who should be engaged for spreading the venue. This means First and foremost, breaking down isolation and creating connection that translate into fruitful discussion and shared solution. Last but not least, all this allows for the creation of typological bonds between museums with similar aptitudes. Today, museums are custodians of past testimonies, but those who manage them feel an increasingly pressing need to make them understandable by contextualizing them with contemporary. In an area marked by the growing desire and, above all, the need to share and make art more accessible, museums are called upon to play a fundamental role, not only to preserve works of art, but also to facilitate their understanding so that their meaning and historical context are best grasped. With this in mind, Fondazione Musei Civici di Venezia, with its 12 museums, open year-round and offering a range of permanent and temporary exhibitions, is deeply committed to this mission: conservation, valorization, and accessibility. A particularly significant example in the Palazzo Mocenigo Museum with its innovative and stimulating approach. Specifically, its open storage project allows visitors to access collections that are usually off limits to the public for conservation reasons. Palazzo Mocenigo embodies two contemporary aspects. One, on the one hand, that of the house museum recreating the atmosphere of 18th century Venetian residence. On the other, that of the valorization of its textile heritage with fabrics and garments on rotation. The second function requires constant restoration, maintenance, and rotation of exhibited pieces, a process that ensures the survival of artifacts while offering visitors a constantly renewed experience. Furthermore, the layout and design of exhibition are carefully conceived to facilitate understanding of historical and cultural context, faithfully converting the richness and diversity of meanings inherent in the house museum. And so, entering the rooms of Palazzo Mocenigo, visitors are immersive in the atmosphere of 18th century Venice, a world far away from our daily lives, yet still capable of conferring enduring value. Indeed, this is the true challenger, to make a distant era comprehensible and alive, so that the past can continue to convey its fundamental message, that culture and beauty are essential elements favoring of existence. In historical building, everything, from color to furnishing, from fabrics to space, was the expression of an aesthetic aimed at communicating the social status and identity of those who lived there. Today, the language can still speak out to us if we are able to read it, appreciate it, and make it follow into our contemporary lives. With this in mind, our foundation built in each of the 12 museums a personalized dialogue with the visitor by applying target communication solutions, from audio guide and caption that can be read also by the disabled to workshop and labs. In short, everything is aimed at conveying the creative message and triggering the important valorization that justify and above all support the immense commitment to convert 45 types of artworks, which all together give life to a massive number. We know the Civic Museum as having a well-defined identity and logistically distant location, but if we were to group them all, we have a broader context than the Louvre or the Metropolitan Museum of New York. Therefore, valorization along with accessibility are essential to giving the museum a feature and allowing them to continue fulfilling their role. They remind us that the art is for everyone, and as such get straight to the heart of issue transcending time and place. In the naval culture, we can be united while respecting our diversity, concretely setting a clear example of peaceful coexistence, empathic understanding, and a realistic vision of a future free from ignorance, understood as a lack of knowledge. 2. Museums are custodians of past testimonies, but if we were to group them all, we have a broader context than the Louvre or the Metropolitan Museum of New York. Therefore, valorization along with accessibility are essential to giving the museum a feature and allowing them to continue fulfilling their role. The remainder Museums are not self-celebratory defenses characterized by international attitude, peacefully sharing diverse, sometimes opposing perspectives. They are comfort zones to be defended. They are sources from which we can draw according to our thirst for knowledge. Because there is not conservation without valorization, there is not valorization without inclusiveness, there is not sharing without respect, there is not respect without the will to understand other points of view where a universal policy can be built. Beauty will continue to say the word if a museum go on keeping alive the legacy of diverse tradition, making it proactive in creating a better future worthy of being passed down. All this requires an economic strategy, obviously, but the world needs a new renaissance, and museums are the perfect place to spark this rebirth, because the renaissance is a state of the soul, not just a period to look back on with nostalgia. And in all this, we can fight to recognize that the 2030 program can only support this path because it offers useful guidelines that will support those of us who work in and for museums. The works of art, both past and present, are so imbued with meaning that they can survive and maintain an open dialogue. We must make a difference. Where the memory unites, culture is not merely an accessory to our experience, but crucial to our lives and the lives of future generations. Thank you.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Kira Şikuarşina. Bu güzel ve süreye riayet eden konuşmasından dolayı. Artık müzeler tabii sadece bizim tarihi, geçmişe dair ögelerimizin muhafaza edildiği, saklandığı mekanlar değil. Aynı zamanda artık gelişen teknolojilerle bunları özenle korumakla mükellefiz. Ama konuşmada da belirtildiği üzere özellikle koruma, geliştirme ve erişilebilirlik konusunda gerçekten her geçen gün daha yeni kapılar açmamız gerektiği de ortada. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz kendisine. Şimdi sözü Sayın Doktor Wang Shidong'a, Pekin Saray Müzesi Direktörüne bırakmak istiyorum. Bize Creating Preventive Conservation System Guide by Risk Management Theory, Researching and Practicing Sustainable Development at the Forbidden City, the World Cultural Heritage başlıklı tebliğini sunacaklar. Buyurunuz efendim.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor for me to participate in the International Symposium, a century of the National Palaces. I'd like to exchange ideas with colleagues around the world. I'd like to introduce simply the Forbidden City and the Palace Museum. Okay. The Forbidden City is the heart of Beijing, China's capital. Completed in 1420. It was the imperial palace during the Ming and Qing dynasty, home and the seat of power to 24 emperors over 491 years. It stands as the only surviving example for pinnacle of the Chinese palatial city. That remains the largest and best preserved historic palace complex in the world. The Palace Museum, established in 1925, is responsible for protecting and managing the Forbidden City, a UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Site listed in 1987. 2025, this year, marks the 100th anniversary of the Palace Museum, a milestone we share with the Directorate of National palaces, which also celebrates its century. Congratulations. Last month, we hosted the series of commemorative events on the Palace Museum. Our museum covers about 106 hectares with over 230,000 square meters of buildings. As a large, comprehensive museum and the managing body of the World Cultural Heritage Site, we adhere to the internationally organized principles of in situ conservation and the original state display. In addition to the historic buildings, the Palace Museum houses over 1.95 million movable cultural artifacts, spanning from the Neolithic age to contemporary times. The works reflect Ming and Qing dynasty culture while chronicling the evolution of Chinese culture and art, attesting to China's time-honored civilization. Drawing on a century of experience, we have proposed a development framework supported by the safe, academic, digital, and dynamic Palace Museum initiatives. Among these, the Safe Palace Museum serves as the foundation guided by the principle of prioritizing conservation. We have established a security management system with state-of-the-art facilities and technology, backed by rigorous management and conservation system, both scientifically grounded and technologically advanced. The academic Palace Museum is the core of our strategy. Driven by an open and collaborative approach, we are actively building research platforms and academic networks to engage universities, cultural institutions, and research organizations in unlocking the profound value of the Forbidden City as a world cultural heritage. The Digital Palace Museum provides essential support for promoting the integration of culture and technology, with a focus on the digital preservation of cultural heritage and the capabilities for sharing and utilization. We continuously enhance the use of digital resources and improve the effectiveness of public cultural services. The dynamic Palace Museum is our fundamental driving force through platforms such as exhibitions, guided tours, public education programs, publications, and cultural product development. We continuously disseminate culture to the public, enhance talent cultivation and exchange, and stimulate innovation and creativities. These four initiatives work in synergy to advance the systematic protection and the sustainable development of the Forbidden City. In the following section, I will explain the key measures for building a preventive conservation system within the Safe Palace Museum initiative. First of all, ensuring security, building the comprehensive emergency prevention and control system. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing conservation and enhancing management, we are committed to preserving the authenticity and the integrity of the Forbidden City, a cultural heritage shared by all humanity. The security system focuses on preventing and controlling risks of fire, theft, and vandalism through institutional development, technological upgrades, and platform integration. A comprehensive system combining human, physical, and technical safeguards have been established. The Palace Museum Security Committee was formed to improve emergency response plans and conduct regular training and drills. Social security mechanisms have been introduced to ensure a well-structured organizational framework. In addition, we have upgraded access control systems, high-pressure firefighting pipelines, video surveillance coverage, and established the Emergency Command Center for a full cycle of prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. Secondly, preventive conservation, from risk response to systematic monitoring and management. Today, the Palace Museum has transitioned from rescue conservation to comprehensive prevention conservation, offering an effective pathway towards sustainable heritage development. Grounded in risk management theory, scientific processes, and employed to systematically eliminate or mitigate risks to cultural heritage. The risk management process consists of three key stages: risk identification, assessment, and treatment. We have detected and assessed risks for both of heritage and personnel, systematically identifying the sources, events, and consequences. By implementing comprehensive management, monitoring, and analyzing the results data, tailored countermeasures are developed. This enables us to establish integrated security and conservation systems, achieving end-to-end risk management across the entire heritage protection process. I will now present the following 6 measures adopted by the Palace Museum to mitigate the prevent risks. Number 1, comprehensive monitoring and risk intervention. A monitoring system for the World Cultural Heritage Site has been established, covering 10 areas including the meteorological conditions, microbial damage, and the visitor flow. Through daily inspections, regular surveys, and specialized monitoring, we track the deterioration of heritage structures and adjust the maintenance strategies based on data-driven alerts. For example, to address lightning strike risks, the Palace Museum has installed lightning protection devices on over 217 structures and conducts annual inspections from more than 8,000 checkpoints in an effort to ensure the effectiveness of the system. Number 2, seismic mitigation for cultural artifacts. Beijing lies in a seismically active zone, posing inherent earthquake risks to the Palace Museum's collections. Therefore, we have enhanced seismic resilience through storage renovations, seismic reinforcements of the movable racks, and installation of dampers. From 2013 to 2020, 9 underground storage vaults were upgraded, providing comprehensive seismic protection for over 70,000 artifacts. Number 3, optimized storage environment for artifacts. To mitigate natural deterioration, construction of underground vaults and the northern bridge of the Palace Museum are underway. Maybe next year it will be finished. In effect, to improve artifact storage conditions, environmental monitoring of temperature, humidity, and light has been strengthened, and the warning systems are installed to monitoring exhibitions hall conditions. Number 4, visit management and crowd control. With more than 15 million visitors each year, the Palace Museum implements timed reservations and the capacity limits. Maximum capacities are set for the entire museum and 16 key exhibition halls, with security and emergency equipment deployed to protect both artifacts and the visitors. Number 5, green development and zero waste initiatives. Since 2020, the Palace Museum has launched the Zero Waste campaign with another institute. Under this initiative, waste sorting, resource recycling, and visitor engagement are promoted, attracting over 40 million participants and exploring the integration of cultural heritage with sustainable practices. Number 6, digital solutions for sustained preservation. Through digitization, artifacts data is secured in permanent archives, guiding against the risk of irreversible damage. The Palace Museum employs extensive technological methods for basic image capture and actively shares collection data with the public. Our digital resources serve both specialists, experts, and the general audience, enabling permanent preservation and sustained inheritance. Over 1 million artifacts have already been digitized. And the digital artifacts database the high-resolution image platform has been upgraded. We have enhanced outreach for the cloud tour of the Palace Museum platform, and the total visits to our digital channels, including the official website, mini programs, and the digital artifact database, have surpassed 270 million. In summary, preventive conservation minimized intervention in cultural heritage by monitoring, analyzing, predicting, and preventing risks, thereby ensuring sustained inheritance. Looking ahead, supported by the 4 Palace Museum initiatives, we will press ahead with the vision to establish the Palace Museum as a world-class museum, a model for world cultural heritage site conservation, a leader in culture and tourism integration in China, and a cultural reception hall promoting exchanges and mutual learning among civilizations. It is in our hope that the Palace Museum would like share the experience and learn from all of you. Welcome to visit Forbidden City and the Palace Museum. Thank you.
Evet, biz de çok kıymetli Wang Shidong'a çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tabii yaklaşık 500 yıl hem Ming Hanedanlığına hem Çin Hanedanlığına ev sahipliği yapmış bir mekandan bahsediyoruz. Bugün UNESCO'nun da çok önem verdiği ve Dünya Mirası listesinde yer alan bir mekan. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Burada konseptimize uygun olarak koruma faaliyetleriyle ilgili neler yapıldığına dair eşsiz bilgiler paylaştı tebliğcimiz. Şimdi bildirisini sunmak üzere sözü ben Doktor Stefan Larsson'a bırakmak istiyorum. Kendisi İsveç Kraliyet Sarayları Genel Direktörü. Hoş geldiniz diyorum. The Royal Family and the Management and Development of Historical Cultural Heritage isimli tebliğini yapmak üzere. Buyurunuz kıymetli hocam.
It's working. Thank you. Dear colleagues and friends, as said, my name is Stefan Larsson, and I'm currently employed as Governor of the Royal Palaces at the Royal Court of Sweden. The office of the Governor of the Royal Palaces is responsible for His Majesty the King's right of disposal of 11 royal palaces, including their associated buildings, parks, gardens, and forests. The office is responsible for ensuring that the royal palaces meet the requirements of the monarch and for ensuring that the buildings are cared for and managed in such a way that their long-term preservation is guaranteed. One of the office's most important tasks is to care for, show, and disseminate knowledge about the cultural heritage of the Swedish monarchy. And the office therefore runs public operations at the royal palaces, and every year about 1.7 million people visit the royal palaces and around 30 million people visit the royal parks. In my presentation, I do not intend to focus so much on the historical cultural heritage, but rather on how His Majesty the King and the Crown Princess today are creating a new culture and natural heritage on the properties they occupy. However, before that, I plan to begin with a brief historical overview. It's working. The Swedish monarchy may be regarded as having a history spanning over 1,000 years, depending on the criteria used. But to keep it somewhat simple, 2023 was a double jubilee, marking 500 years since Gustav Vasa was elected king in 1523, ushering in a new era that shaped modern Sweden. And it was also King Carl XVI Gustav 15th jubilee on the throne as head of state. And in that position, he's been the king that's been on the throne for the longest time in Sweden. As I have stated before, the king today has 11 royal palaces at his disposal. But why is it so? In the beginning of the 1800th century, the monarchy of Sweden and Sweden as a country was in a constitutional and financial crisis. Ongoing wars had put a strain on the Swedish finances. There was a coup d'etat where King Gustav IV Adolf was dethroned and his uncle Charles XIII became head of state instead. In 1809, a new instrument of government was adopted. The aim was to restore a balance of power between the king and parliament. At this time, 1809, an agreement was also reached between the king and parliament about the financing of the expenses of the royal family and the royal household, and the royal family's right to use and govern the royal palaces. An important question was which properties belonged to the crown and which to the monarch personally. Income-generating crown properties, such as farms and estates, were transferred to parliamentary control. This meant that the king no longer had direct access to state revenues from these lands. As a compensation, the king retained lifelong rights to use certain palaces and parks, such as Stockholm, Drottningholm, Gripsholm, Strömsholm, Haga, Ulriksdal, and others. These properties remained state-owned, but were placed at the monarch's disposal. The state committed to cover maintenance costs for the royal palaces and parks and provide an annual allowance, civilist, to finance the royal household. The agreement was not a regular law, but a constitutional settlement forming part of Sweden's governance structure. It created a unique system where the monarch uses state property without owning it. And how is this right of disposal applied today? The right of disposition originated in a time when the monarch's power was significant, even though the 1809 instrument of government began to regulate the distribution of power between the monarch and the parliament. But nonetheless, the right of disposal is still the same and still valid after more than 210 years. But society has changed. I will just mention two aspects. Today, royalty resides in only 2 of the 11 palaces, Drottningholm and Haga, and the royal palace in Stockholm is the official residence of representation. A natural connection between the development of the properties and the royal residences therefore no longer exists. Instead, they have become public attractions. All palaces are open to tourists except Haga, where the crown princess and her family lives. Therefore, the main task regarding management is to preserve the palaces as a unique cultural heritage they represent today, not primarily to develop them according to the private needs of the royal family. The second aspect that has changed is that the palaces today are surrounded by an extensive regulatory framework that affects how palaces, parks, and properties may be used. This is the result of the fact that Sweden today has become a constitutional monarchy, where legislation is vested in the parliament and the courts. And just to mention a few laws that have been adopted, the Planning and Building Act was introduced in 1987 and regulates urban planning and the decision-making process regarding building permits and detailed development plans. The Cultural Heritage Act was introduced in 1988 and sets requirements for how the palaces should be maintained and how the parks around them should appear. Now the slides are living by themselves, I think. The Environment Code in its current form was introduced in 1999 and governs the management of the parks, as all royal parks are part of nature reserves. Historically, the monarch could freely dispose of properties within the right of disposition. Today, all changes must occur within the framework of current legislation. So how does the royal family today influence the future culture and natural heritage? I will mention 2 areas and give you a few examples. And the first one is actually the king's strong interest in sustainability issues. On the slide you see behind me, is a quote from the King's speech at the Belém Climate Summit ahead of the United Nations Climate Conference COP30 in Brazil this year. I will not comment it, I'll just leave it there for you to read. Perhaps you can't see it, so all of it. But it clearly states that from the beginning, at a very young age, he was very, very much into environmental and sustainable questions. And that has been a long time interest from the king. But then the interesting part is how is this lifelong interest manifest itself in the management of the palaces? And then and the first one is the first Royal National City Park. Historically, the monarchs have had access to 3 royal parks in central Stockholm, and that was Royal Djurgården, the royal parks at Haga and Ulriksdal. The royal right of disposition has ensured that the important green areas in central Stockholm have been protected from development. In 1995, His Majesty the King approved that these 3 parks would form the core of the creation of the world's first royal national city park. The park's protection is stipulated in the Swedish Environmental Code. That means that new development, new buildings and other measures shall only be permissible in national urban parks if they can be undertaken without encroaching on park landscapes or the natural environment and without detriment to any other natural and cultural assets of the historical landscape. And this is a very large area. It accounts for about 6% of the Stockholm local municipality total area. The size also becomes evident when you compare it to other parks, I don't see it myself. It is around 2,900 hectares, and if you compare it to Hyde Park, which is this famous park in New York, it's around 10 times as big as Hyde Park. And then you have to bear in mind that the capital of Sweden only have 1.6 million inhabitants, and New York has around 10 million inhabitants, I think. So it's a large proportion of the capital of Sweden that is actually protected by the king and turned into a green area. The second one, just to show you a picture, this is a very beautiful area, and visitors can enjoy beautiful nature and rich variety of culture, museums and historical buildings, all within walking distance of the city center. And the next one is the Royal Palace. The Royal Palace in Stockholm is the official residence of His Majesty the King. This is where the head of state performs his constitutional, state, ceremonial and official duties together with the rest of the royal family. It is also the physical workplace of the royal family and their administration. It is a large palace. It's around 54,000 square meters with more than 600 rooms and banquet halls. It was built in 1754. And an important initiative taken by the king was the commencement in 2010 of planning for the installation of solar panels on the roof of the royal palace. The roof of Stockholm Palace is particularly well suited for this type of installation because it is flat and has a slight inward slope toward the palace courtyard. The installation is completely invisible from the ground and has not involved any alterations to the architecture. Because the Royal Palace is a historic building with high cultural value, obtaining permission was not a straightforward one. The Swedish National Heritage Board eventually approved that the project, because the palace roof design, a flat sloping surface, ensures that panels will not be visible from the courtyard or surrounding areas, preserving the building's visual integrity. Initially, it was a small pilot project of 10 square meters, but today it is a full-scale facility of 2,400 square meters, which today supplies the palace with 30 to 35% of its annual electricity consumption. And that is in Sweden, in the northern part of Europe, where it's usually quite dark and cold. But it clearly shows how the king and the importance the king sees these environmental and sustainable issues. And the last example will be the case of Princess Estelle's Culture Foundation. The Princess Estelle Culture Foundation was established in 2019 at the initiative of the Crown Princess couple with the mission to promote cultural activities in Sweden. The mission is in line with the royal tradition in Sweden to support culture and the conviction that cultural activities are essential to an open modern society. The initial focus of the foundation is the development of the Princess Estelle Sculpture Park, a permanent world-class sculpture park at Rosendal. The aim of the sculpture park is to make contemporary art accessible, as experiencing art has been found to be beneficial both on the individual level and for society at large. A total of 6 sculptures have so far been placed in Rosendal area. The choice of Rosendal is no coincidence. Rosendal Castle was built in 1820 for King Charles the 14th Johan, the first Bernadotte and the ancestor of today's royal family. Rosendal was originally a summertime pleasure retreat. It was never a residence in the modern sense of the word. It was merely intended as an escape from the formalities of the court life at the royal palace. The castle stands today large as it did in Karl Johan's lifetime, which makes Rosendal a unique documentation of the European Empire style, in Sweden also known as Karl Johan style. Just to give you a few examples of the sculptures placed in the park, I will show you 3 of them. The first example is the sculpture Hoopla, created by the American artist Alice Aycock, which was also the first sculpture to be inaugurated in 2020. And the second one is the sculpture Wind Sculpture in Bronze, created by the British-Nigerian artist Yinka Shonibare, which was inaugurated in 2022. And this year's sculpture was inaugurated in the early summer on behalf of the foundation. The artist Monika Sosnowska, a Polish artist, undertook the creation of a monumental sculpture named Museum. The sculpture draws its inspiration and material from an intended art museum for Rosendal, initiated by King Carl XIV Johan in the 1830s. Despite 10 years planning, the museum was never materialized, but hundreds of marble pieces were ordered and have since been stored. 11 of the nearly 200-year-old original pieces, initially intended to adorn the museum facades and interior, are now integrated into the open installation. Here we have a perfect example of how history and future are combined, interjoined, and reshaped. Linking the first Bernadotte together with the future, the modern-day visitor gets to take part in both history and future at the same time. The foundation's goal is to create a world-class sculpture park in the Rosendal area and complement it with program activities that bring together people from diverse backgrounds to jointly shape a future culture heritage, a goal that is truly important in today's increasingly polarized world. And this marks the conclusion of my presentation. I hope I have been able to provide you with an insight into how today's royal family, based on the challenges Sweden faces in its own way, lays the foundation for a future natural and cultural heritage. Thank you.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İsveç Kraliyet Sarayları Genel Direktörümüz hem Kraliyet Saraylarının tarihi süreçle birlikte mevcut durumları hakkında, koruma şartları hakkında bizlere ayrıntılı bilgiler verdiler. Şimdi 4. konuşmacımız İngiltere'den Tim Reeve, kendisi Victoria Albert Müzesi'nin başkan yardımcılığı görevini de üstlüyorlar. Reeve bize Victoria Albert East Storehouse Transforming Access to Our National Collections başlıklı bildirisini sunacak. Buyurunuz efendim.
Good morning. Can everyone, is this okay? Okay. I've got lots of pictures, so apologies for those of you at the back if you can't see them. Great pleasure to be here in Istanbul and an honor to take part in this symposium. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share the story of V&A Storehouse, a new type of palace for the public in Hackney in East London, which opened in May of this year. My story today, though, begins in West London with the Victoria and Albert Museum in South Kensington, which many of you will know, seen here within the wider cultural district of Albertopolis, created as a legacy of the Great Exhibition in 1851, the first World's Fair, with a founding mission of art and design for all, bringing together the very best of human creativity from across the world and representing 5,000 years of ingenuity to inspire the next generation of artists and designers. And this is Blythe House, also in West London, 2 miles away from the V&A, where we have for 40 years or more stored the vast majority of our collections and archives alongside those of the British Museum and the Science Museum. And this vast Edwardian Baroque castle was built as a savings bank, very much designed to keep people out. A very safe place to house valuable artifacts, but not to make them widely accessible to the general public, whose national collections these are. And these are the collections that are, or I should say were, imprisoned at Blythe House. Some 1,000 archives, 350,000 objects, comprising the V&A's great theatre and performance collections, ceramics and glass, furniture and woodwork, South and Southeast Asian, and of course fashion and textile collections. And over our 40 years as a tenant, the V&A of course made an effort to create public-facing facilities to make the collections accessible. But ironically, with the opening of the Clothworkers Centre for the Study of Textile and Fashion, as you see here, in 2013, came the government's announcement that they would sell Blythe House for redevelopment, with the formal eviction notice coming in 2015, some 10 years ago. So we needed to move that enormous collection, but the question for us was where? So to East London. A rich, creative and entrepreneurial story can be told in this part of London, captured by this image on the left-hand side from 1944, which shows the Carpenter's Road site, taken at the end of a period of 100 years as a place of light industry and making, on land acquired and developed by the Worshipful Company of Carpenters in the middle of the 19th century, at around the same time the V&A itself was being founded. And then top right, over the subsequent 50 years, becoming a derelict and contaminated part of East London before it was transformed. You won't be able to see this picture, but just imagine the Olympics in your head, transformed by the extraordinary catalytic and regenerative power of the Olympic Games, which took place in East London in 2012. In a happy coincidence, around the time that Blythe House was being earmarked for sale, the then Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, invited the V&A to become part of what he called Olympicopolis, a new Albertopolis for the digital age, subsequently renamed East Bank by his successor, Sadiq Khan. And we began to see how the necessity of the move from Blythe House could meet the extraordinary opportunity of the proposed transformation of the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park into a brand new destination for London, with world-class culture and education at its heart, part of a lasting legacy of the Olympic Games. This is the park today, looking towards central London. Within that overall vision for East Bank, we created a concept for a new home for the Blythe House collections called V&A East, with an ambition to revolutionise access to our national collections and reconnect the British and global public with their cultural inheritance, bringing new galleries and exhibition spaces on one side of the park, together with a unique new museum experience on the other, to create V&A East Museum and Storehouse, a 360-degree view of museum life, free for everyone, 7 days a week, 363 days of the year. By spring 2026, we will have two interconnected buildings on the park, the V&A East Museum on one side, designed by Dublin-based architects O'Donnell and Toomey, around 7,000 square meters of gallery and exhibition space, which you can just about see just to the left of the Olympic Stadium on the image there. And then the V&A East Storehouse on the Hackney side of the park as part of Here East, which is the building shown here, a tech and innovation campus created out of the Olympics broadcast and press venues immediately after the Games had concluded. And one of the things that we particularly liked about Here East was the space. These huge volumes of space, originally scheduled to be converted into a data centre, were the perfect blank canvas for our new vision of radical access. And to respond to that vision, we needed an architect with a track record of reimagining and repurposing redundant industrial infrastructure as public spaces. A practice with a highly conceptual approach, as much curators as designers. And following an international design competition, we appointed Dilys, Scofidio and Renfro, the New York studio who created New York's seminal High Line and the Broad in Los Angeles. And their response to the brief was to base their design around 6 key principles. Unassuming, to embrace the opportunity to create a different and more welcoming mood, rhythm and atmosphere for a museum, to optimize those astonishing volumes within the Here East building, to excavate or core out of that building to create the public spaces and the public network, and then crucially to invert the idea that storage facilities typically let you nibble around the margins but don't invite you into the inner sanctum, and to make design and material choices that create a sublime transparency in enabling visitors to appreciate the full breadth and depth of a new type of museum experience and centre of creativity. And the key architectural move, testament to the brilliance of Dilla, Scofidio and Renfro's conceptual response to the brief, was to draw visitors up into the very centre of the storehouse, the beating heart of museum life, into a new type of public and civic space from which they can wander and freely explore the breadth and depth of those 350,000 objects and over 1,000 archives, shown in section here to create what the V&A's founder, Prince Albert, presciently described as a great treasury or storehouse of art and science, reimagined for an entirely different demographic and urban context. And now I'm going to walk you through some of the images of the finished article. So here the welcome and arrival spaces, a very unassuming entrance on the side of an industrial building, and then that sequence burrowing up into the collections hall that you see here in section on one side, and then the public route on the right. And then the wow moment of arrival for visitors into a hugely dramatic and surprising new public space right at the heart of Storehouse. And visitors at this point are surrounded by a kaleidoscope, a cross-section of 100 or so lightly curated and constantly changing displays containing some 1,500 objects across 3 floors, hacked out from the sides of the adjustable pallet racking which meets the collection hall, reflecting our 3 organizing thoughts or themes of collecting stories, the working museum, and the V&A collection as a creative source book for today's artists and designers. And here again from another angle. And visitors then are able to wander amongst the collections via a public network, including some of the largest objects in the V&A collections back on public display for the first time in decades, right at the heart of the Storehouse experience, and punctuating the public network with great drama and colour, and also making sense of the sheer scale of the spaces we are occupying. And here you see on the left, the Torrijos ceiling, with its blend of Islamic, Christian, and Spanish royal traditions and motifs, literally built into Storehouse, and creating beneath it a wonderful and unique space for display and creative expression. Objects are displayed as stored in the storehouse, which means that predominantly they are an open display, and storehouse is predominantly a back of house experience. And as you might be able to kind of make out here on the left, there is a sort of a moat which separates visitors from the objects. Those that are the most sensitive and really cannot be touched. And you get views down, obviously, into the workshop, or the shop floor, as it were, of the museum. And it's designed for maximum transparency. And again, a couple more of the large objects. Frank Lloyd Wright's Kaufman office from the US, which has not been on public display for 30 or more years. And Le Tram Bleu on the right-hand side, part of our incredible collection of stage cloths and front cloths, particularly from the Ballet Russe. It's an amazing gallery, one room, one object, that really is a sort of counterpoint to the delirium and eclecticism of the V&A holdings, and a counterpoint to the spectacle of storage, and a place for commissions and performances. This is the conservation overlook. Storehouse, as I say, is fundamentally a back-of-house experience, and we wanted to really showcase the incredible craft and expertise that goes into a modern museum. So you see a view of the conservation overlook on the left, and the view back up to that overlook balcony from the studios on the right. This is opening day. If the volume was up, you would hear a very, very noisy environment. It's very unlike a typical gallery experience. It's a very chatty and conversational environment because it's very lightly interpreted, and that means that visitors have to talk to each other as they go around to compare notes on what they are seeing. We were lucky to have an amazing critical reception, and I just want to pick out my favorite quote by the art critic Jonathan Jones. And for those of you who don't know him, he is a very, very difficult man to please. And he said, This is what the museum of the future looks like. An old idea that's been turned inside out, upside down, disgorging its secrets, good and bad, in an avalanche of beautiful questions, created with curiosity, generous imagination, and love. And being as we're talking about royal palaces at this symposium, I couldn't resist putting a picture of our royal patron in. Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, came to see Storehouse during our opening. Sorry, you can't see it because they're at the bottom of this image. You can see the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, who's our landlord. He's very happy, trust me, but also the Princess of Wales was happy too. And then this is I talked about one gallery, one object. This is that gallery being used for Chanel's 100th anniversary of working in the UK, with an extraordinary performance by the English National Ballet with a contemporary evocation of Le Tram Bleu in Gallery 2. And you can't hear it, but you can see a little snippet of the English National Ballet in that space. I want to kind of finish off by just talking about one of the new experiences that we have developed for Storehouse, which is called Order an Object. This is a new service which is open to everyone. It's about meaningful access, look, touch, and handle. It's like booking a table for dinner or booking a squash court. Essentially, you can book up to 5 objects, a very simple online booking system. Anyone can use this, and you can book up to 5 objects for a personal appointment. We've created a new collections access team. Almost all of those people are people who have not worked in museums before and not worked with collections before. Almost all of them are also working from the Olympic boroughs. And we asked them 2 questions when they came for interview. We wanted from them an example of a memorable piece of service innovation that they'd experienced. And then we asked them about an object that they own themselves, that is special and important to them, and how they looked after that object, how they care for that object in their own lives, in their own home. And from that came just the idea that, in fact, the way we look after objects in a museum context is really not so dissimilar from the way anyone looks after something that is precious and valuable to them. So this is the league table of objects that are chosen by the public through the Order an Object service. The most chosen object to date is this extraordinary frock coat designed by Alexander McQueen and David Bowie to mark David Bowie's 50th anniversary. And in fact, almost all of the top 20 objects at the moment are David Bowie objects, because we have just opened the David Bowie Centre. So over time, this will change. Impact so far, we're really, really proud of the impact we've had. Over 350,000 people have visited Storehouse in the last few months. 45% of the UK audience are from a crucial target audience of minority ethnic groups. 46%, nearly half, are under the age of 34, quite unusual for a museum. 96% of visitors rated the experience good or excellent, and we've had a whole range of public talks, and nearly 25,000 people have now booked an Order an Object service. And when the collections were at Blythe House, we used to get something like 2,500 visits a year, so 10 times the number of people that would normally see the collection. So that is the Storehouse in 15 minutes, a new piece of museological infrastructure or hardware. Storehouse is also an idea. The idea that in creating a new museum typology through adaptive reuse of an industrial building with a new mode, atmosphere, and rhythm, we can transform access to our collections of art, design, and performance to offer new avenues and opportunities to the talent which surrounds us in the 4 Olympic boroughs and far beyond. But more than that, to demystify the world of museums, to allow a new generation to engage with objects and ideas, to foster understanding of what we have and what we do, leading to a greater appreciation of the power of creativity, a newfound sense of ownership of their national collections, and in so doing, maintaining their relevance and securing them for future generations. Thank you very much for listening.
Sayın Review sunumundan dolayı tebrik ediyorum. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Artık tarihi geçmişi 200 yıl almış olan, 200 yıla yaklaşan bu müzeden, Victoria ve Albert Müzesi'nden ve burada gerçekleştirilen yenilik faaliyetlerinden bahsettiler. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Değerli konuklar, son konuşmacımız. Birazdan tabii biraz süremizi aşmış durumdayız ama biz de değerli konuklarımızın, konuşmacılarımızın sözünü kesmek istemiyoruz. Birbirinden değerli sunumlar oluyor. Şimdi son konuşmacımız Karina Marotta, Ulusal Miras Kurumu Başkan Danışmanı İspanya'dan. Hoş geldiniz diyorum. Sözü size bırakıyorum. Buyurunuz efendim.
Thank you very much. May I have the Thank you very much. Good morning, and first of all, on behalf of the President of Patrimonio Nacional, Mrs. Ana de la Cueva, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank Dr. Yildiz and and the organization of this international symposium for inviting us to participate. Well, in this short presentation, we would like to share with you some ideas and endeavors we are working on the area of sustainability and environment. Yes. Following the scheme that you won't see, but well, more or less, I will shortly tell you about Patrimonio Nacional, or what it is, and then comment you some actions that we endeavored in the last times. Just to remind you who we are, Patrimonio Nacional is the public institution that manages the assets that belong to the Crown and now are public heritage, although yet at the service of the head of state for the celebration of state events. Consequently, Patrimonio Nacional has fundamentally two tasks. One, to support the head of state, the king and the royal family, and secondly, we are a cultural entity with a strong presence throughout much of the national territory. So as a cultural establishment, we manage the legacy we have inherited, we study it, we preserve it, we disseminate it, and we make it available to everyone, opening all our assets to public visits. As you can see, well, these are kind of, well, our activities. And as you can see here, Patrimonio Nacional, or maybe you can see half of it, but I swear we are disseminated in the whole country because we are present in 6 autonomous communities. We not only manage palaces, but also 19,000 hectares of green areas, mainly historic gardens and forests. The network of the palaces under our care is located at an average distance from the city of Madrid, which is where the court was established. The origin of this network is related to the so-called royal journeys or royal days. That was the custom for living in different royal palaces, depending on the time of the year and the hunting season. This constellation of palaces remained in residential use until quite recently, until the Spanish Civil War in 1936. And this is why this heritage associated with them has been preserved and has survived to this day. When we talk about Crown's legacy, we usually think of its collections, palaces, churches. However, our hectares of green spaces are also an invaluable asset. Preserving this heritage requires investment and patience, as the results take time to materialize, but it is an extraordinary commitment to the future. Our natural heritage connects with the interests of today's audience, with environment and biodiversity interests, and in fact, well, this is our number of visitors, which is more or less 6 million. And the visitors, it's 4 million for palaces, and it's more than 3 million for gardens and parks. But we not only want to welcome these visitors, but also offer them more. We want to share with them our values on sustainability with them. So Now, I will give you a brief overview on some projects that are renewing the way we approach and the presentation of natural environment to our visitors. Then after, I will comment on conservation and restoration of the natural environment and conclude with a reference to energy efficiency projects that we are working on, mainly accomplished by the Architecture and Nature Directorate of Patrimonio Nacional. Well, much of the work I will comment this morning has been carried out thanks to the European Union's Next Generation funds, which have injected 66 million euro into our budgets, which is a lot for us. And I would like to start telling you about an interesting project we are working on in which we are promoting a message of institutional renewal. It involves our old hunting museum at the Rio Frio Palace, located in this wonderful place that you can see there, surrounded by nature. The museum is a project from the 60s of last century, which underwent partial renovations later on, and in which the presence of these dioramas, with taxidermied animals is very strong. I remember seeing these dioramas as a kid and feeling not very comfortable. How to approach the subject of hunting in order to present it to an audience that is increasingly aware of the value of nature and respect for animals is a challenge that we face, all the institutions like us face. It is a fact that historically our monarchy, like so many other European monarchies, developed much of its life around this activity, which also gave rise to the patronage of a multitude of works of art. We must explain this to today's audience, and we must update our approach to history. For this reason, we are transforming our hunting museum into the Patrimonio Nacional Interpretation Center for Nature, where we want to explain that the evolution of these royal hunting grounds has led to the existence of a series of natural areas of great environmental, biological, and landscape value. In the museography we are working on, we want the explanation of nature to alternate with works of art, paintings, sculptures, tapestries, related to the royal patron's taste for hunting. The conservation of these ancient hunting grounds depends on planned and professionally qualified management. The work of forest engineers, veterinarians, biologists, and other scientists and professionals, in addition to Patrimonio Nacional forest rangers, aims to ensure the health of ecosystems in natural environments. In this museum, we want to explain the different types of ecosystems that we manage, such as pastures, wetlands, and forests, where we preserve unique trees as well. In addition to these natural spaces, in the mountains and forests, there are also parks and groves and gardens and orchards. Each has its own specific problems, which is why management planning is essential to ensure their protection. The educational approach to nature is also present in the creation of trails in the forests and parks near the royal sites. Thus, we have recently presented new itineraries at the Herreria Forest in El Escorial that you can see here. We have also presented the path that Emperor Charles V used to walk in his last residence in the 16th century, Yuste, And we also have restored El Parral Park for the city of Burgos. In all cases, we removed dangerous trees, replanted trees, and installed educational units with panels, with text, or also with QR codes for visitors. In all cases, a new efficient irrigation network has been installed, old dangerous wells have been sealed, and lighting has been modernized. In addition, biodiversity islands have been created, and nesting boxes for birds and bats have been installed, fostering local food chain and promoting biological insect control. These measures improve the functionality of the ecosystem and encourage the return of species that are indicators of good environmental health. However, as we know, these are difficult times for the conservation of natural spaces. Prolonged drought, especially in southern Europe, devastating fires, high temperatures, torrential rains, and insect pests are complex challenges for the maintenance of historic gardens. All royal residences face the same problem. Furthermore, the responsible use of resources, especially water, is one of the most important sustainability criteria we must take into account. In 2024, thanks to the network of European royal residences, we had the opportunity to organize a series of technical conferences at the Royal Palace of La Granja, where we discussed on water management in the maintenance of the historic gardens with our European colleagues. Unfortunately, in the recent years, there has been a certain decline in some tree species that has made it impossible to maintain some aesthetic qualities of very representative species in all our gardens. Faced with this situation, it has been concluded in coordination with the technical team and historians that it was necessary to change some species. And in recent years, new rows and replacements has been planted with native species which are better adapted and have lower water requirements. Over the last 5 years, we have prioritized much of our efforts on ground-level work, such as textural improvements and new cutting-edge fertilizers to ensure greater vitality for these plants. We are also working on optimizing irrigation water with drip irrigation systems and individual flooders for all the trees lining the gardens. Well, despite the complexity of the situation, we are proud of the completion of several restoration projects in historic gardens, such as the Jardín de los Pabellones in Aranjuez that I'm showing you here, which is located next to the River Tagus. The project has enabled the recovery and integration of archaeological remains, the redesign of the interior landscaping, and the layout of the main paths. It has been carried out based on historical research of existing documentation, planimetric, graphic, written documentation, and previous archaeological studies, which allow us for a final finish of the garden. Also keeping with the period in which the garden was designed, based on the species described in this treatise on flowers by Claudio and Esteban Bouteloup, taking into account the use of herbaceous and bulbous perennials typical of Aranjuez, and also taking into account this 18th century anonymous painting that depicts exactly the same spot, the same park. The methodology of restoration was the same in all our historic gardens, well, respect to all periods and interventions and leftovers, use of similar materials as the original ones, compatibility of the new materials with the old ones, sustainability and reversibility. Well, in parallel with the process of recovering and restoring gardens and green areas, and again thanks to the Next Generation funds, Patrimonio Nacional is, well, here is the garden, the restored garden, which looks beautiful, very Mediterranean. And I was saying that in parallel to this, we are accomplishing some programs to optimize energy consumption. We are changing the exterior and interior lighting of palaces and royal sites, as well as the surrounding roads. As part of this transformation, we have also undertaken a lighting redesign process, harmonizing color temperatures and achieving better results for conservation and exhibition. You see on the left how was the Church of La Granja before, and on the right how it is now. Here, for instance, well, here is the La Granja Palace, and here is the Monastery of Santa Clara in the city of Tordesillas, which we opened just last week. At the same time, we have analyzed those buildings where it is possible to install photovoltaic panels to reduce our electricity consumption. In general, we are installing them in service buildings and annexes where we have greater freedom in terms of aesthetics. Here is El Escorial, Aranjuez, here is La Granja. And finally, our vehicle fleet is also being renewed, and we are promoting the use of electric cars. So a series of measures that, in short, seek to promote sustainability, share environmental sensitivity with our audience, and project our past into the future. Well, thank you very much.
Evet, İspanya'dan değerli misafirimiz Karina Marotta'ya çok teşekkür ediyoruz bu konuşmasından dolayı. Son konuşmacıydı. İspanya'da Patrimonio Nacional Kurumu'nun kuruluşu, çalışmaları, faaliyetleri hakkında çok ayrıntılı oluşturulan doğal alanlar, bunlarla ilgili yenilikçi yaklaşımlar üzerine de tebliğini sundular. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum. Evet, biraz süremizi aştık ama soru cevap kısmını yine de biz geleneğimizi devam ettirelim. Fazla olmamak üzere birkaç soru alabiliriz. Ya hatta şimdiden sayısını belirleyelim gerçi şeye göre ama en azından 2 soru almış olalım diyelim. Daha sonra programımız devam edecek çünkü sempozyumumuz. Buyurunuz, buyurun efendim.
Mr. Tim ve Mr. Wang'a sormak istiyorum da tozla mücadeleyi nasıl yapıyorlar acaba? Bunun için kaç personel çalıştırıyorlar?
Evet.
That's a great question. So we have within the storehouse, we spent half of our construction budget on plant, on mechanical engineering, and it's a very super efficient system. It turns over the air in storehouse 5 or 6 times each hour, and that means that dust isn't given a chance to settle so much in storehouse as at Blythe House. So we're able to use the same, more or less the same resource and regime that we had at Blythe House to manage dust at storehouse. It's also, I mean, I know it's a bit kind of gross to say that dust is essentially 90% human skin, but actually there's large parts of storehouse where people don't really kind of get to go. So those two sort of measures actually so far have kept dust levels very low. And also not all dust is bad.
Oturmak. Evet. Hocam siz bütün soru haklarını bitirdiniz ya. Şimdi 2 soru mu sayacağız bunu? Same question.
Now we have the star. 100. This is the all stuff, including the research, conservation, and the restoration and the management. About 150 staff focus on the conservation and the restoration for the collections, and another about 200 the staff for the architecture, conservation, and the management. So this is the very very strong conservation and restoration. The colleagues to focus on this field. Of course, we another institutions participate the conservation and the restoration in the Forbidden City. So thank you.
Can I take one last question? Son bir soru alalım. Yine misafirlerimizden. Evet. Please.
Hemen getiriyorum.
Ben öncelikle teşekkür ederim. Genel olarak soruyorum. Vandalizm koruma teknikleriniz nedir? Vandalizmde insan derisinden geçen mikroorganizmaları nasıl koruyorsunuz?
Thank you so much for your questions. Sometimes, you know, the one every day, and about 60,000 visitors come to the Forbidden City to visit. A little bit, the visitors maybe want to touch the architecture and another collections in outside. So we need to control the activities to especially the monitoring and the control. So about 300 staff the focus on this work. Thank you.
Evet kıymetli katılımcılar, tekrar hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Milli Saraylar Başkanlığımızın Milli Sarayların Yüzyılı adlı sempozyumunun bu oturumunda çok değerli konuklarımız vardı. İspanya'dan, Çin'den, İtalya'dan, İsveç'ten ve İngiltere'den katılımcılar, saraylar, müzeler, buralardaki faaliyetler ve yenilikçi yaklaşımlar hakkında çok önemli tebliğler sundu. Faydalandığımızı, eski bir kelime kullanayım, müstefit olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Artık çevirmene Allah yardım etsin. Tabii ki bu açıdan ben öncelikle tekraren son kez Yasin Yıldız Başkanımıza, Doktor Yasin Yıldız Beyefendi'ye çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu anlamlı, muazzam bir program. Heyetinizi tebrik ediyoruz, çalışanlarınızı tebrik ediyoruz, başarılarınızın devamını diliyoruz. Sempozyumumuzun bu oturumu burada sona ermiştir. Sağ olunuz, var olunuz.
Hocam bir hediye takdimimiz olacak. Dear guests, I will take 5 minutes from you. Thank you. So we thank our valued attendees for their presentations. Now I kindly invite the Director of State Archives, Associate Professor Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir to the stage to present the gifts of our esteemed attendees. Thank you. Evet, Devlet Arşivleri Başkanımız Doçent Doktor Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir sahnede konuşmacılarımıza hediyelerini sunmak için bulunmaktadır. Kahve aramız 10 dakikadır değerli misafirlerimiz. 10 dakika sonra ikinci oturumda görüşmek dileğiyle. Coffee break is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes we want to see you here. Thank you. Değerli misafirlerimiz, ikinci oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen cep telefonlarımızı sessiz konumda kullanmaya özen gösterelim. I kindly invite the chair and the attendees to the podium to make their presentations. Professor Ahmet Çapoğlu, Dr. Helen Jacobson, Mai Britt Gulenk, Ömür Tufan, Marco Mani. Thank you.
Are we ready? Okay, let's begin. Dear honorable directors, participants and audiences, welcome to our today's second session entitled Museum Design and Exhibition. I am Ahmet Çapoğlu, Professor Doctor, and I am the Vice Chairman of the Directorate of National Palaces. I will be chairing this session. We are fortunate we have 4 distinguished speakers with us today. I would like to introduce them to you. Our first speaker is from England, Dr. Helen Jacobson, is the Executive Director of the Atheneum Trust and Director of Royal Collection Studies. Welcome to Turkey. Thank you. The second speaker is from Norway, Miss Mai Britt Gulenk. Is a senior curator at the National Museum of Norway. She is an art historian specializing in Norwegian art historiography, museum history, and Edvard Munch. Welcome to Symposium. And our third speaker is from TOPKAPI Palace, Mr. Ömür Tufan, who is the chief curator of the Far Eastern, Chinese and Japanese, and European porcelain collections at the Directorate of National Palaces. Our last but not least speaker is from Italy, Mr. Marco Magni, who is the founder of the Guicciardini and Magni architect firm. He is also a visiting professor at the University of Florence. Welcome to Symposium. Now we are about to start our speeches, and we'll accept the questions after all the speeches have been completed. Now I would like to invite our first speaker to deliver her speech, Dr. Helen Jacobson.
Can everybody hear me? Yes, great, thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much for your welcome, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. For today's discussion on Carlton House, I'm going to take you back 200 years, so something slightly different, but I hope we may draw some parallels with the conservation discussion we have just had previously. And I'd also like to acknowledge the landmark exhibition by Sir Geoffrey de Bellaigue from at the Queen's Gallery, the late Queen's Gallery, on Carlton House, which took place over 30 years ago, but which is still very relevant today. So, do I have any slides? Thank you. Is this working?
There's something wrong with the screen.
Okay. Well, perhaps you can imagine what Carlton House looked like. In 1783, when George, Prince of Wales, who was later to become George IV, was 21 on his 21st birthday, he was given Carlton House by his father, King George III. It was just a few hundred yards across Green Park, down the Mall, away from Buckingham House, which was then the King's residence, George III's house. And Carlton House was to become the centre of the young prince's court. It would mark a pivotal stage, actually, in the evolution of his emerging interest in art, architecture, and the decorative arts. And he immediately set about transforming what was actually quite an old-fashioned, slightly run-down building. And he made it into what he felt was much more appropriate to his status as the heir to the throne. Because actually, quite surprisingly perhaps, even though Britain in the late 18th century was emerging as this very big economic and maritime and geopolitical power, there was nowhere in Britain which had a residence, a royal residence, that really matched some of the European ones. So the old-fashioned Windsor Castle, here we go. There was the old-fashioned Windsor Castle, very ancient, of course. There was the Tudor Palace of St. James's. And then there was Buckingham House, which was this residence the king lived in. But there was nothing appropriate, George felt, to his status. Nothing like Versailles or Schönbrunn or even the Neues Palais in Potsdam. Are we able to... No, okay. So, wanting his own similarly splendid house, which would establish him as a leader of taste in Britain and also a glittering monarch in waiting, he chose an architect, Henry Holland, a great Francophile architect, to design for him the exterior, to refurbish the exterior of the house and very much the interiors as well, which would reflect George's French taste and also his increasing eclecticism. There was much in the new palace. He mixed French style with a purer classicism, taste for the antique, Asian and Asian-inspired porcelain and objets d'art, and even English Gothic interiors. And the prince took a personal interest in everything to do with these interiors. His taste developed over the next 2 decades, and so these interiors continued to change. He was to use over 10 years, he used 4 architects. So the staff changed, the architects changed, and 2 superintendents of furniture and decoration. And George's own agency in the project was vitally important and probably unprecedented for a Prince of Wales. It would be nice if we could have some pictures. Is there any chance? Is there any chance of having...
In a minute.
Okay, okay. So, I mentioned that George changed his mind constantly, and in 1806, Joseph Farrington, who was an artist who kept a great diary of the period, commented that, and I'm quoting, "Although Carlton House, as finished by Holland, was in a complete and new state, the Prince has ordered the whole to be done again under the direction of Walsh Porter, who has destroyed all that Holland has done and is substituting a finish in a most expensive and motley taste." So George is continually changing and upgrading these extraordinary, beautiful interiors. If Farrington was a bit critical, the public loved what they were hearing about the Carlton House interiors. And in 1808, Carlton House featured in a new publication issued in London called The Microcosm of London. And in particular, the author, Rudolf Ackermann, noted the circular room. Aha, right. So that's Buckingham House, the King's residence. This is the old building that George IV inherited as Prince of Wales. This is the new building as finished after George IV, Prince of Wales, had employed Henry Holland, the architect. I think you can see the change in magnificence. And on the left is the circular room, which is the room that Rudolf Ackermann wrote about. And he praised, in particular, the great scagliola columns with their silver capitals and bases, and the ornament above the frieze, which, interestingly, he described as somewhat Turkish in its character. And he summarized the whole apartment as unquestionably the most splendid apartment in Europe. And this was just the phrase that George would have been happy to hear. We know that George was personally involved in almost every decision. Everything had to be just right. Furniture was sent in to him for his inspection before being acquired. Textiles were made up into chair covers as patterns so he could see what it would look like. Cushions were updated with extra passementerie, carpets were woven but then completely rejected, and paintings were sent to him on approval, sometimes for several months while he made his mind up. The colors of the upholstery were changed frequently, and newly acquired cloth was sent away because he'd changed his mind on the color between ordering it and it being delivered. And even chimney pieces were moved from one room to another. The interiors of Carlton House were not just intended for magnificent display, they were also designed as showcases for the prince's outstanding collection of paintings, porcelain, furniture, and textiles. He was inordinately proud of his collection and wanted it to be seen to the best advantage, surely the concerns of a modern-day curator. But this wasn't, of course, a museum. However, as the official residence of the Prince of Wales, these were, in a sense, public rooms. The whole of the principal floor and the grand enfilade of rooms on the garden front were dedicated to official receptions, audiences, and social entertainments. In 1811, George was appointed regent to stand in for his father, the king, who was unwell. And this meant that the public-facing aspect of Carlton House only increased. Such was the level of interest that in the same year, 1811, the prince opened the house to a wider public, specifically to show off the interiors. Anyone with a connection to the prince or to his court could apply for tickets. And according to the press, literally thousands of people did so, with groups of 200 or so admitted every half hour. And this went on for several days. And just as we see today when we visit historic house museums, notices were pinned up on the entrance forbidding anyone to touch anything, and parasols, sticks, and umbrellas were banned. The newspaper The London Chronicle reported that on the last day of opening, 30,000 people descended upon Pall Mall to get into the palace. Now, even allowing for exaggeration, there was obviously a lot of people. And unfortunately, such was the crush of excitement and people trying to come in to see the palace that many people fainted, some were trampled on, and even, unfortunately, several suffered life-threatening injuries. So the gates were hurriedly shut, and the prince decreed that he would never again open the palace to the public. But I'm hoping that if you can see any of these contemporary watercolors, you get an idea of some of the main features that stand out in the interiors. Of particular richness were the textiles, the porcelain, the marbles, the gilding, the clocks, and the crystal chandeliers. Deep colors, gold, symmetry, and shiny surfaces everywhere. And the rooms are really striking, really vibrant, designed to impress, particularly in the bright gaslight which lit them. And don't forget that gaslight was the then new technology. But none of this was left to chance. There was a huge emphasis on care and maintenance. Everything was designed to be shown at its best advantage and to remain in its most impressive condition. This shouldn't really surprise us because recent work by the University of Oxford and the Hamilton Carr Institute in England shows that long before the 19th century, debates around damage and deterioration and even the function and purpose of conservation and preservation were wide-ranging. Some of the practices employed by the prince's household were simple, preventative steps that ensured the luster and cleanliness and prevented damage from sunlight. Others were more extreme, even using chemical substances, and would certainly not be sanctioned in museums today, where there is a greater emphasis on reversible conservation. Preventative measures included loose covers of glazed cotton for the chairs and loose hangings for the textile-covered walls, which provided a protective layer against dust and light. So dust was a problem even then. Tables were given removable leather covers. Curtains were placed in protective cotton bags, while white undercurtains kept out the sun. And there were always two sets of these white muslin curtains ordered so that when one set was being sent away to be cleaned, another could take its place. Glass shades covered lights, clocks, and porcelain objects. Holland covers were placed over candelabra, and draperies were hung over some of the pictures. And carpets in the busy thoroughfares were protected with oil floor cloths, which were painted to echo the carpet design. Basic care routines included regular cleaning, beating, and airing of carpets and chair covers. The prince himself kept a very wary eye on the condition of his apartments, ordering a carpet in one instance from the old library to be destroyed, being full of moths. Tapestries and curtains were rubbed with bread to take off dust and grime. Bread was also used for getting dirt off paintwork, and this environmentally friendly option was even recommended 2 years ago by English Heritage, although I don't think they use it themselves. It's worth remembering in this context that before other places adopted coal in the 19th century, London's coal pollution was unlike anything else in the known world. Not only did this create visible pollution, soot, but when it was combined with the fog prevalent in London, it created sulfur dioxide, an acid that corrodes surfaces of all kinds. In the 17th century, John Evelyn had written about the perils of this pollution, and by 1706, so that's 100 years before Carlton House, Timothy Nourse complained, writing that, and I quote, "'Twere endless to reckon up all the mischiefs which houses suffer hereby in their furniture, their plate, their brass and pewter, their glass, with whatsoever is solid and refined, all which are corroded by it, so that what was fresh and beautiful 20 or 30 years ago now looks black, old and decayed." So by 1800, the pollution in London had only worsened, and the damage caused was obviously very real. The accounts show that the prince was constantly sending away mirrors to be resilvered, frames to be regilded, paintings to be varnished, marble tops to be polished, and gilt bronze objects like candelabra, clocks, and mounted porcelain to be cleaned and even regilded. For example, these Sèvres ewers, the blue ewers of Sèvres porcelain at the top there, in July 1803, the firm of Vuillemy charged 10 guineas for unmounting a pair of blue Sèvres china vases, regilding the female figures that answer the purpose of handles and the cushions they stand upon, and one of the tops, and cleaning all the rest like new. Now, the expression like new, or as good as new, appears in endless bills in the Carlton House accounts, and was clearly the intended outcome of all this treatment, especially for objects like these, which are pre-revolutionary French works that the prince collected, which were by then already 20 or 30 years old. And whereas the patination of age and the original finishes are valued today, the prince found no merit in distressed-looking objects. Furniture was kept looking like new. The Boule desk in the Carlton House Library was acquired by George in the early 19th century. It was later moved to Windsor, but not before the firm of Morel and Seddon had, and again I quote, taken off all the ormolu mounts, repaired, rechased, and regilded them all, and added new parts to match, including new brass rails and mouldings on top of the desk, repaired, cleaned, and polished the Boule marquetry, replaced the locks and key, and relined the top with the prince's favourite velvet, finished with gold lace, all of which came to £217, which was probably as much or more than the prince had paid for the table in the first place. And it wasn't just the antique furniture. The cabinet that you can see here on that side was one of a pair which was bought by the prince, new from a Parisian dealer in 1803, but only 7 years later he sent them away to be regilded. The appropriate display of his works of art meant a lot to him. George helped design specifically a a room, it was called the plate closet, for his ever-growing collection of gold and silver plate. And Tim Knox mentioned yesterday the 2,000 pieces of dining gold and gold-plated silver that we saw laid out in the dining room. When it wasn't in the dining room, George had it placed in his plate closet, which had specifically designed crimson-lined shelves, glass fronts, made for show, made for display, not just for storage. And it was all kept in a state of sparkling brightness by dipping it in baths of diluted sulfuric acid. And finally, we have the armory. This was the most publicly accessible space in Carlton House, which continued to be opened after the rest of the house was closed to the public. It was housed on the attic floor of the palace and really came closest to a museum display, with 5 rooms devoted to the prince's huge collection of weapons and military clothing. Rudolf Ackermann tells us that it was arranged with great order, skill, and taste under the immediate direction of His Royal Highness. Each room adopted a different theme: swords and weapons in one, armor and saddles in another, Asian armor and Chinese objects in a third, Old English weapons and battle axes, and then finally uniforms. And with over 3,000 objects, it really was a remarkable assemblage, collected by or gifted to the prince from all over the world, and, as I say, open to visitors. Again, there were crimson-lined shelves and mahogany and glass cabinets to house the objects, with clothes presses for the uniforms. It even had a resident conservator who was paid a monthly retainer and given lodgings nearby. Like the rest of Carlton House, it was kept in a state of the most perfect brightness. But despite the time and the expense that was lavished on the prince's palace, he lost interest in it after becoming king in 1820. With greater financial resources and greater political clout, he then focused on Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle, and just 6 years later, in 1826, the whole of Carlton House was torn down. But for 2 decades, it had been the most lavishly decorated of all the royal palaces, and its significance on the evolution of British taste was profound. I think it had certainly justified the description by Rudolf Ackermann as this truly magnificent and princely palace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your talk. It reminded us how difficult our job is to satisfy the visitors and the owners of the... We are lucky we do not have the owners of this. But, okay, thank you very much. We move on to the second speaker from Norway, please.
Okay. Good morning. Hello. They found a solution. So thank you so much to the organizers for this wonderful conference and for the great honor of being here. I'm very grateful. So today I will speak about the new National Museum of Norway. It's not the right. It's not the right. Is it? All right. Anyway, it's in June 2022, the National Museum of Art, Architecture and Design of Norway moved into this monumental new building owned by the Norwegian state. The museum has all the modern museum facilities you could wish for. The so-called light hall on top, the shining feature, is for temporary exhibitions and is in reality a high security black box. We have only 5.6 million visitors in Norway every inhabitants in Norway, but we have approximately 1 million visitors every year. So my talk today is about the collection display in this new building, the planning, the curatorial concept, our aims and results. I'll just give you a glimpse. So this building is new, but where did we come from? The National Museum is a merged institution of 4 museums. We were merged in 2003, and each museum was having its own building before the move into the new one in 2022. The National Gallery is the oldest of the 4. It was established in 1837 to educate the Norwegian population about art and culture. Norway has a kind of colonial past, or at least what looks like a colonial past from a Norwegian standpoint, first being for 4 centuries under the rule of Denmark and later of Sweden. And hence, the country had no royal or noble collections and was generally very poor with art. At the beginning of the founding of the National Gallery, the museum management had to go abroad to acquire works before the first generation of Norwegian artists emerged very soon after. The Decorative Arts and Design Museum was another of the 4 collections. This museum was established with the hope of creating a flourishing design industry for the Norwegian country, very similar to the beginning of the Victorian Albert and many other European museums. And the hope was to help the economy and raise the cultural level of the Norwegian population. The Museum of Contemporary Art was the 3rd, but it only featured temporary exhibitions, no permanent collection display. The 4th museum is the only one still part of the National Museum portfolio. Hence, the architecture collection is not as broadly represented in the new museum building as the 3 other collections. The Norwegian Parliament decided in 2009 that 3 of the museums should leave their own old houses and move into a new one, the one you already had a glimpse of. But how we should live together was totally up to the museum itself. At the museum, we started planning at this point in the construction process, and we asked ourselves how we could and should unite what had never been together. 4 museum collections with different scholarly traditions and narratives. Colleagues from the 4 museums who had never worked together before joined in working groups, in total 15 groups. And each group was responsible for the curating and planning of individual rooms and sequences of rooms. The whole range of specialist expertise was involved. Curators and project managers, conservators and museum technicians, security people, light people, audiovisual people, librarians. We were working together. Of course, everyone had different roles and responsibilities, but everyone had access to the same information at the same time, and that was very important in the process. And this was really important in a country as Norway. It's important that everyone has access to the same information and that we work together. It's a very hierarchies are not very popular in Norway. And the planning, and then we also had different editorial committees for text, for multimedia, for activity-based education. The whole planning process was owned by the museum director and was led by a steering committee. Of crucial importance to the planning and the result was the creative collaboration between the groups and our exhibition designers. Guicciardini and Magni Architetti in Florence worked with us from 2016 to the opening in 2022. The contract included subcontractors on graphics, lights, and multimedia. And we will have the pleasure of hearing from Marco Magni later at this session. Together, we tested font types and wall colors, placement of light rails, and many other things. We also had external test groups, such as visually impaired people and readers of different ages and backgrounds. Everyone involved worked along the same curatorial concept and with shared goals and ambitions. To guide our shared thinking, we embraced the fundamental, maybe a bit, fundamental, but also maybe naive in many ways, but it was very helpful, the curatorial idea of the human being at the center. This added a kind of active element to our thinking, because all art, architecture, and design are created and collected by people, for people. The objects that are made, they arise from human life and needs, practical, spiritual, political, religious, and intellectual. They were made in the past, but they are also here for you and me today. An example of how this idea influenced the result is this first room of the collection display. These Greek and Roman portraits of emperors and aristocrats demonstrate the role art plays in society and cultures to exhibit power. Instead of placing the portraits along the wall, Guicciardini and Magni, or by Marco Magni to be precise, suggested these columns that serve to symbolically represent a body. And the light design by Massimo Iarussi contributes to the emotive atmosphere of the room. Fundamental to the planning was also the obligation we have as a national museum to give Norwegian art, architecture, and design a leading role in the collection display. However, it was just as important to show the Norwegian works in an international context, so approximately 50-50% of Norwegian and international works are in the final result. Norway, though geographically remote, was never isolated, but has always been part of a wider international artistic field. Ideas, materials, objects, visual idioms, and skills have been communicated across wide geographical areas and long timelines. We aim to ensure both scholarly depth and breadth, and to provide a space for visitors of different cultural and educational backgrounds, ages, and interests. The collections of the four museums moved into a space of 10,000 square meters across 2 floors and in more than 80 rooms. The main structure of the collection display is divided into applied arts and design on the ground floor and fine arts on the first. First, we asked ourselves whether we should mix everything more across times and across disciplines. But in the end, we decided to let the different disciplines have their own space to develop their history and not risk only to serve the purpose of being illustrations to the other. The first floor shows art from the 1500s to the present, with the inclusion of 2 rooms dedicated to architecture. Each room has its own theme with a wall text, and the rooms follow a loose chronological order. Several rooms emphasize how ideas, ideals, materials, and techniques are exchanged through encounters between different cultures in geographic regions across time. This display case, features 1600s Delftware alongside its source of inspiration in ancient Chinese porcelain, together with a contemporary artwork. The exhibition architects, together with the light designer and the graphic designer, gave each section on both floors a variety of color schemes and atmospheres. Here from the East Asia room, one of several rooms where bronze appear as one of the materials used, echoing the same material used in the detailing of the building itself. The idea of the human being at the center reappears regularly, often with costumes on mannequins, as here, where the first 2 queens of the modern independent state of Norway meet in these beautifully designed display cases. So a little bit of royalty from the National Museum too. But the human being is also being reminded of in with more subtle measures, as with a chair in the middle of the room that you as a visitor can imagine climbing into. And this display case construction features Norwegian design from the 1700s, engraved Nøstetangen crystal glass goblets. And to make the goblets accessible from all angles, our architects have taken inspiration from the gazebos or tempietos found in parks from the period. And the design is made an integrated part of the special narrative, as the visitor can step inside the gazebos. The curators aim to find ways to tell yet untold stories within their field. For this purpose, more than 800 acquisitions were made. Many of them were included in this room, which shows design from the 1900s. So, for example, one of the curators acquired some hand grenades, and the purpose was to show that even war has design. But of course, we also made more, normal decisions, like acquiring works by women artists who had not been much focused on before. So in total, we show approximately 6,500 objects of a collection of 400,000 objects in total. We use different methods to present new narratives. This room blurs the boundaries between high art and historical popular culture, with the inclusion of reconstructions of 19th century night show cosmoramas. Here you get a glimpse of what you see if you peep into the lenses on the pictures inside the cosmorama boxes. It's a little bit more three-dimensional in reality. Cosmoramas like these contributed to shape the idiom of Norwegian landscape. And landscape is not just pure nature, it's created by artists with the help of artists. But in addition to including works and stories that haven't been told before, it was just as important to include well-known works and loved works that have shaped different understandings of Norwegian identity, like landscape paintings like these. The politically active artists of the 1880s who were inspired by the literature and art of the Parisian scene is another topic that is important in Norwegian art history, as in this room entitled Stand Up to Justice. And as you notice, the large galleries on the first floor, like here, have artificial daylight. But in one room, this room, dedicated to the Norwegian artist Edvard Munch, we had to turn it off because of one painting, this one, The Scream, painted on cardboard, which is light sensitive. However, thanks to the dark color of the walls and the light design, the visitors can have full access to the works, even with a reduced lux level. The section with modern art from 1900 to the 1960s has a different feel, with its light colors and occasional glimpse of daylight. The section with modern art after 1900 and contemporary art fills a sequence of 19 rooms. And although the museum only opened 3 years ago, several of these rooms have been recurated since the opening. And this is part of the plan to meet the needs to show more of our collection of contemporary artworks. As we still have the Architecture Museum in our portfolio, only 2 rooms were solely dedicated to architecture, and this is one of those showing architecture from the 20s and 30s. Our collection of architectural items only starts in 1830s and mainly contains drawings and some models, as you see examples of here. So the idea of the visit of the human being at the center includes the visitor. Right from the start, the creative collaboration between different internal and external roles was crucial. And educational measures were taken into consideration from the very beginning of the planning process, and we cooperated on this across positions and backgrounds. Many rooms include films and archival materials, soundscapes, and interactive elements. Our goal was to invite the visitor to return multiple times, with the opportunity to discover something new each time, to learn, and to take part in activities. This is a reconstruction of a specific manor house from the early 1800s, where members of the society met to converse and to dance. In the museum space, you can experience the tradition from daylight to nighttime, with dancing silhouettes that moves across the room. Children is an important target group and for our museum. And they have been given many opportunities to engage in activities. And here they are sitting in one of our museum with one of our museum guides in a mysterious and atmospheric room dedicated to fairy tales. Fairy tales hold an important place in Norwegian culture and art production in the late 1800s. So mark the tree here. It's not a proper tree. It's not a real tree. It's a design tree. It contains sound and images, and our hope is that these playful children, curious children, will also be part of our visitor groups in the future. That was one of our goals, because they will hopefully learn to realize the wonders of art, how dead things are not dead as soon as you bring them into your heart and make them part of your own experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guileng, sharing your experiences in making the museum, National Museum in Norway. Thank you very much. Now we move on the last 2 speakers. They are related to each other. Firstly, Mr. Ömür Turan will talk about Ömür Tufan, sorry. Firstly, he will talk about the porcelain collections being collected in 700 years by the Ottoman sultans and its conversion to the porcelain museum. Please.
Teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle herkese hoş geldiniz diyerek ben de sunumu yapmak istiyorum. Osmanlı sultanların 700 yıllık porselen koleksiyonun Milli Saraylar Porselen Müzesi'ne dönüş hikayesini ve koleksiyon hakkında detaylı bilgi vermek istiyorum. Çin'de 9. yüzyılda seramik sanatında bir devrim yaratan Çinli ustaların geliştirdiği porselenler kısa bir süre sonra bütün dünya saraylarında en çok aranılan ve kullanılan saray eşyası haline dönüşmüştür. Porselen Osmanlı Sarayı'nda da en prestijli kullanım eşyası olarak başta sultanların ve saray hanedanlarının vazgeçilmez tutkusu haline gelmiştir. Çin'de başlayan porselen üretimi yüzyıllar içinde önce Asya ülkelerinde, daha sonra Avrupa ülkelerinin belli başlı atölyelerinde de üretilmeye başlandığı görülmektedir. Bir saray sanatı olarak başlayan porselen zamanla beyaz altın denecek kadar hem sanatsal değeri hem de ticari değeri artan bir ürün haline gelmiştir. 600 yıllık Osmanlı İmparatorluğu'nda Topkapı Sarayı Müzesi'nde 700 yıllık porselen koleksiyonu bulunmaktadır. Bu demek oluyor ki henüz Osmanlı Devleti kurulmadan önceye tarihlenen antik porselenler sultanların koleksiyonlarında yer almaktaydı. Osmanlı sultanları yaşadıkları saraylarda özellikle bir porselen koleksiyonu oluşsun diye porselen satın almamıştır. Özel hayatta ve resmi ziyafetlerde yemek yerken sofrada kullanmak amacıyla satın alınan porselenler günümüze gelindiğinde sayısal çokluğu ve nitelikli çeşitliliği ile dünyada tanınan en zengin koleksiyon olarak literatüre geçmiştir. Osmanlı Sarayı'na porselenlerin gelişi çeşitli yollarla olmuş ama en önemlisi miras yoluyla kazanılan porselenlerdir. Devlet büyüklerinin ve hanedan üyelerinin vefatından sonra miraslarında bulunan değerli eşyalar ve bunların arasında bulunan porselenler Osmanlı Sarayı'na gelmiş ve sultanların porselen koleksiyonuna dahil olmuştur. Koleksiyonda yaklaşık 12.000 adet Çin porseleni, Çin'in dışındaki en büyük Çin porseleni koleksiyon olarak kabul edilmektedir. Asya'dan Avrupa'ya toplam 19 farklı ülkede ve onlarca farklı markayla üretilmiş porselen eserlerin sayısı sadece Topkapı Sarayı koleksiyonda 24.000 adettir. Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı bünyesinde hizmet veren Topkapı Sarayı, Dolmabahçe Sarayı, Yıldız Sarayı, Beylerbeyi Sarayı, köşk ve kasırlarda bulunan porselen koleksiyonu yaklaşık olarak 55.000 adeti bulmaktadır. Bugüne kadar farklı mekanlarda porselenler sergilenmiş olsa da ilk defa kapsamlı olarak DARPHANE Amire binasının restorasyonu sonucunda 1684 metrekarelik kapalı alanda yaklaşık 5.000 adet porselen 19 farklı salonda sergilenerek Osmanlı sultanların 700 yıllık porselen koleksiyonu Milli Saraylar Porselen Müzesi'ne dönüştürülmüştür. Milli Saraylar Porselen Müzesi 13. yüzyılın ortalarında başlayıp 20. yüzyılların başlarına kadar dünyada üretilen porselenleri aynı çatı altında toplayarak 700 yıllık porselen tarihinin kronolojisini en iyi veren porselen müzesi olma özelliğiyle bugünden itibaren tarihe geçmiş olacaktır. Koleksiyonu genel olarak Asya ve Avrupa porselenli olarak iki ana gruba ayırabiliriz. Asya ülkelerinden Çin, Vietnam, Japonya, İran olmak üzere Avrupa ülkelerinden Almanya, Avusturya, Fransa, Hollanda, İtalya, İspanya, Portekiz, Macaristan, Çek Cumhuriyeti, Polonya, Rusya, İngiltere, İsveç ve Osmanlı Türk porselenlerinden nadir eserlerden oluşmaktadır. Milli Saraylar Porselen Müzesi koleksiyonu, dünya porselen tarihinin kronolojisini en iyi veren koleksiyon olmasının yanı sıra özellikle Çin, Japonya, Almanya, Avusturya, Fransa, İtalya ve Hollanda gibi ülkelerin porselen tarihinin kronolojisini de en iyi anlatan koleksiyon olma özelliğine sahiptir. Osmanlı Sarayı'nda Çin porselenlerinin serüveni 13. yüzyılın ortalarından itibaren başlıyor. Bunun tamamen kullanım amaçlı olarak, yani bu sultanların özel günlerde ve ziyafetlerde yemek yemek için kullanmış olduğu kaplarla ihtiyaç olmasından dolayı satın alarak ve daha sonra da miras yoluyla koleksiyon amaçlı değil ama sonuçta dünyanın en büyük koleksiyonu haline gelmiş. Büyük kap, büyük boy kaseler, büyük boy tabaklar bu Asya porselenlerin en büyük özellikleri. Çünkü bu özellik aynı zamanda Osmanlı Türk kültüründe yeme içme kültürünü de yansıtan bir özelliğe sahip. Osmanlı 19. yüzyılın ortalarına kadar aynı kap içerisinden birden fazla kişinin aynı anda yemek yemiş olmasından dolayı Çin porselenleri, Japon porselenleri, Vietnam ve İran gibi Asya porselenlerinde büyük boy kaseler, büyük boy tabaklar ve büyük boy küpler alarak bu ihtiyacı gidermeye çalışmışlardır. Öncelikle Yuan dönemi, Çin'in erken dönem ve dünyada nadir olarak bulunan mavi beyaz porselen koleksiyonu Topkapı Sarayı'nın en güzide eserleri, en nadir eserleri arasında ve dünya porselen tarihçiliğinde de klasik olarak kabul edilen sadece 40 tanesi Topkapı Sarayı Müzesi'nde bulunmaktadır. Topkapı Sarayı'nda şimdi Milli Saraylar Porselen Müzesi olarak hazırlanan 1. salonda Yuan dönemi mavi beyaz porselenlerin örnekler görüyoruz. Bunlar sayısı az olması, özellikleri ve vasıfları niteliğiyle bütün dünyada merak uyandıran ve Topkapı Sarayı'nın nadir koleksiyonları arasındadır. Hemen devam eden, tabii ki mavi beyaz porselenlerden öncesi selodon adı verilen yeşil renk porselenler vardı. Yeşil renk porselenler de Çin'de üretilmiş olan 13. yüzyıldan 16. yüzyıla kadar Çin'de üretilen selodon porselenlerinin kronolojisini tarihlendirmesini en iyi veren koleksiyon olması özelliğiyle dünyanın herhangi bir yerinde bulunan Çin porselenleriyle ilgili objelerin tanımlanması ve tarihlenmesi öncelikle Topkapı Sarayı porselenlerinin koleksiyonlarına bakılıp buradaki kronolojiye göre tarihlendirmeye gidilmektedir. Mesela 1976 yılında Güney Kore'nin açıklarında Sinan adı verilen batık gemide binlerce selodon tespit edilmiş. Bunların tarihlendirilmesi ise Topkapı Sarayı'ndaki Çin porselenleri koleksiyonuna bakılarak tarihlendirmede doğru bir tarihlendirmeye gidilmiştir. Yani şunu söyleyebiliriz ki Topkapı Sarayı'ndaki Çin porselenleri koleksiyonu dünyadaki Çin porselenlerin tarihlendirilmesine her zaman referans olarak gösterilmektedir. Bu da kronolojiye eksiksiz olarak devamlılığını sağlayan 13. yüzyılın ortalarından 20. yüzyılın başlarına kadar Çin porselenlerin Yuan dönemi, Ming dönemi ve Çin döneminde yani 20. yüzyılın sonuna kadar renkli porselenler dönemine kadar Çin porselenli koleksiyonunun zenginliğine sahip olduğunu göstermektedir. Burada Ming döneminde mavi beyaz porselenlerin 54 adedi yine erken dönem yapılmış ve nadir eser olarak kabul edildiği için bu da Topkapı Sarayı'nın zenginlikleri arasında bulunan önemli bir koleksiyondur. 16. yüzyılda artık selodon dönemi bitmiş. Bunun yerine renkli porselenler üretilmeye başlamış. Fakat Ming döneminde yapılmış olan mavi beyaz porselenlerde bazen nostaljiye yani Yuan dönemine gidip o döneme ait mavi beyaz porselenler üretilmeye gayret edilmiş olsa da aslında artık sarayda sarı renk porselenler, özellikle Çin sarayında sarı renk porselenler birinci sınıf porselen olarak sofralarda yerini almıştır. Bu ikinci ve üçüncü salonda görmüş olduğumuz Ming dönemi mavi beyaz porselenlerin oldukça zengin bir koleksiyonun mümkün mertebe en unik eserleri sergilenmeye gayret edildi ve bugün bu özelliğiyle de ayrı bir ayrıcalığa sahip bir müze haline geldi. Osmanlı porselenler elbette ki beyaz altın olarak tanımlanan kıymetli eserlerdi. Fakat hanedanlığa sunum yapılırken bu porselenlerin dış cephesine genellikle kıymetli taşlarla süsleyerek, bu gelenek sadece Osmanlı İmparatorluğu'nda ve sarayında vardı. Biz buna murassa dediğimiz değerli taşlarla süslenerek sultana sunulur ve bunların porselenin değerine bir kat daha değer katılırdı. Bu tür örnekleri de sadece Ming döneminde kullanılmış ve bu moda akımının da geçtiğini görüyoruz. Tabii ki sarı porselenler aslında Çin'den ihraç edilmeyen imparator sarısı adı verilen sadece imparator sarayı için imal edilen porselenlerin saray koleksiyonunda olmuş olması, bu kadar çok renkli ve çeşitli olmasının tek sebebi tek bir sultana veya tek bir döneme ait koleksiyon zihniyetiyle yapılmadığı için birçok döneme ait ve çok farklı miras yoluyla intikal etmiş olmasından dolayı kesintisiz ve Çin'de üretilmiş olan pek çok porseleni ihraç edilmemiş olmasına rağmen diplomatik yollarla, hediye yoluyla saraya intikal ettiğini görüyoruz. Burada görmüş olduğumuz sarı porselenler padişah çok önemsediği için Ramazan ayında iftarını yaparken bu kaplar içerisinde yemek yediği arşiv belgelerinde bellidir. Çin dönemi, yani Çin porselenlerin son büyük dönemi, artık renkli porselenlerin çıktığı yeşil, pembe, kırmızı, lacivert renklerin ve bunların da yeşil ailesi, pembe ailesi gibi isimlerle tanımlanan bir döneme giriyoruz. Ama aslında artık Çin döneminde Çin'in dışında Japonya'da da porselen üretimi başladığı için eş zamanlı olarak Avrupa pazarlarına artık Uzak Doğu'dan Çin ve Japon porselenlerinin geldiğini görüyoruz. Tabii Japon porselenleri bir adım daha ileri giderek Imari adı verilen porselen grubunu oluşturup yeni bir ekol yaratmıştır. Çin porselenlerinin üretimde sıkıntı yaşamış olması, Japon ustalarının üretmiş olduğu porselenler bir anda Avrupa pazarlarını ele geçirmiş. Dolayısıyla Osmanlı Sarayı'na da artık Çin'in dışında yeni bir akım olarak Çin porselenlerinin geldiğini görüyoruz. Japon porselenlerinin geldiğini görüyoruz. Japon porselenleri en erken dönemde ihraç edildikten sonra Japonya'nın da bütün porselen çeşitlerini gösteren, özellikle kakemon adı verilen porselen bütün Avrupa'yı da etkilemiş. Topkapı Sarayı'nda da erken dönem yapılmış bir kakemon ve 14 nesil sonra ustanın tekrar yapmış olduğu kakemon porseleni bu sergide yer alıyor. Evet, Japon porselenleri arasında artık tabaklar daha da büyümüş. 91,5 santimetre çapında devasa büyük tabakların olduğunu görüyoruz. Desenlerde geleneksel Japon motiflerini, Çin motiflerinin yanında artık Japon akımının başladığını ve bütün Avrupa'yı, özellikle Osmanlı'yı da etkilediğini bu sergide görüyoruz. Vietnam önemli bir Uzak Doğu'daki porselen merkezi ve dünyada ilk defa sanatçısı belli olan, kimin tarafından, kim için ve nerede desen edildiği ve üretildiğini belirten bir Annam vazosu adı verilen vazo, bugün Vietnam'ın kültürel mirası olarak, varlığı olarak kabul edilmiş. Bu da yine koleksiyonda yer alan özel bir eserdir. İran porselenleri aradaki boşluklarda Uzak Doğu'dan gelmeyen porselen sürecinde İran'ın da selodon ve mavi beyaz porselenler üretip bunlar yumuşak hamurlu porselen dediğimiz grup Avrupa'ya, özellikle de Osmanlı Sarayı'na da geldiğini görüyoruz. 19. yüzyıl artık dünyada yeni akımlar başlamış ve kültürde önemli değişiklikler olmuş. Özellikle de yeme içme kültüründe Asya porselenlerinin tek büyük kap içerisinde birden fazla kişiyle aynı yemek yenirken artık Avrupa'da yemek takımları ve herkesin özel kendi tabağı olacak şekilde yeni bir akım oluşmuş. Bu Osmanlı Sarayı'nda intikal etmiştir. Yıldız Sarayı'nda bir Avrupa usulü masa stilinde yapılmış olan bir sofra düzeni görüyoruz. Bundan sonra Almanya, Fransa, Viyana bu tarzda eserler üretip eserleri özellikle Osmanlı pazarına ihraç etmeye devam etmiştir. Tabii ki Avrupa yakın bir pazar, Osmanlı'daki önemli figürleri de minyatür halde figürler oluşturarak bunları da koleksiyonda yer alır. Viyana porselenleri tabii ki önemli bir koleksiyon. Onun yanında daha da özel bir koleksiyon olarak orman manzaralı dediğimiz Eser markalı Fransa'da yapılmış olan özel bir diplomatik hediye olarak 3. Napolyon tarafından Sultan Abdülmecid'e hediye edilmiş olan ve Asya'dan Avrupa'ya, Afrika'ya kadar bütün dünyadaki keşif döneminde keşfedilmiş olan yeni botaniklerin, ağaçların resmedilerek oluşturulmuş bir yemek takımından 60 adedi Topkapı Sarayı'nda yer almaktadır. Viyana'nın özellikle erken dönem yapılmış olan ve bugün en gözde eserler arasında yer alan leğen ibrik, yani bunlara Avrupa'da ve özellikle de Viyana, Almanya, Fransa'da Osmanlı pazarına yönelik yapmış oldukları ürünlerde Türk kaplarını, metal, altın ve gümüşten olan Türk kaplarını taklit etmiş olmalarından dolayı bunlara Türk kapları adı verilen yeni bir akım başlamış. Burada görmüş olduğumuz leğen ibrik aslında tombak bir leğen ibriğin porselenden imalatını gösteren bir eserdir. Viyana'nın erken ve geç döneme ait olan eser.
We are running a bit late. Can you finish up, please?
Finished? Okay. Yeah, last one is Polonia and sonunda tabii ki Osmanlı Türk porselenleri, Yıldız ve Eser İstanbul porselenlerini görüyoruz. Burada da önce Sevr porselenlerinin etkisiyle başlamış ama daha sonra kendi özgün desenleriyle burada görmüş olduğumuz Dolmabahçe Sarayı'nı resmeden ve o sarayı inşa ettirmiş olan Abdülmecid'in portresiyle duvar tabaklarının yapıldığını görüyoruz. Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. Now we move on. Our last speaker, Mr. Marco Magni. Mr. Magni is the designer of our new porcelain museum. Mr. Tufan detailedly explained what we have in our porcelain collections. By using these collections, Mr. Magni designed the exhibition. Now, it's your speech, please.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to look at these images showing how the work was magnificently taken into reality during these last years. We had a wonderful collaboration, and I'm very grateful to the director, Yasin Ildiş, not only for inviting us today, but for the trust and the encouragement he gave us. It was a collective work, and very close to the curators and all the people from the museum. We had the presence of the vice director, Ahmet Çapolu, who was always with us during this job. But to be here has a special meaning for us because we started to work in Turkey almost 8 years ago, and we were involved in different works. Our company, our practice, Guicciardini and Magni Architetti, is an architectural practice based in Florence, Italy, and mainly involved in cultural heritage projects at different scales within the fields of architecture, restoration, museum exhibition design. Since 1990, we have realized more than 100 museums and the same number of temporary exhibitions in Italy and abroad, dealing with every kind of exposition ranging from archaeology to contemporary art, design, science, ethnography, and fashion. Among them, the National Museum in Oslo, you saw before, the Bibliothèque Musée Richelieu in Paris, the new galleries at Uffizi Galleries in Florence, the Bargello Museum in Florence, the Opera Museums in Pisa, Florence, and Siena next, and here in Istanbul, the Tekfur Palace Museum, the Crystal and Glass Museum in Beykoz, who was our first realization, together with Massimo Ierussi, who will talk later and who was assisting us for the lighting design, the Imperial Clothes and Kaftans in Topkapi Palace, an incredible achievement, And the final one, the topic of today's presentation, the Porcelain Museum. So we are going on with the images. I will show you a part of them, and I will cut some parts of the presentation because it's late and I want you to focus on the museum we are talking about. Hopefully that we can have a visit together after the speech. So here, in these wonderful rooms, in these pieces of architecture, industrial architecture from the 18th and the 19th century, there was a mint. It was the Sultan's mint to produce metal coins, gold and silver. And nowadays, it became the site for many important installations, as you can see here where we are now, but also the place which hosts and contains the Porcelain Museum, the new porcelain museums. And it is located inside this area, which is dating back to the 18th century and which is next to Hagia Irene. The complex is built around the courtyard garden with a series of large rooms with cross vaults and exposed bricks and stone walls. These spaces, where they are undergoing the restoration at the start of our project, retain the strength of the 18th and 19th century Ottoman industrial buildings. Given the high quality of the spaces and their strong character, the design project took a respectful approach and seeking for establish a continuous dialogue with the existing architecture and with the traces of the activities that took place here in the past. Here you can see some of the images, the precious vaults on the rooms, and rooms which are not ordinary at all. They are monumental spaces which are the ideal place to host this porcelain collection, which is counting something like 5,000 pieces. So in these rooms you will find monumental dimensions, but also tiny little intimate rooms which are perfect to host different kind of porcelain objects. The project was based on a very simple concept. There is a court in the very center, there are buildings aside, and one part is dedicated to the Chinese production, the second part is dedicated to the Japanese collection, then we have the European collection, and last, the Ottoman Empire production. So all the bodies, the architectural bodies, refer to the central space, which is the beautiful garden you will visit later. And from China, this is the court, from China, the route moves from the first room, dark and evocative, this is a render of it, and in which the oldest blue and white porcelains emerge from the darkness. And this is a photo I took yesterday. To a second room with delicate Celadon porcelains in the render and in the real installation. The installations were led with a very faithful approach to our project. We designed the position for all the items. It's not a joke. We are talking about something like 5,000 of them, with Cristina Rizzello and Cameron Olgiato, who took part in it for the very long process. And making sketches at the beginning of every phase, this is one of them, as we used to do, and then going to create renders with real objects in them. Here you can see a view of the mint area where the little canals in the floor give an idea of how the place worked out during the mint production. And this is the Chinese collection. You can see the importance of architecture in this exposition. In our work, we never hide architecture. It's an important feature of our design because as architects and exhibition designers, we always try to sum up the values of the architecture and of the objects which are dedicated to the visitors. And this is the second part of the Chinese collection, where the blue and white emerge from the darkness, and the Ming, later on, the Ming Dynasty collection is exhibited here. From China, to reach the north wing of the quadrilateral, visitors exit in the courtyard, where they first find the last room dedicated to China and then enter the Japanese room dedicated to Japanese porcelain. Here, two long display cases, parallel to the long side of the room, house the more coral pieces, because we cannot forget that this collection is exposing wonderful masterpieces, but also with the coral value of a production which was so large. And while the most important pieces are displayed in an island display cases with backlit plinths. Traces of the mint activity remain visible in the large furnace of this room. You can see in the light at the background. The west wing is dedicated to European porcelain with pieces from Germany, France, Austria, Italy, England, Holland, Hungary, and other countries. Here, the scale of the exhibition changes. We have a wonderful, huge space, and we have to give shape to the national production of different porcelain in a period when porcelain was not only a meaning of different cultural interchanges, but also a political and institutional and many other things at the same time, together with the intimate use for people. So this is a very first sketch and renders of the display. In every one of the large display cases, we housed a national production like England, France, and Germany. And a great attention was paid together the role of every one of these objects who were present one by one in our design and which were exactly replaced during the work of exhibition. And there is a possibility to climb on the upper floor, especially for specialized visitors, and there you can appreciate an overall image of this part. To contain other more intimate objects, we had a cladding which creates an homogeneous background in another room. And this is some Italian porcelain by Richard Ginori, Doccia. And other pieces which start to be more, let's say, intimate and more normal for not an imperial court, but for everybody's almost use. We close with the Ottoman Empire section, which is very, very, very nice for us because we gave shape to different exhibitions. We used hexagons and octagons, which are part of the architectural heritage of Ottoman architecture. And we create variations, as we always do in the process, to expose different objects. Closing with the last renders, which show the little places, the little rooms you find at the end of the pathway, where smaller objects are exhibited in a more domestic scale, and they are exposed like treasury and different parts. So I thank you for your attention, and I thank you all and the museum for this great collective job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magni. We feel very proud of this work. I'm sure within a few minutes' time, we'll have a chance to see the new porcelain museum. I'm sorry we could not accept the questions because running a bit late. I'm sure we are all hungry. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you. We would like to thank our valued attendees for the presentations. I kindly invite our Vice Director, Mr. Adnan Gayhan, to the stage to present the gifts of the attendees. After the lunch break, we would like to see you in our third session. Enjoy your meals. Bon appetit. Dear guests and attendees, our third session is about to begin. Welcome again. Please put your mobile phones on silent during the session. So now I will kindly invite the chair and the attendees to the podium to make their presentations. Associate Professor Mehmet Selim Ökten, Makoto Fujiwara, Muammen Otman, Dr. Yung Jae Jong, Dr. Emine Atalay Seçen. Thank you.
Dear guests, welcome to our noon session. The topic of this session is sustainability in palace museums. So you are very welcome to our session. We have 4 presentations in this session, and we have 15 minutes in each presentation. We will start with Makoto Fujiwara. He's from Tokyo, and his presentation is Sustainable Museum Management from the Imperial Household Museum to the Tokyo National Museum. He is the director of Tokyo National Museum. So, Mr. Fujiwara, the presentation is yours. Please go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fujiwara, Director of Tokyo National Museum. From now on, I speak Japanese, so please prepare your device, please. まず本シンポジウムで発表の機会をいただき大変光栄です。主催者の皆様に感謝申し上げるとともにトルコ共和国ナショナルパレス100周年をお祝い申し上げます。東京国立博物館は1872年に文部省博物館として発足した我が国で最も長い伝統を持つ博物館です。コレクションの始まりは1873年のウィーン万国博覧会に向けて収集した資料で、日本の伝統技術を示す作品、各地の特産品などが中心でした。その後、この博物館は1886年に宮内省の所管になりまして、東京帝室博物館、すなわち日本の皇室の博物館として展示施設とコレクションを充実させてきました。1909年には当時の皇太子殿下のご成婚を機に建設準備が始まった表慶館、これは日本語で喜びを表す建物といいますが、表慶館が完成し、皇室に献納されました。また、1938年には現在の本館の建物が皇室に献上され、天皇陛下の行幸ご出席を仰いで開館しました。この間に東京帝室博物館は日本をはじめ東洋の古美術の優れた作品、歴史資料、考古資料を所蔵する日本を代表する博物館へと発展をしました。しかしながら第二次世界大戦後に日本は国民主権を基本とする新しい憲法が施行されまして、この帝室博物館は1947年に皇室の手を離れまして、文部省の所管となりました。名称も国立博物館となり、国民のための博物館として現在まで我が国の文化をリードするナショナルセンターとして歩み続けています。最初に東京国立博物館について簡単に説明をします。敷地の広さは12万平米です。このトップカップ宮殿の約6分の1の広さを持っています。6つの展示の建物を持ってまして、日本庭園、あるいは日本家屋、茶室などさまざまな施設で構成をされています。当館は約12万件の作品を所蔵しています。12万件っていうのは1件で例えば4000枚ぐらいの浮世絵がありますので、それぞれの個々のピースごと点数で言えばおそらく百数十万件の作品を持っています。常に3000から4000の作品を鑑賞することができます。また日本の国宝のうち 10%、1割に相当する90件の国宝を当館で所蔵しております。日本美術の特徴としては紙あるいは布といった 脆弱な材質のものが多いため、展示期間に制限を超えて、展示をしておりまして、この状態を1000年先まで継続できるよう、保存を重視した展示を行っています。来館者は年間250万人を超えてまして、常設展示の約 60% は外国人来館者になっており、国際化が進んでいるという状況です。私は3年前に、ちょうど東京国立博物館150周年の時に館長に就任しました。就任直後に2つのスローガンを掲げていますが、この写真は1872年に東京国立博物館を作った時の創設メンバーの写真です。150年後の見据えた持続可能な博物館、ちょうど創設150年だったんで、今後150年先を見据えた持続可能な博物館をスローガンの一つに出しました。具体的には例えば1938年に本館がメインビルディングが完成してるんですが、これがちょうど2038年、今から13年後に完成100年を迎えます。しかしながらこの本館かなり老朽化が進んでまして、またデジタル化対応も不十分ということなので、このまま放置すると150年先にこのメインビルディングは存在しません。幸い今の本館メインビルディングは1911年の関東大震災大地震を受けて前の本館最初の本館が破壊されましたので、とても頑丈な建物になってますので、今からきちんと準備を進めて150年先も存在し続けるメインビルディングにしたいと思っています。それから2つ目のスローガンとしては、世界をリードする博物館です。これまでアジアの博物館を中心に、これまでアジアの博物館を中心に国際的な関係を築いてきたところです。私が館長になった時は中国の北京、上海、それから韓国のソウル、この3つの国立博物館とだけ MOU を締結していましたが、ここ約3年弱で現在東京国立博物館が連携協定 MOU を結んでいるのがトータル22まで増えております。その結果レベルの高い学術研究交流展覧会開催が増えているところです。ちょうど今現在はインドネシアのジャカルタでインドネシア国立博物館におきまして東京国立博物館の染色着物ですね、この特別展を開催しており、連日たくさんの人が入ってます、入館してます。またちょうど今月の7日に東京国立博物館でトルコ東南部の巨大遺跡群タシュテペレルに関するシンポジウム、それからパネル展示を開催しました。そういったことで日本の人々にトルコの歴史と文化を紹介するような取り組みも行っています。また博物館国際化を進めるためには、今回のように私がシンポジウムに出席するということが非常に大事かなというふうに思っております。先ほど申し上げました2038年にメインギャラリー本館が100周年を迎えますので、それに向けて昨年東京国立博物館東博ビジョン2038を発表しました。このビジョンは4つの大きな柱からなっているというところです。第1は日本と世界をつなげる博物館です。 文化財を通じて日本と世界をつなげる博物館、まさに先般、今年日本の大阪で開催された万国博覧会のように、文化を通じた相互理解の場を目指したいと考えています。海外のミュージアム界の中において、存在を認められて各国を代表するミュージアムの皆様とパートナーとなるにはどうしたらいいのでしょうかという問いがありまして、それにはこういった今回のような国際会議に博物館の館長として参加する、そしてネットワークを築くことが大事かなと思っています。また、先ほど申し上げましたとおり、ミュージアム同士、組織同士の連携をさらに強化して、ネットワークの強化を図りたいと考えていまして、近い将来、国際的な館長会議を東京国立博物館が主催で開催しようというふうに考えています。2つ目、共に作る博物館です。博物館の一方的な方針による運営ではなくて、社会の一員として使命を果たすべく、利用者のニーズに応えて、誰もが博物館を身近に考えられるような取り組みを目指したいと思います。そのためには、もちろん予算、財源の確保が必要で、政府からにだけ頼るのではなくて、企業、団体、地域からの支援という形で安定した支援が受けられる仕組み作りこそが、持続可能な博物館として、今後長い歴史を継続できる礎になるというふうに考えています。左上の写真、これは日本を代表するキャラクターのハローキティ、これとコラボした展覧会の様子です。こういった展覧会で新しい来館者層を獲得するということ、それから企業とさまざまな情報発信などの取り組みを一緒にやったこと、こういう経験が非常に有益だったと思います。左下の写真、これは日本を代表する通信会社の NTT、ここから長期的な財政支援を受ける MOU を締結し、当館の通信環境の改善などの助言もいただいておりまして、初めて東京国立博物館史上初めて企業のロゴを建物の壁面に掲出しております。この右の写真は当館の隣にあります日本を代表する国立の芸術大学である東京芸術大学と MOU を締結した際の写真です。3つ目、みんなが来たくなる博物館です。博物館は本物が直接見られる場所であり、それが大きな魅力ではありますが、デジタル化が進む中で、博物館へのアクセスは無限の可能性を秘めています。誰もが気軽に博物館を利用できる仕組みを常に考えながら、バーチャル空間の活用、SNS による情報取得など、その時代に合った事業を展開したいと思っています。左の写真、これは子ども連れで博物館に来ることを遠慮する家族がいますので、そういったところ、博物館遠い存在となってしまっているんじゃないかということで、子ども、ファミリーを対象とした企画を対象に企画した体感展示の場所です。右の上は作品のデジタル化で遊びながら文化財に触れる新しい取り組みをするものです。右の下の写真は障害者の気持ちを理解し、どのようなことを博物館が取り組むべきかを専門家を招いて教員向けに研修を行っているものであります。最後4つ目の柱、想像力を刺激する博物館です。開館以来、先人は時代のニーズを踏まえて新しい博物館経営にチャレンジをしてきましたが、常に過去を振り返り、文化財の保存と活用の成果を提供できるように取り組んでいます。左の写真、これは展示室の中で展示品に関する絵本を子どもたちのために読み聞かせを行っているところです。右の上は外国人の観光客に人気がある鎧兜をこれを着用する体験イベントの風景です。それから右の下の写真、これは今年の4月にリニューアルした彫刻の展示室ですが、まさに入り口に 3メートル近い混合歴史立像2体を展示して、文化財の持つエネルギーを直接体感してもらおうということを試みています。当館は民間出身のスタッフも採用しながら新しい体制を築いておりまして、変革期の中で着実に今申し上げたビジョンを実行していき、発展していこうと思っております。もちろん過去の歴史である帝室博物館、この伝統を忘れることなく、常に時代に合ったチャレンジをしていこうというふうに考えています。ぜひ、この東京国立博物館、ここに来れば日本の文化の歴史がすべて分かりますので、それを訪れるために日本にお越しいただければと思います。皆様と再び東京で会えることを楽しみにしております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fujiwara. You give us very interesting information about your National Museum, and I think 2038 vision is very important for other museums for future collaboration. Thank you very much. Our next presentation is from Egypt, Mohamed Othman. He is the director of the museum sector at the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiques. His presentation is about strategy of preservation for historical palace of Prince Mohammed Ali in Manil, Cairo. View sustainability. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I don't know. Yes. Good afternoon. Let me start first with an introduction about the museum. The Manil Palace is situated on the northern part of Rhode Island, overlooking a small branch of the Nile River in downtown. Approximately the total area of 61,711 square meters, with around 5,000 square meters allocated for the building, including the various pavilions. As you see here, this is a river. The palace called the Palace of Prince Muhammad Ali, but known by the people, the public, as Manil Palace, to avoid the confusion between the Prince Muhammad Ali and the grandfather Muhammad Ali. So it's known by the public as Manil Palace. Prince Muhammad Ali died in March of 1954, and the place turned into a museum by a decree in 1944, according to his commandment. The Manil Palace, or place of Prince Muhammad Ali Tawfiq, consists of 6 distinct architectural structures. The basic component of the palace, the clock tower. This is the main gate. This is a residential reception hall or reception saray. This is from inside. This is the mosque. Still inside the mosque. This is a residential saray, haramlik, from inside. and is a private, what we call the private collection museum. Prince Muhammad Ali was a big collector and a friend of famous collector of the time. He collected more than 20,000 objects from different materials, silver, porcelain, jewelries, furnitures, carpets, every type of materials he collected. This is a private, still now it's under restoration. I think you will reopen it again in the next year. And this is the throne hall, the second floor. This is the main component of the big Palace Museum of Prince Muhammad Ali. The palace built between 1901 and 1929 by the Prince Muhammad Ali. The palace reflects his vision of a modern Islamic identity, blending traditional Islamic heritage with contemporary European influences. The palace is a harmonious fusion of Mamluk, Ottoman, Moroccan, Andalusian, and Persian architectural style with European Art Nouveau and Rococo aesthetics. Ottoman traditions in the palace, spatial organization, domed structures, and use of ceramic tiles that we can see in the different gallery of the palace. While Mamluk traditions, the intricate geometric wooden work, stone carving technique, and specific decorative motifs. While Persian traditions appeared in the garden design, floral motifs, and the use of vibrant colors. This book, it's very important because we found it in the private library of the Prince of Muhammad Ali. That influence of the art Arab, or the Arab art from the monuments of Cairo, from the 7th century to the end of 19th century. That was published in Paris in 1877 by Emile Press d'Avigny, French archaeologist, orientalist, and artist. And it was for him and for the people, the architect who built the palace as a source of inspiration. We can see in some, this, for example, inspired, this is in the book, the Arab art. This is inspired from the mosque of Barkouk from Mamluk period in the Islamic Cairo. This is the main door of the residential house. The exterior facade also, it's from Mamluk period. This is also inspired from the book Arab art. The exterior facade next to the main door of the Saray and the mihrab from Shaykhun Mosque. The residential Saray also, and the gilded ceiling, the intricate compartment and borders of assembled wood create a stunning overhead canopy of geometric and floral motifs. The residential Saray also, tree of life motif inspired by mural faience from various Cairo mosques, and that one also covered the walls of the residential Saray. This is also motif. The throne, also it's Ottoman, inspired by Ottoman period. The mosque completely in Turkish style. Here is the ceiling by Moroccan style. Also the garden, it's inspired by Persian palaces. The garden covers an area of 34,000 square meters and houses a rare collection of trees and plants that Prince Muhammad Ali gathered from various parts of the world. Notable plants include a collection of cacti, Indian fig trees, varieties of palms such as the royal palm with white trunks, bamboo trees, ficus trees, and more. Museums are perfectly positioned to address and enhance sustainability as they are able to work with communities to raise public awareness, support research and knowledge creation to contribute to the well-being of the planet and the societies for future generations. The vision of ICOM strives to ensure that sustainability through of its forms, social, economic, and environmental, is included in its mission and values as well as in specific activities. The sustainability, it's in a different definition for when we deal with museum. When we deal with also in climate change or political, social, religion problems or changes, we need the role of museum. It's important to keep it for the society and for the community. And this is what we call sustainability for museum, to keep the role of museum even when we have this kind of changes, if climate changes or pandemic, for example, changes, or any kind of changes. This is the main role of museums, to do this towards the community who live in the area. So we have in the museum a lot of activities related to the scientific researches or education programs or collaboration with universities or scientific institution, local scientific institution or foreign scientific institution. As you can see, here is from the university, also for the kids, also with, for the special needs. We have a special program for the special needs in this museum. Also, we have a school for the Arabic calligraphy inside the museum. The issue of preservation and strategies inside the museum. To address these challenges, a multi-pronged preservation strategy is proposed. Environmental protection, a three-part framework to reduce, extend, and protect against pollution. Structural risk mitigation, utilization of traditional technique to preserve authenticity while ensuring structural integrity. Visitor management, implementation of behavioral modification strategies to balance public access with heritage protection. Operational capacity building, strengthening operational capacity through diversified funding, staff training, community engagement, and stakeholder collaboration. Technological integration. The preservation strategy will be supported by modern technology, like digital archive, digitizing. We have more than 30,000 paper archive inside the museum. So we have a project for digitalizing all the archive, and also a project for high resolutions for some of the masterpieces of the object. The real-time monitoring, it's very important. Immersive experience, use of virtual and augmented reality to create immersive heritage experience and reduce physical pressure on the site. Implementation and funding, this is a very important issue. The implementation will be phased, starting with immediate interventions, followed by systematic programs and accumulating in transforming initiatives. The strategy will be supported by a diversified funding model, including governmental budget, international grants, private partnership, and revenue generation, with the ultimate goal of establishing an endowment fund for long-term financial self-sufficiency. The conclusion. This is some of the photo for the conservation lab while they are doing some restoration for some of the objects. And this is the team or the staff of the conservation lab. We have also created a website. Through the website, you can explore all the components of the palace, also in some galleries. The database, Manual Palace, we have already started to create this database. By software programs, we already registered more than 14,000 pieces and work in progress. This is the interface of the database we have. And also for the stockholders, for the botanical garden, we have a project now that's to create accessibility for all type of visitors, and also is labeling all kind of trees and the planet. So through a golf car or by walking, you can have this tour in the garden. The conclusion, the preservation of the Manual Palace required a holistic and integrated approach that combines the traditional craftsmanship with modern technology and the community engagement with sound financial planning. The framework presented is a replicable model for heritage sites worldwide facing similar challenges. By working together, we can ensure that the cultural legacy endures for future generations. I will finish with my thanks to the organizer of the symposium. It's a wonderful symposium that all the staff here, Turkish colleagues, are available all the time. They don't let you to think, even to ask help. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otman, especially for your kind words to our organization. We are all excited to visit your museum and see the prints, your documentation, and visit your museum and collection, also see the collection. Thank you very much for your contribution. Our third speaker is from Korea, Dr. Yong Ja Chang. Sorry for my pronunciation. Our topic is a new role of the National Palace Museum in sustaining royal heritage. Thank you very much for your participation.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, I have to wait. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, it is a great honor to be able to participate in and also present the 100th anniversary event of the National Palace in Turkey. I'm Yong Jae-jung, the director of the National Palace Museum of Korea. I will present the theme of a new role of the National Palace Museum in sustaining royal heritage. During the Joseon Dynasty, which lasted from 1392 to 1910, about for 600 years, there were 5 palaces Among them, my museum is located in Gyeongbok-gung Palace, the first and most central palace built in Seoul in 1395. I'd like to introduce the National Palace Museum of Korea briefly. It is an agency under the National Heritage Service, started the Royal Relic Exhibition Hall in 1992 and opened on August 15, 2005 to commemorate the 60th anniversary of Korea's liberation. It stores approximately 88,000 relics of the Joseon royal family from 1392 to 1910 for about 600 years. The museum scientifically and systematically preserves and restores its collection to convey the historical and cultural value of the Joseon royal family. This slide shows the main task. It's a slide showing the exhibition hall and special exhibition. Currently, 19 storage rooms are scientifically managed, including constant temperature and humidity. In addition, conservators and conservation scientists by materials are working for the conservation treatment of royal relics. From now on, I will present the disconnection and crisis of royal craft techniques in Korea. Traditional heritage can disappear, and also traditional materials, techniques, and also artisan can be severed. Why cannot be sustained the traditional materials and techniques? There will be the following causes in Korea: rapid industrialization, cheap and new materials development, a lack of understanding value for traditional culture. The photo shows Korea developing rapidly over the past 50 years. It seems that we lost a lot of things in this process. In particular, people thought that tradition was old and useless, comparing with Western culture and Western modern materials. Let me introduce a case for restoring traditional natural adhesives in Korea. In the 1970s, as Korea developed rapidly, traditional materials such as animal glue were rapidly changed into synthetic adhesives. In the 1980s, the factories producing natural adhesives in Korea began to decrease. And now, there are fewer artisans who can use natural glue. No company wanted to produce traditional glue commercially because no one is buying and using in the field. If there is no private market, how can we restore them? So firstly, national policies were established and implemented to restore traditional materials and techniques under the supervisions of the National Heritage Service. Governance was established in which government, museum and research institutes, universities, and private companies participated to restore these things. But is it all over just restoring traditional materials and techniques? What do we need for sustainable development? Can these be used steadily and developed under state-dominated policy in the industrial field of cultural heritage? So what else do we need? in the end, even if the disconnected traditional techniques is restored, the most important things to sustain it is the craftsman, artisan. They are very important to maintain our traditional techniques. In order for traditional technique to be continuously transmitted and used, it is necessary to create conditions for craftsmen to continue to use these. In other words, if not used, the traditional techniques disappears again. So what do the artisans, craftsmen need? They ask us for the following need. Scientific knowledge about materials and manufacturing techniques is necessary. There are no opportunity to research actual royal relics for craftsmen. Paris supports such as budget for the restoration and reproduction of relics. To solve these problems, I would like to introduce my museum's effort to restore royal heritage techniques with the artisans. Let me introduce two programs that began to 2024. The first program is in-depth a research program on royal heritage for traditional craftsmen. This program allows traditional craftsmen to conduct in-depth investigation into royal relics of our museum directly. Experts such as professors often investigate our relics academically, but artisans who even though they made actual craft, have not had the opportunity to investigate the relics themselves. It is time to acquire and learn the best craft skills of the Joseon dynasty with the help of a curator who majored in art history and conservation science at my museum. Artisans often work with experience without scientific equipment. The picture on the left shows the museum's digital microscope to investigate the patterns and manufacturing techniques of artifacts in detail. The craftsmen were so grateful and satisfied that they could assess and interpret the artifact academically with our curator. The second program is Royal Heritage Reproduction and Restoration Project. This program is a project to scientifically identify and restore traditional materials and artisan techniques used during the Joseon dynasty for reproduction and restoring actual relics. In particular, our museum's Department of Conservation Science worked with artisans to carry out this project. I would like to introduce a project that restored and reproduced the Royal Queen's clothing in 2024. In particular, this project was carried out with $100,000 sponsorship from the Korean company LG. First, the same fabric was produced, and natural dyeing was carried out, and the work of patterning of gold foil on intangible cultural properties was carried out. Of course, scientific analysis and investigation were conducted together on the traditional techniques used. This slide shows a reproduced Royal Queen's cloth. This not only made copies, replica, but also identified various weaving techniques, natural dyeing techniques, and gold leaf techniques of the Joseon dynasty in the process of scientifically analyzing artifacts and making restored products. I would like to suggest a new role for the realization of ESG in the museum. It is expected that the two museums introduced earlier will be able to perform the following new roles for the sustainability of the techniques of the traditional craftsmen. The first is to promote understanding of traditional techniques and natural materials. It can be replaced by an eco-friendly treatment method compared to the existing synthetic materials. Yesterday, one specialist from ICROM presented the traditional method is also one of a good solution against climate changing. Second, it will contribute to the development and transmission, preservation of natural intangible heritage socially. It will be also contributed to modern creative support. Finally, it is the spread of the value of cultural heritage. It is possible to create a foundation for cooperation in establishing a cooperative model for related organizations and strengthening the link between tangible and intangible heritage. In other words, it is expected that this new effort for the museum will be a field of ESG realization, which is the environment, society, and governance. It is expected that the museum will be a new aspect of realizing the ESG of the museum by restoring traditional techniques that were cut off through collaboration and support with intangible cultural properties, and working to ensure that they are continuously transmitted again. Thank you for listening to my presentations. Through this symposium, I look forward to making a good network to spread of the value of royal heritage and preserve them together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chang, for this interesting presentation. I think this educational program is so important to protect craftsmen and artisans. Also, like many countries, we faced with the lack of artisans and craftsmen, so I found it very valuable. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our last presentation is from here. Dr. Emine Atalay Seçen is from National Palaces of Turkey. She is going to present sustainability approaches in the conservation and restoration of historical gardens. Presentation is yours.
Değerli katılımcılar, tarihi bahçeler günümüzde hızlı kentleşme, iklim değişikliğine bağlı çevresel stresler, su kaynaklarının azalması, biyolojik çeşitliliğin kaybı, turizm baskısı ve niteliksiz bakım, hatalı restorasyon bozulmaları gibi ciddi tehditlerle karşı karşıyadır. Bu tehditler, bahçelerin özgün niteliklerinin bozulmasına ve kültürel peyzaj kimliklerinin zayıflamasına yol açmaktadır. Bu sunumda tarihi bahçelerin söz konusu risklere karşı korunması ve gelecek kuşaklara aktarılabilmesi için ekolojik ve kültürel süreklilik ilkelerinin yanı sıra bilimsel temelli konservasyon ve yönetim planlamasının önemi aktarılacaktır. Uluslararası ölçekte geliştirilen Floransa tüzüğü, İKOMOS ve UNESCO Dünya Mirası ilkeleri, tarihi bahçelerin yaşayan miras olarak korunması gerektiğini vurgulamaktadır. Tarihi bahçeler, bir zamanlar onları yaptıran kişilerin zevkini ve dünya görüşünü yansıtan özel mekanlarken, günümüzde ziyaretçilere kültürel ve çevresel deneyimler sunan tarihsel alanlara dönüşmüştür. Bu nedenle tarihi bahçe yönetimi iki temel unsur üzerine odaklanmaktadır. Alanın doğal ve kültürel mirasının korunması, ziyaretçi ihtiyaçlarının dengeli biçimde karşılanması. Milli Saraylar İdaresi Başkanlığı'na bağlı kültürel varlıkların ekonomik, sosyo-kültürel ve çevresel boyutlardaki sürdürülebilirliği, kamuya ait saraylar ve bahçeler olmaları, güçlü bir yönetimsel bakış açısına sahip bulunmaları ve alanında uzman bilim insanlarıyla aktif bir şekilde işbirliği yürütmeleri sayesinde mümkün olabilmektedir. Avrupa Peyzaj Sözleşmesi peyzaj yönetimi sürdürülebilir gelişme açısından sosyal, ekonomik ve çevresel süreçlerin meydana getirdiği değişikliklere uyum sağlamak ve rehber olmak için yapılan bir çalışmadır. Tarihi bahçelerde kültürel sürekliliğin sağlanması, restorasyon ve konservasyon çalışmalarının bilimsel temellere dayanmasını, özgünlük, bütünlük ve dönemin tasarım anlayışının korunmasını gerektirir. Ayrıca eğitim, görünür kılma, tarih ile uyumlu kullanım gibi kültürel süreçlerin sürekli desteklenmesi önemlidir. Ekolojik süreklilik, su ve enerji yönetiminin iyileştirilmesi, mavi yeşil altyapılarının güçlendirilmesi, kompost ve yağmur suyu hasadı gibi yerinde dönüşüm uygulamalarıyla artırılır. İklim değişikliğine uyumlu bitki seçimi, biyolojik çeşitlilik ve kendi kendine yeten ekosistemlerin kurulması, ekolojik dayanıklılığı güçlendirir. Ekonomik süreklilik ise düşük girdili bitki türleri, doğa temelli bakım yöntemleri, sürdürülebilir su yönetimi ve gelir çeşitliliği yoluyla sağlanır. Bu nedenle tarihi bahçelerde sürdürülebilir yönetim, kültürel süreklilik, ekolojik süreklilik, ekonomik süreklilik ve kültürel peyzajın ekolojik temelde korunması olmak üzere 4 bileşenin bütüncül bir biçimde ele alınmasını gerektirir. Bu çalışma, bu 4 boyutu bütünleştiren kapsamlı bir sürdürülebilir tarihi bahçe yönetim modeli ortaya koymayı amaçlamaktadır. Tarihi bahçelerin korunması ve yönetimi, yalnızca hastalık ve zararlı mücadelesiyle sınırlı olmayan bütüncül bir yaklaşımı gerektirir. Sürdürülebilir bakım ve yönetim sistemlerinin varlığı uzun vadeli dayanıklılık açısından temel önemlidir. Bu kapsamda öne çıkan temel parametreler şu şekildedir. Osmanlı döneminde çayırlar, mesireler ve korular hem sosyal yaşamın hem de ekolojik sürekliliğin temel öğeleriydi. Kağıthane çayırından saray bahçelerine getirilen çimenlikler 19. yüzyılın ortalarına kadar doğal peyzajın sürekliliğini sağlayan önemli bir uygulamaydı. Masraf defteri kayıtları, Dolmabahçe Sarayı bahçeleri olmak üzere birçok saray bahçelerinde geleneksel çayır kullanımını doğrulamaktadır. Çayırlar, kültür çimine kıyasla daha az su ister, daha seyrek biçilir, daha düşük bakım maliyetine sahiptir. 1880'lere kadar kullanılan çayırlar, Cedrus libani gibi düşük su ihtiyacı olan türlerle ekolojik uyum göstermiştir. II. Abdülhamit dönemi ile birlikte İngiliz menşeli kültür çimleri yaygınlaşmış, geleneksel çayır düzeni geri plana düşmüştür. Geleneksel çayırların korunması hem kültürel peyzajın kimliği hem de ekolojik denge için kritiktir. Bazı alanlarda çayır kullanımının yeniden değerlendirilmesi, sürdürülebilirlik açısından güçlü bir yaklaşım sunmaktadır. İstanbul'un tarihi bahçeleri, Bizans'tan Osmanlı'ya uzanan süreçte Cupressus sempervirens piramidal servi, Pinus pinea, fıstık çamı gibi türlerle kendine özgü bir peyzaj kimliği geliştirmiştir. 18. yüzyıl fermanları, saray bahçelerinde kullanılacak ağaç ve çalıların İstanbul çevresindeki ormanlardan temin edildiğini ve dönemin erken fidanlık sistemini ortaya koymaktadır. Tanzimat sonrası Avrupa etkisiyle egzotik türlerin ithalatı artmış, özellikle Yıldız Sarayı bu türde bir değişimin merkezinden biri olmuştur. Yerel ve ekolojik olarak uyumlu türlerin kullanımı, bakım kolaylığı ve hastalık zararlı yönetimi açısından da kritik önemlidir. Örneğin, Fraxinus excelsior gibi bir tür yerine Fraxinus ornus, Quercus robur yerine Quercus petraea gibi türlerin zaman içerisinde değişimi iklim değişikliğinden dolayı kaçınılmazdır. Bu nedenle tür değişimlerinin kayıt altına alınması, bahçenin kültürel ve ekolojik sürekliliği için gereklidir. Değişen iklim koşullarına uygun tür seçimi önemlidir. Cistospera kunzai veya Cerotistis platani gibi zararlıların baskın olduğu alanlarda tür değişimi zorunlu olabilir. Sağlıklı bitkiler daha dirençli olduğundan gelişim güçlendirilmelidir. Tarihi bahçelerin kimliğini belirleyen en önemli unsurlardan biri özgün bitki örtüsüdür. Bitkisel kompozisyon, bahçenin dönemsel estetiğini, simgesel değerlerini, mekansal karakterini oluşturur. Ancak zaman içinde iklim koşullarının değişmesi, yeni türlerin istilası ve yanlış peyzaj uygulamaları özgün bitki örtüsünü tehdit etmektedir. Bu bağlamda ekolojik süreklilik için şu ilkeler önem taşımaktadır. Orijinal türlerin belgelenmesi ve korunması, arşiv araştırmaları, plan çizimleri, fotoğraflar, yazılı kaynaklar aracılığıyla döneme özgü bitki türlerinin tespiti yapılmalıdır. Yerel ve uyumlu türlerin tercih edilmesi, iklim değişikliğine dayanıklı, su ihtiyacı düşük, yerel türlerin kullanımı ekosistem dayanıklılığını artırır. Kimyasal mücadeleye duyulan ihtiyacı azaltır. Biyoçeşitliliğin teşvik edilmesi, monokültür uygulamaları yerine farklı türlerin birlikte kullanımı hem ekosistem dayanıklılığını artırır hem de yararlı böcekleri destekler. Ekolojik bağlantıların korunması, bahçenin çevresiyle ekolojik etkileşimini sürdürebilmesi için habitat koridorları ve yeşil altyapı ilişkileri dikkate alınmalıdır. Bir diğer önemli husus biyogüvenlik önlemidir. Tarihi bahçelerde biyogüvenlik, düzenli takip, erken teşhis ve zararlı girişini en aza indirgemek için kontrollü bitki üretimi anlamına gelir. İthal bitkiler mikrobiyal ve zararlı analizinden geçirilmeli, 12 aya kadar karantinaya alınmalı ve izolasyon fidanlıkları kurulmalıdır. Bahçeye alınan tüm yeni bitkiler için sıkı karantina prosedürleri uygulanmalıdır. Görsel inceleme, toprak testleri, geçici izolasyon bu sürecin temel unsurlarıdır. Mümkün olduğunda yeni bitkiler bahçedeki sağlıklı materyallerden çoğaltılmalıdır. Bahçede zararlı, hastalık ve istilacı tür belirtisi düzenli olarak izlenmelidir. Bir diğer önemli husus entegre zararlı yönetimi ve organik arazi yönetimidir. Konvansiyonel pestisitler toprak ekosistemine zarar verdiğinden sürdürülebilir bahçecilik için IPM ve OLM yaklaşımı gereklidir. IPM, zararlı izleme, biyolojik mücadele, kültürel uygulamalar ve kimyasal kullanımın son çare olması gerektiğini vurgular. OLM ise kompost uygulamaları, mekanik yabancı ot kontrolü, yerel tür kullanımı ve çeşitlendirmeyi gerektirir. Bir diğer önemli husus toprak ve su yönetimi ile ilgili. Sağlıklı toprak, bitkilerin hastalık ve zararlılara karşı direncini artırır. Kompostlama, malçlama, çok yıllık bitki tercihleri ve azaltılmış toprak işleme organik maddeyi artırır, karbon salınımını azaltır. Toprağın su tutma kapasitesinin artırılması, temiz su kaynaklarının korunması, yağmur suyu hasadı ve akıllı sulama yöntemleri önemlidir. Organik maddeci zengin topraklar yağışı depolayarak kurak dönemlerde dayanıklılığı artırır. Tarihi bahçeler için özellikle bakım ve işletme maliyetlerinin yüksekliği sürdürülebilir bir ekonomik yönetimi güçleştirmektedir. Tarihi bahçelerin korunması ve restorasyonu için kültürel süreklilik, yapısal mirastan farklı olarak dinamik bir süreçtir. Çünkü bitkisel materyal canlıdır ve bahçeler sürekli değişen bir ekosistem oluşturur. Bu nedenle bahçelerde restorasyon sabit bir yeniden yapım değil, ekolojik dengeyi koruyan yeniden canlandırma sürecidir. Uluslararası alanda bir konuda temel rehber olan Floransa tüzüğü, tüzüğe göre tarih bir bahçe bir kültürel anıt olarak kabul edilir ve korunurken hem tarihsel özgünlüğünün hem de yaşayan doğal niteliğinin sürdürülmesi gerekir. Özgün tasarım ilkelerinin, malzemelerin, bitki türlerinin ve bakım tekniklerinin belgelenmesi de kaçınılmazdır. İKOMOS ve UNESCO ilkeleri de tarihi bahçeleri yalnızca görsel objeler değil, sürekli gelişen ekolojik ve kültürel sistemler olarak ele alır. Bu nedenle restorasyon çalışmalarında orijinal tasarımın araştırılması ve belgelenmesi, dönemin bitki türlerinin korunması ve yeniden kullanılması, su ve toprak yönetiminde geleneksel yöntemlerin sürdürülmesi, çağdaş kullanım ile tarihsel kullanım arasında dengeli bir uyum kurulması temel ilkeler olarak kabul edilir. Tasarlanmış tarihi peyzajlar farklı dönemlerde eklenen katmanlardan oluşturduğu çok katmanlı yapılardır. Bu nedenle hangi öğelerin korunacağı ancak bahçenin bütüncül karakterinin ve tarihsel gelişiminin doğru analiz edilmesiyle belirlenebilir. Bu süreçte ön inceleme, belgeleme, analiz ve uygulama aşamaları uluslararası koruma ilkelerine uygun yürütülmesi zorunludur. Bu çerçevenin temel amacı konservasyon yönetim planıdır. Konservasyon yönetim planı, alanın özgün değerlerini, mevcut durumunu ve korunması gereken unsurları sistematik bir biçimde ortaya koyarak restorasyon kararlarını bilimsel bir temele oturtur. Konservasyon bölümü alan analizini ve koruma politikalarının geliştirilmesini içerir. Yöntem bölümü bu politikaların nasıl uygulanacağını, iş programını ve izleme süreçlerini tanımlar. Bu bütüncül yaklaşım, tarihi park ve bahçelerin hem doğru anlaşılmasını hem de uzun vadeli sürdürülebilir bir yöntem modeliyle korunmasını sağlar. Tarihsel araştırmada bahçenin estetik ve işlevsel özelliklerinin belirlenmesi, kültürel miras olarak kimliğinin ve tasarım ruhunun ortaya çıkarılması, bahçeye ilişkin envanterin oluşturulması, alan analizi, tarihi bahçenin mevcut durumunun belirlenmesi, bitki envanterinin çıkarılması ile bahçenin mimari, botanik ve peyzaj özelliklerinin tespit edilmesi, botanik ve yapısal unsurların korunma stratejilerinin belirlenmesi, katman analizlerinin yapılması ve arkeolojik araştırmaların gerçekleştirilmesi ve son olarak tarihi bahçenin özgünlüğü ve fonksiyon dengesinin sağlanması, bu bakımdan da müzecilik kullanımı ihtiyaçları ve ziyaretçi ihtiyaçları önem kazanmaktadır. Tarihi bahçelerin konservasyon yönetim planında Clark tarafından oluşturulmuş. Tarihi birinci aşama değerlendirme aşamasıdır. Tarihi park ve bahçenin bütüncül olarak anlaşılması, değer tespiti ve önceliklerin belirlenmesi, konunun tanımı, kapsam ve sınırların belirlenmesi, koruma vizyonu ve politikalarının oluşturulması. İkinci olarak planlama aşaması, yönetim kuralları ve bakım kontrol listesini içeren yönetim programı, seçenek analizleri, değer biçme, fizibilite raporlarının hazırlanması, uygulama süreçlerini tanımlayan iş planlarının hazırlanması ve son olarak eylem aşamasında bütçe, iş programı, teknik şartname ve personel görev planlarının oluşturulması yer almaktadır. Tarihi bahçelerde koruma yönetimi yalnızca bir rapor hazırlamak değildir. Planın oluşturulma süreci uzun vadeli başarılarının en kritik unsurudur. Bu nedenle planın nasıl hazırlanacağı, hangi uzmanlıkların gerekli olacağı ve ekipte kimlerin bulunacağı ilk aşamada belirlenmesi gereken unsurlardır. Saray bahçeleri tarih boyunca önemli yönetimsel değişimler ve dönüşümler geçirmiştir. 19. yüzyılda egzotik türlerin artışı ve Yeniçeri ile bostancı ocaklarının kaldırılması bahçe bakımında bir boşluk yaratmış, bunun yerini nazıra bağlı ser bahçıvanlık sistemi almıştır. İkinci Mahmut döneminde Alman, İkinci Mahmut Abdülhamit döneminin sonlarına doğru ise Fransız saray bahçıvanlarının bahçeleri biçimlendirmesi, modern bahçıvanlık bilgisinin Osmanlı sarayına girdiği dönemi temsil eder. Abdülhamit döneminde Adolphe de Roy'in bahçıvanlık okulu önerisiyle sürdürülebilir bahçe yönetimi için eğitim, süreklilik ve uzmanlık gerekliliğini vurgulayan önemli bir belge sunmuştur. Bugün ise saray bahçelerinin sürdürülebilirliği, hortikültür, arborikültür, ekoloji, bahçe tasarımı, tarih ve arkeoloji gibi disiplinlerden oluşan uzman ekipler, alanın büyüklüğü, bitki yoğunluğu, arazi topografyası ve kullanım baskısına göre doğru sayıda personel istihdamı, yıllık bakım, onarım için bitki, yakıt ve ekipman gereksinimlerinin önceden planlanmasıyla mümkündür. Saray bahçelerini yaptıran sultanların, bugün bu alanları ziyaret eden milyonlara uzanan süreçte en büyük dönüşüm, bahçelerin artık temsil mekanından çıkıp bilimsel bilgi, uzman kadro ve düzenli bakım gerektiren yaşayan kültürel sistemlere dönüşmüş olmasıdır. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, thank you very much for your participation. To keep program on time, unfortunately we don't have time for Q&A session. Now we have a short coffee break. I think our guests will be very pleased to answer your questions in coffee break. Thank you very much.
So we thank our valued attendees for their presentations. Now I proudly invite the Director of National Palaces, Dr. Yasin Yıldız, to present the gifts of our attendees. Thank you. After the coffee break, we'll meet for the other session. Sayın davetlilerimiz ve katılımcılarımız, 4. oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen yerlerimizi alalım. So first of all, I would like to announce the names of the chair. Professor Süreyya Faraki, Dr. Antonio Tarasco, Daniela Merda, Associate Dr. Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir, Ulubek Yusufov. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll say a sentence for everybody. Okay. Efendim? Well, if it works.
Yes, it works.
Okay. No, I think that one is sufficient. Thank you. I hope so.
Dear guests and attendees, our first session is beginning. Please take your seats and please put your mobile phones on silent. I would like to announce the names of the chair. First of all, Professor Süreyya Faraki, Professor Antonio Tarasco, Daniela Mırda, Associate Professor Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir, Ulubek Yusufov. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and greetings to all those who have come back after the tea break. Because as you can see, we have kind of slimmed down. Now, our first speaker is Dr. Antonio Tarasco, who is the General Director of the Archives of the Republic, who is going to talk about something that I'm sure most of us are curious about, namely how the skills, functions, and services of archives change now that artificial intelligence is becoming more and more frequent. Please, Dr. Tarasco.
Thank you for all. I am very honored to be here to invitation of General Director of National Palace, Dr. Yasin Yildiz, and of the General Director of Archives, Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir. This symposium is dedicated to museums, but it's, of course, is very useful to reflect about also the archives that are the other important cultural institutes. In recent years, technologies based on artificial intelligence, AI, have begun to transform the world of historical archives, an environment long perceived as static, focused only on preserving and safeguarding documents of the past. As technologies evolve, the way we use archives must evolve as well, and so must the profession of the archivist. Let's look at how the relationship between archives, digitization, and AI can develop. There are three levels of relationship between digitization and technology and archives. The first one is the simple digitization. The basic step is transferring knowledge from analogic to digital form, only for make information more fluid and easier to circulate. A second step is making content usable. This involves extracting and using the information inside documents by OCR. But the third level is generating new information by digitization and through the AI. In fact, the true digital archive goes a step further, producing more information than what was captured through digitization alone. And this is possible by the large language models, LLMs. But there is a bidirectional relationship between archives and AI, not one. The first dimension is AI for archives, and this is the dimension more common. In fact, AI, especially LLMs, helps archives reveal connections within text and between text and images that a human mind might see only after years of analysis and study. This is the use case most people imagine when thinking about AI in archives. Thanks to this transformation, archives are no longer mere repositories of documents. They become active knowledge platforms capable of generating new relations, uncovering hidden links among sources and subjects, and connecting different documentary contexts to make history and memory more accessible, open, and comprehensible. These goals can be achieved through so-called foundational models that include large language models like ChatGPT. Another application, an important application of AI is the automatic handwriting recognitions, assisted transcriptions, and semantic search. These are the most available tools provided by AI. The Italian Directorate General of Archives of the Ministry of Culture is the first public administration in Italy to experiment with AI for automated transcription of archive documents. By combining visual and textual perspectives, we can move from simply reading documents to interpreting them through models that understand and, above all, contextualize their content. Some other possible applications of AI are AI-assisted OCR to automatically extract printed text from digital images, ICR to recognize handwriting and convert it into digital text, as we said. Text-to-speech to convert written text into audio. This is very useful also for visually impaired people, so for the accessibility of impaired people. Named entity recognition to identify people, places, families, organizations, and cultural assets within text. Automatic tagging to assign thematic labels, history, politics, and so on, to content and improve searchability, and so on, and other. But another important side of this issue is the economic. The economic aspects. In fact, these services made possible quickly thanks to AI also have economic potential. They can be sold to third parties. While traditional access to documentation can remain free, providing these services to third parties can constitute a clear source of revenue for the archives, thus challenging and contradicting the traditional idea that archives, like libraries, are no cash flow. They are cash flow. The prerequisite for all of these is the complete digitization of documents. In this way, physical consultation of the document is will be separated from digital access to its information. The result is similar to having knowledge of the laws of our legal system. These laws are not known because people go to the archive to read and consult the original text, but because a faithful digital copy is included and reproduced on various legal portals, some of which are paid for. But this is the first dimension, but there is also a second dimension in which archives are for AI, and not only AI for archives. In this way, the archives can be read as data sets. In fact, traditionally, in Italian Cultural Heritage Code, archive is a permanent structure that collects, inventories, preserves, and ensures access to original documents of historical interest for study and research. But documents, this is the central point. Papers, maps, photographs, and so on. Today, this documentary universe reveals another profile. It can be viewed as a vast collection of the data, a data set. In this sense, we can speak of datification. What are these data for? Beyond serving users and researchers, archives are becoming strategic resources for training and validating AI systems. They represent AI's natural cognitive environment. If it is true that Historia Magistra Vitae, history is the teacher of life in English, today we might say archives are teachers of artificial intelligence. So, if we understand that archives are immense data set, we can therefore also involve that the archives are also for AI. Archives provide the data needed to feed and train AI models. Many think of AI as useful to archives, but fewer consider that archives are extremely useful to AI. Digital libraries, newspapers, websites, social networks, and major digital platforms are not the only data sets AI can rely on. Archives contain equally valuable data. The problem is that AI needs digital data, and most archival material is still on paper, not digitized. So, to generate value, we must exploit this mutual need by creating a real contractual alliance. Archives provide data, but AI provides fast analysis and the ability to connect text and images. There is also a consequence, ethical and cultural implication consequence, because if AI learns according to the data it receives, then providing data, information, and reasoning from centuries or even millennia may help AI learn not only the present, but also the past. With its wealth of tradition, creativity, and perhaps greater balance. In this way, archives might contribute to rebalancing a fragmented contemporary society. But the key question are, can digitized archives be freely opened? And if so, to whom? Information related to archives is explicitly exempt from the general obligation, it's an option, not obligation, to publish data set out in Directive 2019, the number 1024 of 2019 of the European Parliament and of the Council of 20 June 2019 on open data and the reuse of public sector information. In practice, instead, data extraction often happens freely and without oversight. Public administrations are largely unprotected against this silent data appropriation, partly due to misunderstanding of the legal framework. At present, the legislator's main concern seems to be limited to safeguarding the economic rights of private creators in relation to generative AI. But what about public cultural property? In this field, paradoxically, the focus shifts instead toward promoting open access, despite the fact that in Italy and I think in Europe, open access does not apply to museums, archives and libraries. It's an option, but not an obligation. In practice, private intellectual property receives a strong protection, while public cultural heritage does not receive a comparable consideration. Such protection that I dream about public archives does not restrict access to information. In fact, it creates more openness. The more these materials are protected, the more they can be sold to third parties or made available to AI systems, which can then return enriched results as better metadata, interoperability, faster transcriptions, and more. So archives must generate exchange value, something they currently lack, in order to produce new social and cultural value. Recognizing the value of archives for AI training opens the door to potentially enormous revenue streams for at least two reasons. The first, big tech could be required to pay to use archival material as training data. And two, the payment need not to be monetary necessary. Archives could offer training data sets in exchange for digitization services. This would create a virtuous cycle where both sides benefit. AI companies gain high quality data, and not only newspapers, and archives gain digitization that further enhances AI training potential. Artificial intelligence becomes a genuine ally in the mission to preserve, share, and enhance the collective memory safeguarded in our archives. So, these ongoing transformations require a profound evolution in the archivist role, too. Archivists must adapt to the technological changes described, ensuring that archives remain active protagonists of innovation rather than passive reception of it. One of the major applications of AI is the automated transcription of historical documents. This truly democratizes cultural access to archives. For the first time, the content of ancient documents becomes readable even to those with no training in paleography. Technical mediation becomes an optional, and studying history from original sources finally becomes possible. This shifts the notion of cultural democratization, not only economic accessibility, but also intellectual accessibility. Despite being free, archives were long inaccessible because their content could not easily be read. Thanks to AI, this can now change. Italy is just engaged in this, and I conclude, because Italian state archives are the first public archives in Italy to use AI for automated transcription of archival documents. In February 2025, the State Archive of Caserta in south of Italy joined a project created through an agreement between the Directorate General of Archives and the University Federico II of Naples. And the project focuses on certain collection from the so-called Royal Palace Historical Archive. The period was of 19th century. The collaboration resulted in the full transcription of a book, Platea number 3558, an initial error rate of about 4% emerging in the partial transcription. But at the end, in November 2025, scanning was completed for 923 pages of a Platea, of a volume, approximately 1,000 of pages in total, and weighing around 20 kilograms. To transcribe the first 40 pages of the Platea, of the volume, an expert archivist required approximately 80 hours of work. The remaining 883 pages were transcribed by AI in about 1 hour of computation, more than 80 times faster. And this is the challenging that we have just goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tarasco. And now we have the next presentation concerning the Bosnia-Herzegovina State Archives. Daniela Murda is going to speak about these archives as a cultural bridge between East and West. Please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's okay now. Okay. First of all, I have to say that I always feel in Istanbul like at home, thanks to my former colleague, director of the Archives of Turkey and present director of the Archives in Turkey, of course, Mr. Yasin Yildiz, who has chosen our archive and invited us for the second time. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again. And also congratulations for this excellent organization of such a beautiful and extremely important event, because it's an opportunity for all of us to exchange the ideas, the experiences, and to learn something completely new. At least I learn something every time I come here. So thank you once again. When it comes to the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I have to say that we are relatively young institution established in 1947. But also I have to say that turbulent historical circumstances, natural disasters, and human negligence actually are the main reasons why the documents of the past have not been continuously preserved in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as was the case with countries who were luckier than we were. In the medieval Bosnian state, as in every state of that time, special attention was paid to written documents, especially those that had a public legal character. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we hold as the eldest document in our archive the charter of the King Stefan Dabiša Kotromanić from 1395, and that is probably the most valuable treasure that we keep. Later on, during the Ottoman Empire in Bosnia and Herzegovina, very little was done to professionally protect and preserve the written materials created by the extensive administration. There are also many other reasons today, and on the other sessions, professors, distinguished professors from the archival profession were speaking about the documents from Ottoman Empire, especially in Bosnia, that were destroyed during different periods and wars that we had, so not so many are preserved in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we are collecting from different places, monasteries, churches, and institutions in order to digitize them at least, or try to do the conservation and restoration at the moment about these documents. It was not until the 18th century that official documents, monastery and family collections began to be viewed as assets of wider importance, as a testimony to the past. Unfortunately, this new scientific interest did not lead to the formation of archives that would take over the documents even after their practical value had expired. The Austro-Hungarian monarchy had a network of well-organized archives, but when they occupied Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1878, we expected probably that the people at that period that it would be the same thing, but unfortunately it didn't happen. So only in 1947, by the authority of a new communistic Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina were established. Considering that Bosnia and Herzegovina is located at the point of contact between East and West, today I'm also going to present some of the very valuable documents underlying that statement that somehow being in the Western Balkans, Bosnia and Herzegovina is really the point where East and West meet. The cultures are completely mixed, and we really share the heritage with Eastern civilization as well as with Western civilization, and we found it as something what is maybe one of the most beautiful points about Bosnia and Herzegovina. What am I doing wrong? The green one, okay. So, Bosnian Prijatelj, or Bosnian Friend, was the very first newspaper it held an important role in spreading literacy and cultural awareness in Bosnia and Herzegovina at that time. It was a pioneering attempt to create a domestic press and educational literature. Even though it was printed in 1850 in Zagreb, it was spread all over the Bosnia and Herzegovina in order to be as an early cultural and literary holder of the history of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, a very interesting document that we unfortunately lost during the awful fire, I will say something about that, in 2014, was the first textbook for the students in Bosnian Vilayet. It's called Čitanka, But original copy we lost, unfortunately, among the 1 million documents that we lost during 2 days of fire in Bosnia and Herzegovina archives. But also, it was a great loss for the cultural heritage. Fortunately, we had a digital copy of this textbook, so our researchers can have the digital copy while doing their research on these period, and also the letters and the content which is inside this textbook. Thanks to this copy of the document from 1878, Berlin Congress, which pronounced that the occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also that was the day when the Austrian and Hungarian took over from the Ottoman Empire and established a completely new legislature and the new life, I could say, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, opening a new chapter of, as I said, bridge to the Western civilization in that period of time. Article 25 is regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina under the administration of Austrian and Hungarian period. Also, one interesting document that we have in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, severely damaged during the fire in 2014, is the exceptionally valuable historical document, the Papal Bull of Pope Leo XIII, dated November 18, 1881. It's still in this kind of condition, and hopefully we think that in the time to come that Professor Chazim is going to help together with his colleagues, because we have signed the agreement with our Faculty of Art in Sarajevo, and the experts from the University of Sarajevo hopefully are going to help us in future with this very valuable document. I thought it is going to be interesting to show it to you today. Also, in our library we have a great collection of newspapers and periodicals. Also interesting books about East and West. I would like to just inform you that there are excellent editions which are within last few years being interest of so many researchers from all over the world. It's the book Christen and Turken by Siegfried Kapper, which is published in 1845. This work is written in German, in Gothic. In this book, Kapper investigates the historical, social, and cultural relations between Christians and Turks in southeastern Europe, with special difference of the influence of the Ottoman Empire on the Balkan people. This book is also a significant source for the understanding of interreligious and international relationships in the 19th century, and it also helps in review of historical context of numerous social and political events in the region. And also there is one interesting book, Report on the State of the People in European Turkey, by Adolf Blanki, as an important document that describes in detail the social, political, and ethnic conditions in the Ottoman Empire in Europe during the 19th century. And it's really amazing how many researchers were interested in these books in order to provide a new perspectives of relationships between East and West. And luckily, the Bosnia and Herzegovina is the country where they can find a lot of sources for their researches. Also, what is very interesting are the newspapers of the Bosnian Vilayet, which began to be published in 1866 in Sarajevo, and was published until 1878, until the arrival of the Austrian and Hungarian administration. The paper was bilingual, written in Arabic and Cyrillic script. The main purpose of the newspaper was to inform the population about the official decisions of the government, administrative issues and social issues, but it also had the goal of encouraging literacy and culture among the population in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are also proud to present you today one very significant calligraphic diploma, which is about 200 years old. We have it in our archive. It's a rarely preserved example of Ottoman calligraphic practice. It serves as an important witness to the educational and cultural system of the period, while it elaborates decoration and visual harmony, which gives the status of a museum artifact of exceptional importance to the cultural heritage of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It also contains a silsila, a chain of names of calligraphy masters and teachers confirming the authenticity of the lineage of knowledge transmission within the calligraphic tradition. We are very proud of this document. The library contains over 13,000 books and periodicals. The collection is replenished through purchases, exchanges with partner institutions, and contributions from researchers who have used documents from our depots in their work. Also, there is one interesting fund from the Austrian and Hungarian period. It's regarding the architecture and construction. What is important today, after all these wars that I have mentioned previously, is that lots of cadastres were burned during First World War, Second World War, and the last war we had from 92 to 95 in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Municipalities in most local communities were left without cadastral inventories because the buildings were at fire or under the grenades or damages. And many of our citizens now all over the Bosnia and Herzegovina trying to regain their property rights, and thanks to those architectural and cadastry that we have from Austrian and Hungarian period, lots of citizens from Bosnia and Herzegovina can regain their property and prove that they are the owners because we hold all these information in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and part of it is still in Vienna, which is normal when the Austrian and Hungarians moved from the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Part of the funds were left, some of them were returned through the restitution, and some of the documents regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina are still in the archives in Austria. Here are the examples of some buildings which were built previously, not during the period of Austrian and Hungarian Empire, but also earlier. We made a selection of Duži Monastery, Orthodox Monastery in Trebinje, Catholic Church in Gornji Vakup, Uskoplje. Also, Mehmet Pasha Sokolović Bridge, one of the most popular structures in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it's not the only one that Mehmet Pasha Sokolović built in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is also the bridge in Trebinje, and a beautiful church and mosque in the area of the borderline between Bosnia and Serbia, and some other structures as well left by this great Vezir that we are both countries very proud of him. As I have told you, during the civil protest in 2014, in front of the presidency building, because archive is located in the building of the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Protestants threw several Molotovljev cocktails onto the building, and some of them went into the Depot 1, where we held the most valuable documents that archive had, very close to the library and research room, so it was easy for the employees to bring the boxes and the documents for the researchers. During these couple of days, we lost about 1 million documents, and 600,000 to 700,000 partially damaged documents are still waiting for the restoration and conservation. You can imagine 10 years passed. The state of these documents are just going worse and worse. And within last few years, we decided to clean them, to make a dry clean, and then to digitize as much as possible, and then to start restoration and conservation of the documents. It is going to be a long-lasting process because we only have 3 employees in our small laboratory, which was established after the fire in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and trying to really find the collaborating institutions and funds in order to try to preserve and to save these awfully damaged documents, which are, I'm quite sure, very significant for the cultural heritage of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Those are also the pictures of our small laboratory and the process we held in. And as my colleague was talking previously, we are also in the process of digitization, but we are still at the point 1. And starting to, just to grab the point 2, we are far away from the artificial intelligence when it comes to documents, but hopefully we are going to get there in future, maybe within next. Yeah. So this is also the great opportunity to meet our colleagues, to exchange ideas and experiences, but generally, as a small archive with 20 employees, I am very well aware that we are ahead of different kind of processes at the same time going on in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but that is not a disappointing point, it's just the encouraging point for myself and my colleagues to be better day in, day out, and to try to improve ourselves for the future generations and preservance of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Şimdi efendim Doçent Doktor Muhammed Ahmet Tokdemir, arşiv Türkiye'deki arşiv malzemesinin entegrasyonunda yapılan çalışmalar üzerinde bir rapor sunacaktır. Lütfen.
Teşekkürler Sayın Başkan. Tabii öncelikle meslektaşlarıma hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Sonrasında da Doktor Yasin Yıldız'a, Milli Saraylar Başkanımıza bu güzel program için teşekkür ediyorum. Şahsında tüm Milli Saraylar ekibine çok teşekkür ediyorum. Keyifli bir program oluyor. Ama bu bizim için bir açıdan daha keyifli. Çünkü biz elimizde tuttuğumuz evrakın ilk üretildiği yerlerden birindeyiz. Topkapı Sarayı aslında arşivin Osmanlı'da temellerin atıldığı yer olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Yani tarihimizi anlattığımız zaman biz defterhaneye kadar geri gidiyoruz. Maalesef Osmanlı öncesi için elimizde bir tarihi malzeme, bürokratik usullerle oluşturulmuş bir tarihi malzeme yok. Ama işte yazmış, kayıt tutmuş ve bunları saklamış bir şekilde. Biz de tarihimizi, Türk arşivinin tarihini defterhane ile başlatıyoruz ve tam olarak da işte Topkapı Sarayı bu defterhanenin bulunduğu yer. Bu açıdan da burası bizim için önemli ve değerli. Bir başka husus daha var. Dün tabii Başkanımızın, Yasin Bey'in sunumunu dinledik. 2018'deki dönüşümle başkanlık oldu. Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı meclisten Cumhurbaşkanlığına bağlı hale geldi. Biz de daha önce Başbakanlığa bağlıydık ve sonrasında biz de Cumhurbaşkanlığına bağlı kuruluşlardan bir tanesi olduk ve kararnamelerimiz peşi sıra. Dolayısıyla bu da bizim için bir keyif. Onu da belirtmek isterim. Yani zamanın biraz gerisinde kaldık. Onun için ben çok uzatmamaya çalışacağım. Kısaca arşivlerin Osmanlı'dan başlamak suretiyle günümüze kadar çoklu yapısı ve bu 2018'deki kararname ile bu çoklu yapının tekilleştirilmesine yönelik yapılan faaliyetlerden bahsetmek isteyeceğim. Umarım çok zamanınızı almam diye söyleyeyim. Tabii diğer arşivlerde olduğu gibi bir Türk arşivi de bizim arşivimizde kültürel mirasın temel unsurlarından bir tanesi. Ancak bu geriye doğru baktığımız zaman parçalı bir yapıda gelmiş diye görebiliyoruz. Üretilen kurumların adıyla adlandırılmış ve bu kurumlarda kalmış. Tabii 1923 sonrasında birazcık ihmal edildiği durumlar oldu diye söyleyebiliriz. 1950'lere kadar bu parçalı yapı devam ediyor. Biraz onlardan bahsetmek, çok da uzatmadan kısaca bu hususlara değinip sunumumu tamamlamak niyetindeyim. Bazı şeyleri de hızlıca geçmiş olacağım diye söyleyebilirim. Tabii bu parçalı yapı dediğim gibi Osmanlı'dan geliyor. Osmanlı'da kurumlar ürettikleri belgeleri tutuyorlar. Mesela işte Topkapı Sarayı'nda divanda tutulan kayıtlar Topkapı Sarayı'nın içinde tutuluyor. Sonra zamanla işte nezaretler kuruluyor, sadaret kuruluyor. Sadaret ürettiği evrakı kendi içinde tutmaya çalışıyor. İşte ilmiye sınıfının evrakı, ilmiye sınıfıyla ilişkili yerlerde kalıyor. Böyle parçalı bir yapı var Osmanlı için. Kayıt tutuyor ama bu kayıtları yönetmekle ilgili çok bilinçli bir hikaye. Ancak dünyada da zaten 19. yüzyılda başlayacaktır. 19. yüzyıldan sonra yani 1846'da Hazine-i Evrak'ın kurulmasıyla beraber başlıyor. Bu Hazine-i Evrak 1846'da kuruluyor. Buraya yakın bir mekan, birçoğunuz biliyorsunuzdur. Ama bu da aslında kurum arşivi olarak kuruluyor. Yani bir milli arşiv, bütün Osmanlı evrakını bir araya getiren bir arşiv durumunda değil. Daha çok sadaretin evrakını düzenli tutmak anlamında bir arşiv olarak dizayn ediliyor. Ama bu çok önemli bir adım bizim tarihimizde. Zira bir kere bina mimari açıdan arşive uygun bir şekilde imar edilmeye çalışıyor. İkincisi de bu arşiv oluşturulduktan sonra yüzyılın sonuna doğru araştırmacılara araştırma hizmeti verilmeye başlanıyor. Sonrasında biliyorsunuz bir yönetim değişikliği yaşıyoruz 1923 ile beraber. Cumhuriyet ilan ediliyor Osmanlı'nın sonrasında. Bu dönemde tabii Osmanlı dönemi evrakı kısmen ihmal ediliyor. Bu arşiv müdüriyeti, sadarete bağlı arşiv müdüriyeti başbakanlığa bağlı hale getiriliyor ama çok küçük bir birim olarak yaşıyor. Cumhuriyet döneminde üretilen ilk dönem belgelerle ilgili de çok bilinçli bir arşivcilik faaliyeti olduğunu tam olarak söyleyemeyiz. Yani işte Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi zabıtları tutuluyor. Ankara'da Cumhurbaşkanlığınca Cumhurbaşkanlığı oluşturulduktan sonra tutulan kayıtlar var. Ama orada da parçalı yapı devam ediyor. Bu parçalı yapı 1980'lere kadar farklı kurumların kendi işleyişleriyle ilgili evrakı tutmasıyla beraber uzunca bir süre devam etmiştir diye görebiliriz. İşte bizim kurumlara baktığınız zaman mesela işte Tapu Kadastro epeyce bir belgenin tutulduğu kurum olarak kalmış. Vakıflar Arşivi diye bilinen bir kurumumuz var. Vakıfların evraklarını epeyce tutmuş. Cumhurbaşkanlığı Arşivi tutulmuş. Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi kendi evrakını tutuyor. Osmanlı Bakiyesi Eserler Devlet Arşivleri bünyesinde Başbakanlığa bağlı olarak toparlanmaya çalışılıyor ama burada farklı depolardalar ve bir şekilde çok sağlıklı ortamlarda değiller. Toparlamaya yönelik bir kısım faaliyetler daha çok şu mantıklı oluyor 2018'e kadar. Kurumlar tarihi ve kültürel değere sahip bu belgeleri ya bakamayacaklarını düşündükleri için arşive devretmek istiyorlar ya da bazen işte depolarını boşaltmak için arşive devretmek istiyorlar. Aksi takdirde muhafazakar bir yapı var ve devlet arşivlerine evrakları çok fazla aktarma yanlısı olmuyorlar. Başbakanlığın mükerrer yazıları var. Elinizde bulunan özellikle eski yazılı, Osmanlı Türkçesiyle yazılı belgeleri devlet arşivlerine devretmelisiniz şeklinde müteaddit defalar gerek işte müsteşarların imzasıyla gerek belki başka düzeydeki belki bazen başbakan düzeyinde imzalarla genelgeler halinde kurumlara gönderilmişse de bu istediğimiz düzeyde gerçekleşmedi demek durumundayız günümüze geldiğimizde. Ancak 2018'deki kararname ile Devlet Arşivleri Başkanlığı kuruluyor ve Devlet Arşivleri Başkanlığı bu anlamda çok güçleniyor. Ve işte evrağı toparlama anlamda çok büyük bir adım atmış oluyoruz. Ondan sonra işte Askeri Tarih Araştırma Enstitüsü diye bildiğimiz ATAS evrakını alıyoruz, denizcilik evrakını alıyoruz. Kısmen burada Topkapı Sarayı'nda bulunan bir kısım evrak vardı. Sağ olsun başkanımız da bize o konuda yardımcı oldu. Buradan evrak aldık. Bunların dışında farklı kurumlardan, birimlerden aldığımız evraklar oldu ve Türk işte belge olarak bilgi belge taşıyıcısı kağıt ortamda bulunan evrakların önemli bir kısmını 2018'deki Devlet Arşivleri Başkanlığı kararnamesiyle toparlamış olduk. İstisnai şu anda 2 tane arşiv var. Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, onlar kendi arşivlerini tutuyorlar ve bize vermek durumunda değiller. Diğer kurumumuz da Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi. Bunlar dışındaki kurumlar yükümlü, belgelerini bize devretmeleri gerekiyor. Osmanlı dönemi belgesi varsa ellerinde herhangi bir kurumun veya kişinin bu bürokratik mekanizmalarla üretilmiş bir belge ise onları da bize devretmeleri gerekiyor. Yine de eksik kalanlar var mı? Muhakkak var. Tam devlet kurumu olmayıp kısmen özerk diyebileceğimiz bazı kurumlarda mesela Kızılay önemli belgeler var. Türk tarihi açısından da önemli. Yani çok detaya girmek istemem. Buna benzer başka birkaç kurum daha var. Kanun mevzuatla ilgili çatıştığımız işte Atatürk Araştırma Merkezi var. Onların elinde bir kısım evrak var. Türk Tarih Kurumu var. Onların elinde bir kısım evrak var. Bunların da kendi mevzuatlarında, kanunlarında evrak tutabilme hakları olduğu için bir çelişki ortaya çıkıyor. Tabii kurumsal anlayış ve karşılıklı konuşma suretiyle ilerlemeye çalışıyoruz. Belki umuyoruz ki o toparlayıcı hamleler bunları da kapsar ve daha ileriye gidebiliriz diye ifade edebiliriz. Tabii geçtiğimiz yıllarda biz sadece kurumlardan belge almadık. Bazen bağış şeklinde bireylerden de belgeler gelebildi. Bununla ilgili birkaç işte Arda Bey vardı, Türk Geldi vardı. Bunun gibi bağışla gelen belgeler var. Biz Osmanlı dönemi evrakının envanterini çıkarmak ve en azından bir kısmının dijital görüntülerini edinmek için farklı ülkelerde çalışmalar yaptık. Tabii burada esas olan, önemli olan diğer ülkelerdeki Osmanlı dönemi belgelerinin envanterini çıkarmak. İlk olması gereken o. Burada Balkan coğrafyasında Bosna Hersek'te dahil olmak üzere Arnavutluk, Makedonya gibi ülkelerde çalıştık. Bir kısım belgelerin tespiti yapıldı. Onların dijital görüntülerini sistemine ekledik. Oradaki yer numarası ve koduyla beraber mülkiyeti oradaki ülkelere bağlı ama biz buradaki araştırmacılara bu anlamda hizmet verebiliyoruz. Benzer şekilde mesela geçen yıl Filistin'den yaklaşık 370 bin adet belge görüntüsü gelmiş oldu. Dolayısıyla sadece ülkemizdeki fiziksel evrakı almak değil, yurt dışında Osmanlı bakiyesi bulunan evrakın nerede ve ne kadar olduğunu bilmek ve mümkünse dijital görüntülerini de elde edip araştırmacılara sunmak yolunda çabalıyoruz diyebiliriz. Tabii bu ne işe yarar sorusuna cevap vermemiz gerekiyor. Yani niye tek elden arşivleri yönetmek istiyoruz veya yönetmeliyiz? Bunun birkaç temel şeyi var çok uzatmadan. Birincisi evrakın sağlığı açısından bunu yapıyoruz. Yani bizim devlet büyüklerimiz sağ olsun. Ankara'da bir kampüsümüz var. Oradaki depolarımız evrak için sağlıklı, sıhhatli. Yine İstanbul'da 2013'te Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız o zaman Başbakan'dı. Onların tavassutuyla ve tabii ki onaylarıyla İstanbul'da bir kampüs alanımız oldu. Ve işte iklimlendirmesi uluslararası standartlara göre yapılan, sıcaklığı belli standartlarda tutulan evrakın oldukça konforlu yaşayabileceği bir depo alanımız var. Şimdi evrak farklı kurumlarda olduğu zaman muhafaza standartları çok farklıydı ve artık şimdi bazılarında iyi değildi açıkça söylemek gerekirse. Dolayısıyla bu evrakı toparlayıp uluslararası standartlara uygun yerlerde muhafaza etmek evrak açısından, kültürel miras açısından önemli. Bu bir. İkincisi, araştırmacıya verdiğiniz hizmet açısından standart bir hizmet veriyorsunuz ve bu faydalı oluyor. Şimdi bizim belge tarama sistemi üzerinden milyonlarca belgeye evden erişebiliyor Türkiye'de araştırmacımız. Bu anlamda da çok takdir alıyoruz. Yani uluslararası camiadan takdir alıyoruz. Bir şekilde Türkiye'ye gelip çok rahat arşiv belgelerine erişebiliyorlar. Kendi yerel akademisyenlerimiz de bundan çok memnunlar. Günümüzde sadece Osmanlı dönemi değil, Cumhuriyet dönemi evrakı ve Dışişleri Bakanlığı evrakını bizim belge tarama sistemi üzerinden evden rahatlıkla görebiliyorsunuz. Milyonlarca belge sistemde. Bu anlamda da araştırmacıya standart, hızlı ve kaliteli bir hizmet sunmuş oluyorsunuz tek elden yönettiğiniz zaman. Tabii ki bu iş bir de daha ekonomik oluyor. Bunun bir de bütçesi var. Yani farklı kurumlarda evrak olduğu zaman hem bakım maliyetleri anlamında hem de kurduğunuz sistemler anlamında bir bütçe yönetmeniz gerekiyor. Bunu tek elden yaptığınız zaman maliyetler azalmış oluyor diye rahatlıkla söyleyebiliriz. Tabii bu detaya indiğimiz zaman genişletilebilir, artılabilir ama ben o kısma çok girmeyeceğim. Dediğim gibi mümkün mertebe kısmaya çalışıyorum sunumumu. Bazı şeyleri de atlamış olayım. Bundan sonrası için konuşacaksak eğer bu politikanın devamında neler var? Bu kültürel araştırmacılara hizmet eden kültürel kurumların özellikle benzer araştırmacıya hizmet eden kültürel kurumların ortak bir ağ üzerinden hizmet vermesinin hem bütçesel anlamda, ekonomik anlamda faydalı olacağını düşünüyoruz. Hem de araştırmacının çok daha rahat ilerleyebileceği bir alan oluşturacağını düşünüyoruz. Bunu şöyle söyleyeyim. Mesela Türkiye'deki ortalama bir tarih araştırmacısı işte tarih kurumuna gider, arşive gelir, yazma eserlere gider, Atatürk Dil Tarihi Yüksek Kurumu'na gider, belki İSAM'a gider. Bunların tek arayüz üzerinden hizmet verebilen, birbiriyle konuşabilen sistemler haline gelmesi uzun vadede bu politikanın devamı olarak geliyor ve oldukça faydalı olacaktır. Hem tek yani yazılımsal anlamda maliyetleri düşürecektir hem de dediğim gibi araştırmacıların işini kolaylaştıracaktır diye rahatlıkla söyleyebiliriz. Bunun için de diğer kurumlarla konuşuyoruz. İnşallah ileride bunlar da olacak. Tabii arşivcilik ve arşiv yönetimi arkadaşlarımız biliyorlardır. Zor bir alan arkadaşlar. Niye zor bir alan? Çünkü bir taraftan işte bizde de Daniel Hanım'ın söylediği gibi 1300'lerin sonundan belgeler başlıyor. Bir tarafta tarihi bir doku ve malzemeyle karşılaşıyorsunuz ama öbür tarafta işte yapay zeka, Antonio'nun bahsettiği üzere yapay zeka, makine öğrenmesi vesaireyle uğraşacaksınız. Şimdi bizim çalışan profilimiz değişiyor mesela. Eskiden hep tarihçi, işte edebiyatçı grubuyla çalışıyorduk. Şimdi bilgisayar mühendisleriyle vesaire çalışıyoruz. Dolayısıyla bazen böyle bilmediğimiz sularda yüzmek durumunda kalıyoruz. Ama keyifli bir alan. Hele Topkapı Sarayı gibi bir yerde arşivi konuşmak çok keyifli. Onun için Yasin Bey'e tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Çok da uzatmadan bütün katkı sağlayan, programa katkı sağlayanlara teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinize saygılar sunuyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi bugünkü yani şimdi bu oturumun son konuşmasına geldik. Ulu Bey Yusupov, Özbekistan Adalet Bakanlığı'nda çalışıyor. Oz Arşiv Ajansı'nın başkanıdır. Sunumu Integration of Information Systems of State Archives and Museums, Problems and Solutions.
Thank you very much. Selamun Aleyküm. Saygıdeğer sempozyum katılıcıları, muhterem bilim insanları ve meslektaşlar. Ben Şerzat Sadikov, Uz Arşiv Ajansı Müdür Yardımcısıyım. Sizlere Özbekistan'dan selamlıyorum ve elbet Milli Saraylar Yüzyılı'nı tebrik ediyoruz. Bugünkü saygın uluslararası sempozyumda okuma yapma imkanı verildiği için teşekkür ediyorum. Günümüzde arşivler yalnızca tarihi mirası koruyan kurumlar değil, aynı zamanda dijital teknolojilere dayanan modern bilgi merkezlerine dönüşmektedir. Özbekistan Adalet Bakanlığı'na bağlı Uzarşiv Ajansı, ülkede arşivçilik alanında tek devlet politikasını yürütmekte ve devlet denetimini sağlamaktadır. Uzarşiv sisteminde 3 milli arşiv, 14 bölgesel arşiv çalışması idaresi ve 207 devlet arşivinden oluşmaktadır. Toplamda 2000'den fazla çalışan hizmet vermektedir. Toplamda 2000'den fazla çalışan hizmet vermektedir. Devlet arşivlerinde belge toplama kaynakları olan bakanlar ve kurumlarda 7000'den fazla kurum içi arşiv oluşturulmuştur. Devlet arşivlerinde 16,5 milyon saklama birlikten oluşan arşiv bilgileri muhafaza edilmektedir. Bunların 9,5 milyonu Milli Arşiv Fonu'na ait kalıcı saklama belgeleridir. Özbekistan Milli Arşivinde muhafaza edilen en eski bilgilerden biri İsmail Samani tarafından 868 yılında düzenlenen vakıf belgesidir ve Orta Asya'daki en eski yazı kaynaklardan biridir. Vakıf bilgileri koleksiyonunda toplam 1597 belge bulunmakta olup Buhara, Hiva, Taşkent, Samarkand, Herat, Belh, Mekke ve Medine gibi şehirlere aittir. Ayrıca Hiva Hanlığı Divanı, Buhara Emiri Kuşbegi Divanı, Kokan Hanlığı Arşivi gibi tarihi kaynaklarda muhafaza edilmektedir. Özellikle Hiva Hanlığı arşiv belgeleri ve Buhara Emiri Kuşbegi Mahkemesi UNESCO Dünya Belleği Uluslararası sicilığına dahil edilmiştir. Arşivlerde günümüzde metin, el yazması, film, video, fotoğraf, ses kaydı, harita ve şema gibi çeşitli türlerdeki bilgiler muhafaza edilmektedir. Bu belgeler Arapça, Farsça, Eski Özbekçe, Çağatay, ve Rusça dillerdeki olup milli kültürel mirasımızın ayrılmaz bir parçasıdır. Bugün Özbekistan Cumhurbaşkanı önderliğinde tüm alanlarda olduğu gibi arşiv alanında da dijital dönüşüm çalışmaları kararlı bir şekilde yürütülmektedir. Ahali ve halk ve istimaller için en çok talep edilen 10 tür arşiv hizmetleri artık çevrimiçi olarak sunulmaktadır. Uzarşiv Ajansı tarafından elektron arşiv belgelerinin toplanması, kaydedilmesi, saklanması ve kullanılmasını sağlayan toplam 8 bilgi sistemi faaliyete geçilmiştir. AI ve OCR teknolojisinden kullanmaya başlanmıştır. Özellikle elektron arşiv bilgilerinin merkezi saklanması için oluşturulan bilgi sistemi tüm devlet arşivleri entegre edilmiştir. Bugüne kadar son 3 senede 1.3 milyon saklama birliği veya 100 milyon civarında sayfa dijitalleştirilmiştir. Özbekistan'da bu dijital dönüşüm sürecinde önemli yönlerden biri de devlet arşivleri ve müzelerinin bilgi sistemlerinin entegrasyonudur. Bu konu tarihi kültürel mirasın korunması, dijitalleştirilmesi ve kamuoyu açık hale getirilmesinde yeni bir stratejik model olarak görülmektedir. Çünkü dijital dünyada kültürel mirası ayrı bilgi sistemlerinde tutmak ve sergilemek ayrı yeterli değil. Bugün dünyada kültürel mirası dijitalleştirmek, açık erişmeye sunmak, araştırmacılar ve kamu için çevrimli şekilde erişebilmek milli öncelik haline gelmiştir. Arşiv ve müze tek bir amacı iki kanatıdır. Belgeler arşivde, maddi miras müzelerde saklanırken bilimsel araştırmalarda her ikisi de birlikte gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla arşiv, müze, bilgi sistemlerine birleşik bir dijital ekosistemde entegrasyon artık doğal bir gerekli haline gelmiştir. Bu entegrasyon sayesinde mirası yalnızca korumakla kalmayacak, aynı zamanda yeni veriler, yeni analiz ve yeni araştırma yöntemlerini açmış olacağız. Araştırmacı bir kişi bir dönem veya bir kültürel katlam hakkında tüm bilgileri tek pencereden görebilecek. Arşiv ve müze sistemlerinin entegrasyonunda 3 temel sorun kategorisine rastlanabiliriz. Unutmuşum. Özür dilerim. Arşiv ve müze sisteminin entegrasyonunda 3 temel sorun kategorisine rastlanabiliriz. Birincisi platformlar çeşitliliği. Arşiv bilgi sistemleri genellikle bölge dolaşımı, sınıflandırma, yasal geçerli olan üstver yapıları, fonlar ve envanter veri tabanlarına yöneliktir. Müze bilgi sistemleri ise koleksiyon katalogları, obje pasportları ve sergi yönetimleri için tasarlanmıştır. Bu iki ortamın bilgi formatları ve kodları, standartları birbirine farklıdır. İkincisi, üst veri standartların uyumsuzluğu. Arşivlerde bilgi tanımlama standartı ve kişi ve kurum tanımlama standartları kullanılırsa, müzelerde kültürel miras için kavramsal referans modeli müze sürecileri standartı kullanılmaktadır. Yani bir olaya ilişkin bilgiler semantik olarak birbirine otomatik bağlamaz. Üçüncüsü insan kaynağı. Dijital arşivci, dijital müzeci ve modelleme uzmanı sayısı yetersizdir. Oysa miras integrasyonu için bu üç uzmanlık türü aynı ekipte bulunmalıdır. Ancak çoğu durumda bu mümkün olamaktadır. Bu sorunları çözmek adına bir dizi öneri sunulabilir. Milli integrasyon platformu oluşturmak, standartları uyumlaştırılması ve elbette dijital başarı bilimler eğitimi programları. Saygıdeğer sempozyum katılımcıları sonuç olarak integrasyon, kültürel mirası alıştırmacılar ve toplum için yeni bir aşamaya taşıyacak büyük bir projektir. Arşiv ve müze bilgi sistemlerinin birleştirilmesi yalnızca teknik bir adım değil, aynı zamanda kültürel mirasın korunması ile birlikte mirasın modern bilimsel ortama taşınması, mirasın zenginleştirilmesi ve yaygınlaştırılması, yeni araştırmalar için uygun ortam oluşturulması, araştırma kalitesinin yükseltilmesi, dijital kültürel olan oluşturulması gibi milli hedefimize hizmet edecektir. Bu amaçla Özbekistan'da bu projeyi hayata geçirmek plan ediyoruz. Özür dilerim. Bu süreçte deneyimli ülkelerde ortak çalışmalar yürütmeyi arzu ediyoruz. Bu proje ile kültürel mirası gelecek nesiller için daha zengin, daha açık ve daha anlamlı halde getireceğimize inanıyoruz. Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much. Now, as you can see, we are still, way over time. So therefore, there will be two questions. Yani iki soruna izin var. Çünkü arkamızda bir grup daha bekliyor. Onun için yani bir an önce bitirmek gerekiyor. Evet efendim.
Efendim benim sorum Sayın Muhammed Ahmet Okdemir Beyefendi'ye. Malumları olduğu üzere 1931 senesinde yaklaşık 200 balya arşiv vesikası, o kası 3 kuruş 10 paraya Bulgaristan'a satıldı. Bunların bir bölüm defterlerin 1993-94 yıllarında geri alabildik. Ancak evrakın çoğu orada duruyor. Dijitallerini alabilmiştik. Bu konuda herhangi bir çalışmamız var mı? Geri alma için herhangi bir teşebbüste bulunduk mu? Onu merak ediyorum.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Kısaca cevaplayayım. Sunumda da zannediyorum bir cümleyle geçtim. Cumhuriyet'in ilk yıllarında Osmanlı dönemi evrakı kısmen ihmal edildi şeklinde. Bu onun parçalarından biri olarak değerlendirilebilir. Bulgaristan'la Arşivler Arası İşbirliği Anlaşması'na prensipte iki ülkede okeyledi. Henüz daha imzalamadık ama imzalamak üzereyiz. İki tarafta Dışişleri Bakanlıkları üzerinden çalışıyor ve anlaştık diye söyleyebilirim. İmza sürecindeyiz. Bu imzadan sonra inşallah kalan belgeleri gidip inceleyeceğiz. Ondan sonra kültürel mirasa dair, tarihe dair değerli olduklarına kanaatimiz olursa bu belgelerin muhakkak onların da dijital görüntülerini almaya çalışacağız. Bu anlamda ortak projeler yapmaya çalışacağız. Ben teşekkür ederim.
Evet, bir sorun daha olabilir. One more question is possible. No questions? Oh, okay, please.
Merhabalar. Ben de Ahmet Muhammed Başkan'a bir sorum olacaktı. Devlet Arşivleri Başkanlığı'nda birçok yerden belgeler toplanılıyor ve dijitalleştirildiği için araştırmayı kolaylaştırıyor aslında. Sadece bu alanda hepsini bir yere toplamak bizi bu konuda tedirgin etmez mi? Yani Bosna Hersek'in başına gelen durum bizim başımıza geldiğinde kaybımız çok büyük olmaz mı hepsi bir arada olursa?
Soru için teşekkür ediyorum. Bunu iki yönlü cevaplamak istiyorum. Birincisi soruya somut cevap. Hayır, çünkü biz dijital görüntüleri Ankara'da ve İstanbul'da yedekliyoruz. Yani bir görüntünün hem Ankara'da hem de İstanbul'da yedeği var. Kaldı ki İstanbul'da yapılan kampüsümüz bizim işte depreme dayanıklı, ondan sonra her türlü önlem bir şekilde alınıyor. Yine de Ankara'da yedeği var. Artı şu anda bu dijital yedeğin yanı sıra nasıl ifade edeyim? Dijital değil ama analog bir yedeğine de gitme niyetindeyiz. Onu planlıyoruz. Soğuk data diye isimlendirilen bir unsur var. Aynı yerde zaten tutmamak arşivciliğin prensiplerinden bir tanesi. Ama bu dijitalleştirmenin başka bir kaybı var. Ben aslında bu çok uzun bir konu benim açımdan da onu ifade etmek istiyorum. Bilgiye kolay erişebilmek aslında bilgi hamalığını azaltıyor bir taraftan ama uzmanlaşmayı da azaltıyor. Entelektüel kalibrasyonu da azaltıyor. Böyle bir sorun var. Belki onu daha çok tartışmak gerekiyor ama çok uzun bir mesele. Ona girmeyeceğim çok fazla. Soru için teşekkür ederim.
Okay. Çok teşekkür ederim. Şimdi arkadaşlar...
So we thank our valued attendees for their presentations. Now I would like to announce the rector of Gazi University, Professor Uğur Ünal, to present the gifts of our esteemed participants. Thank you.
oraya mı geçelim? Ha, okey.
And now I would like to announce the director of National Palaces, Dr. Yasin Yıldız, to the stage for a photo. Thank you.
Oturumu olan Saray Müzelerde Eser, Restorasyonu ve Konservasyonu adlı oturuma ben ve sizlere konuklarıma eşlik edeceğim. Gökşen Canı Yılmaz, Milli Saraylar Restorasyon Daire Başkanıyım. Öncelikle izninizle konuklarımı tanıtmak isterim. Doçent Doktor Özden Ormancı, Mimar Sinan Güzel Sanatlar Üniversitesi Türkiye. Sayın Yu Mayuyama Seikonda, Japonya ve Sayın Başak Birsel, Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı Türkiye. Öncelikle Sayın Doçent Doktor Özden Ormancı, Bridging Art and Science Pigment Analysis of Oil Paintings from Global Practices to the Context of Türkiye isimli bildirisini sunacaklardır. Buyurunuz lütfen.
Merhaba, tüm katılımcılara iyi akşamlar diliyorum. Ben bu akşam size yağlı boya tablolarda malzeme analizi aracılığıyla bilim ve sanatı nasıl bir araya getirildiğinin bazı örneklerini sunmaya çalışacağım. Çok farklı disiplinlerden bir araya değişmiyor sanırım. Yeşile basıyorum. Açık şey geliyor da değişmiyor. Tabii ki. Estağfurullah. Yok. Geçti. Tamam. Çok farklı disiplinlerden katılımcıların bir arada olduğunu düşünerek böyle kısa bir hatırlatma için bir elektromanyetik spektrum koydum slaytıma. Bildiğiniz gibi görünür ışık aslında bu elektromanyetik spektrumun çok ufak bir kısmını kaplıyor. Yani bizim gözümüzle görebildiklerimiz aslında birçok şeyin arasında sadece çok küçük bir kısım. Bunun dışında burada infrared bölgesi var, X ışınları bölgesi var, işte ultraviyole ışınlar bölgesi var. Dolayısıyla bu her bir bölgede bizim göremediklerimizi görünür kılan çeşitli fizik prensiplerine dayalı cihazlar üretilmiş durumda ve bu cihazlar gün geçtikçe laboratuvar ortamından özellikle son 50 yıl süresince kültürel mirasın, kültür varlıklarının malzeme analizi çok büyük bir önem kazandıkça sanat eserlerinin malzeme analizine odaklı tasarımlar geliştirilmeye başlandı. Burada gördüğünüz üniversitemizin Mimar Sinan Güzel Sanatlar Üniversitesi Merkez Laboratuvarı'nda da yer alan ve sanat eserlerine özel tasarlanmış cihazlardan bazıları. Bir önceki slayttaki gördüğünüz cihazlar laboratuvar ölçekli, işte içerisine herhangi bir sanat eseri koyup analiz yapamayacak şekildeyken artık sanat eserlerine özel tasarım cihazlar geliştirilmiş durumda. Bu sebeple eseri cihazın altına koyup istediğimiz bölgesinden, istediğimiz noktasından burada gördüğünüz gibi ve entegre kamera sistemleriyle noktasal atışlarla bilgi elde edebiliyoruz. Bunun bir sonraki adımı olarak da taşınabilir sistemler şu an güncelde çok büyük bir yer kaplıyor. Bu sistemler sayesinde de laboratuvar ortamına getirilemeyen ve müzeden çıkarılamayan ya da arkeolojik bir kazıdan çıkarılamayan eserlerin malzeme analizi için taşınabilir enstrümanlar sayesinde verimli çalışmalar yapılabiliyor. Peki bu analizler sayesinde biz ne gibi bilgiler elde edebiliyoruz? Yani yağlı boya bir tabloyu analiz ettiğimizde neler öğrenebiliriz? Öncelikle bu eserde kullanılmış olan ressamın, sanatçının kullandığı pigmentlerin türlerini belirleyebiliriz. Bu pigmentlerin içerisindeki yağları, bağlayıcıları, eğer eserde bir vernik varsa verniğin türünü, eserin yaşlanma durumunu, bozulma mekanizmalarını ve aynı zamanda eserin arkasında bir eskiz var mı? Dolayısıyla hani sanatçının çalışma şekline dair yorumlar yapabiliriz. yine aynı zamanda daha önce bir restorasyon görmüş mü, bir müdahale görmüş mü, bunu da bu analizlerle tespit etmek mümkün. Bu analizler sonucunda elde ettiğimiz şeylerin pratikte ne önemi var gibi bir soru soracak olursak, bunu da yapılan çeşitli çalışmalardan örneklerle göstermek isterim sizlere. Örneğin bir çalışmada görüntüleme sistemleri kullanılarak 1901 tarihli Picasso eseri, Mavi Oda eseri, X ışını radyografi ile görüntüleme yapılmış ve burada gördüğünüz eserin arkasında, eser biraz ters çevrildiğinde net görünüyordur sanırım, papyonlu, elini çenesine koymuş düşünen bir beyefendi görüyoruz. Yine Picasso'nun başka bir eserinde X ışını radyografi ve infrared burada birlikte kullanılmış. Ütü yapan kadın eserinde yine başka bir beyefendi var aslında tablonun arkasında. Bu da bunun tespiti sırasında yapılan çalışmalardan bir görüntü. Yine Picasso'ya ait başka bir eser, yaşlı gitarist. Burada da çok ışıklardan dolayı az görünüyor olabilir. İnfrared çekimiyle yapılmış bir çalışma, arkada bir kadın figürü yer alıyor. Bu örnekleri çoğaltmak mümkün. Sadece özellikle bilerek Picasso verdim çünkü çok fazla eserinin arkasında başka tablo var. Buradan hem sanatçının ekonomik durumuna dair yorumlar yapılabilir. Çünkü Picasso uzmanlarının da söylediği gibi kendisinin maddi durumu çok iyi değilmiş. Dolayısıyla sürekli yeni bir kanvas alarak onu kullanması pek mümkün olmadığı için eski eserlerin üzerini boyayarak, kapatarak tekrar yeni çalışmalar yapıyormuş. Bir ikincisi de Picasso için söylenen çok hızlı çalıştığı, birden ilham geldiği ve işte hızlı karalamalarla resimlerini yaptığı. Dolayısıyla belki yeni bir kanvas evde yokken hemen yanı başındaki bir eseri alıp o an aklına geleni çizmek istediği gibi bu çalışmalardan yapılan yorumları aktarmış olayım. Bir diğer analiz sonucunda elde edilebilecek veri çok güncel bir konu aslında. Bu bir sahtecilik mi yoksa gerçek eser mi? Bunu da yine malzeme analiziyle anlayabilmek mümkün. Ancak burada özellikle şunu belirtmek istiyorum. Tek bir eseri inceleyerek evet bu gerçek ya da sahte demek bazen ve çoğu zaman mümkün olamayabiliyor. Evet bir pigment atfedilen dönemde hiç ortaya çıkmamışsa, yani boya olarak kullanılmayan bir pigment ise bunu tespit etmek çok kolay. Örneğin titanyum beyazı 1920'de tüpe girdi. Eğer 1900'de yapılan bir eser olduğu iddia ediliyorsa ve titanyum beyazı bulunuyorsa buna çok rahat orijinal değil diyebiliriz. Ama yüzyıllardır kullanılan pigmentleri kullanmışsa böyle bir ayrım yapamayız. Dolayısıyla burada elinizde bir veri bankası olması çok büyük bir önem kazanıyor. Burada onu vurgulayan bir çalışmayı paylaşmak istedim. Van Dyck'ın 3 farklı Saint Jérôme tablosu. 2 tanesi B ve C'de gördükleriniz orijinal ve belgeleri var. Müzelerde gösteriliyor. Aslında A'daki de bir müze koleksiyonunda fakat şüpheler var. Dolayısıyla bir analiz yapmak istiyorlar. Belgeleri eksik. Bu analizde A tablosuna analiz yapılıyor fakat yapılan analiz sonuçları Van Dyck'ın aynı dönemi, yani gençlik dönemine atfediliyor bu tablo. Aynı döneminde yapmış olduğu 33 tane tablonun veri bankası ellerinde ve bu analizi o 33 tablo ile karşılaştırarak bir sonuca varıyorlar. Yani tek bir tekil analizle değil. Burada yine bahsettiğim teknikleri kullanıyorlar. Çeşitli ileri analiz teknikleri ve önce kanvasını inceleyerek başlıyorlar. Çok fazla detaya girmeyeceğim ama o döneminde örneğin Van Dyck hep keten kanvas ve sık, yüksek kalite dokuma kullanmış. Bu tabloda da keten ancak düşük kalite, seyrek dokuma. Dolayısıyla işte bu bir eksik. İkincisi, bu 33 eserde de belirli bir katman analizi yapmışlar. Önce kanvasın üzerine bir kırmızı ile kapatmış, sonra beyaz, sonra tekrar kırmızı. Bu artık Van Dyck'ın bir stili ve bu biliniyor. İncelenen bu eserde ise böyle bir şey yok. Buradan da kaybetti diyeyim. Ve hani farklı şeyler daha var. Gençlik döneminde sadece indigo mavisi ve ultramarin kullanmış ancak bu eserde smalt tespit ediliyor gibi birden fazla noktada gençlik döneminin üslubuyla uyuşmayan maddeler ortaya çıkıyor. Dolayısıyla çalışma sonucunda bunun orijinal olmadığına kanaat getiriyorlar. Bir diğer ulaşabileceğimiz sonuç bozulmalar. Elbette bir konservatör yakından baktığında ya da işte büyüteç altında baktığında malzemede oluşmuş bozulmalara dair izler görebilir. Ancak bazen görülemeyebiliyor. Burada da size Van Gogh'tan bir örnek sunmak istedim. Van Gogh biliyorsunuz kardeşi Theo'ya çok sık mektup yazıyor. Hayatıyla ilgili, yaşadıklarıyla ilgili ve yaptığı eserlerle ilgili ve bunlar çok önemli belge niteliğinde. Yine bu eserle ilgili 1890'da kardeşi Theo'ya bir mektup yazmış ve eseri tarif etmiş. Ağaçlar, manzarayı dik kesen ağaçlar, altında çeşitli renkler, işte kızıla çalan, pembe, beyaz, yeşil, sarı renklerden oluşan çimenler diye, çiçekler diye. Tekrar baktığımızda bütün renkler tamam ama resimde bir pembe yok. Fakat mektupta pembe çiçekler olduğu söyleniyor. Dolayısıyla bunu araştırmacılar merak ediyor ve XRF analizi yaparak elementel kompozisyonunu ortaya çıkarıyorlar. Burada bütün çiçeklerden X ışını analizi yapıyorlar ve 146 tanesinde brom tespit ediliyor. Bu da geranium lake adı verilen bir pembe bir pigmentin işte bir fingerprint'i. Dolayısıyla bunların daha önce önceden pembe olduğu aslında ortaya çıkıyor. Fakat çok kısa sürelerde solan, bozulmaya uğrayan, UV altında çok kolay bozunabilen ve solan bir renk olduğu ortaya çıkıyor. Bunu tabii restorasyonda değiştirmiyorlar ancak dijital olarak aslında Van Gogh ne çizmek istemişti? Biz müzeye gittiğimizde şu an ne görüyoruz bize anlatmak için dijital olarak bunu görselleştiriyorlar. Ve çok daha sıcak renklerle, farklı duygularla çizilmiş bir tablo olduğu ortaya çıkıyor. Günümüzde modern müzecilik, yani bu malzeme analizinin, resimlerdeki malzeme analizinin modern müzeciliğe nasıl yansıdığı ile ilgili bir yorum yapmak gerekirse, şu an birçok müzenin kendisine ait gelişmiş laboratuvarı var. Arkaya yazdıklarımın dışında da pek çok vardır. Bir tanesini örnek olması için web sitesinden baktım. Metropolitan Müzesi'nin cihaz kısmına bahsettiğim tüm cihazlar ve daha fazlası var ve kendi ekipleriyle bu analizleri yapıyorlar. Böylece müzeden dışarı çıkmasına gerek kalmıyor bu eserlerin ve işte belli aralıklarda kesintiye uğrayarak bir çalışma olmamış oluyor. Sürekli bir ekip bunu çalışıyor. Yine Rijksmuseum Amsterdam'da, burada da gördüğünüz kendi web sitelerinden alıntı. Research'e ayrı bir, araştırmaya ayrı bir bölüm eklemişler ve bu elementel kompozisyon sonuçları sitelerinde veriliyor. Benim ilgimi çeken bir diğer şey, gittiğimde kendim çekmiştim. Bu belki de Rembrandt'ın Night Watchers resmi, eseri herkesin müzeye gitmesinin sebeplerinden biridir. Dolayısıyla onun hem analizi hem restorasyon sürecini çok uzun olacağını da düşünürsek ziyaretçiyle temasını kesmemek adına bir camekanla kapatarak analizleri orada devam ediyorlar. Ve buradaki resimdeki küçük çocukların başında da öğretmenleri var. Onlara işte X ışınlarıyla neler yaptıklarını falan anlatıyor. Benim çok hoşuma gitmişti. Yine başka bir yani bilimi, sanat eserlerindeki bilimi halkla buluşturan başka bir örnek vermek istiyorum. Bu da Van Gogh Müzesi'nden. Küçük quizler web sitesinde hazırlanıyor. X ışığının ne demek olduğu, işte Van Gogh'un bir tablosunun X ışığıyla incelendiğinde neler elde edilebileceği gibi. Burada da bir ziyaretçinin Van Gogh'un yatak odası tablosunda UV altında nasıl göründüğünü merak ederken tam UV seçeneğine basarkenki resmini görüyorsunuz. Müzelerde böyle bölümler açılmış, infraredle ne gibi bilgiler elde ediliyor? Ben bu tabloya infrared altında baksaydım ne olurdu? Ya da hangi pigmentler kullanılmış gibi böyle tabletler yerleştirilmiş ve izleyiciler buna bakıyor. Peki Türkiye'de durum ne? Çok kısaca bundan bahsetmek isterim. 2016 yılına kadar tekil araştırmalar oluyordu. Benim de yani kendim de bireysel olarak yaptığım, ancak bir tane sanatçıya ait bir tane eserin analizi ve onun yayına dönüştürülmesi gibi. Bu da bahsettiğim veri bankası gibi bir şeyi sağlamak için yani çok ufak bir adım aslında. 2016 yılında ise Sabancı Müzesi, Sabancı Üniversitesi, işte Getty Konservasyon Enstitüsü, Koç Üniversitesi gibi birçok kurum bir araya gelerek görünenin ötesinde Osman Hamdi Bey adı altında bir çalışma yaptı. Bu çalışmayı da çok uzun süreler Sanırım yeni bu sene kalktı sergiden, emin değilim ama 10 yıl kadar sergilediler bunun sonuçlarını. Görünenin ötesinde Osman Hamdi Bey sergisi olarak. Hem X ışını teknikleriyle neler elde ettiler, tablonun arkasında bir şey var mıydı, Osman Hamdi hangi pigmentleri kullanmıştı gibi. Ardından da 2021 yılında Görünenin Ötesinde Abdülmecit Efendi sergisi yaptılar. Bu her iki sergide ressamların 6'şar resimleri. Çok bugüne kadar yapılmış en sistematik ve kapsamlı çalışma olduğunu söylemekle birlikte yine de toplam 12 tane resim incelenmiş. Yani 6-6. Ama bahsettiğim Van Dyck'ın gençlik dönemine ait 33 tane eserinin bilgileri vardı. Gelecekte neler bekliyoruz? Bu beni heyecanlandıran kısım. Cumhurbaşkanlığı Bütçe ve Strateji Başkanlığı'nın yatırım projeleriyle desteklediği, Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı'nın çok büyük bir desteğiyle Milli Saraylar Koleksiyonu'nun asker ressamlara ait eserleri Mimar Sinan Güzel Sanatlar Üniversitesi Merkez Laboratuvarı'nın bir projesiyle incelenecek ve umarım önümüzdeki sempozyumlarda da onun sonuçlarını burada paylaşıp tartışıyor oluruz. Çok teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için. Sağ olun.
Sayın Özden Ormancı'ya teşekkür ediyoruz kıymetli katkılarından dolayı. Diğer konuşmacımız Sayın Mayuyama Seikanda, Conservation of Ceramics and History adlı sunumunu yapacaklar. Buyurun lütfen.
Thank you for inviting to me today. I'm so honored to be here. So my job is restoring antique ceramics mainly and fine arts without paintings. First of all, I will show you some examples about our works. Actually, some photos has been shown to someone in 2022 by my father in the last TOPKAPI symposium. So this is Nabeshima ware. Nabeshima ware had been made in south of Japan in 17th century to 19th century. The first condition is like this. There are so many conspicuous filling materials and paintings. At this condition, you can exhibit it in museum. So we should have removed these materials and separate this dish into fragments by solvent. After that, it has been turned into like this. Then we have glued those fragments again. Next, we should fill up missing parts by mixed stone powder and resin. Then we have repainted each pattern. Finally, it has turned out like this. However, it is brief. I showed our job to you. If you want to know detail, ask me later, please. Our techniques of restoration are not traditional techniques such as gold repair kintsugi. We can finish the pieces in a condition like almost invisible to the naked eye. These techniques are used in many places, including museums and antique dealers all over the world. On the other hand, this is also Japanese pottery called kutani ware. These have perfectly restored in accordance with the client's wishes. Although this piece has no provenance, but it was worth exhibiting, so we try to restore it in a way that would minimize the obstacles to viewing it as much as possible. Next, please. Yeah. Next, please. Sorry, next, please. Next, this is flower base or sake bottle, I don't know, had been made in Korea in 18th century. This is owned by the man whose name is Yamagami Shizuo. He's a Japanese ophthalmologist and antique collector in 1897 to 1993. After that, another collector who has got in another collector who has got it after he had passed away. He has wanted to restore it perfectly. At this case, the damage is too awful to exhibit it or use it. So we have restored this perfectly. This photos of after restoration is here. And this is a sake cup that has been made in China in BC 3rd century. Actually, this is owned by myself. This was totally broken and I should restore it perfectly. So now I can see it with no stress. This is also a tea bowl made by Hosokawa Morihiro, who was a Japanese prime minister. After his political job, he became a potter, and now he is still with us, and he making a new one all the time. Now, this is owned by my client, who is very rich man. This tea bowl has broken by accident during transportation. And a photo is after restoration. That is all about introducing our job. So let me get the point. In recent years, various works of art has come to require restoration due to deterioration over time. Colors of resin are changed into yellow by ultraviolet and now flake off. In such a case, we should restore the pieces because its effects for exhibiting and conservating it. But sometimes we shouldn't restore those things completely. Here are some examples, mainly Chinese and Japanese pottery, all of which are housed in Japan. This is Celadon tea bowl that was introduced to Japan from China in 14th century. This is currently housed at the Tokyo National Museum and has been designated Japanese national treasure. This bowl has been owned by shogun. Shogun means like top of samurai. For unknown reasons, it has been cracked sometime. And the shogun had requested to China make a new one, but the manufacturing technology had been lost even in China at the time. So Chinese craftsmen had repaired and returned it. This restoration was done using ancient staples, which are not used much these days. That's staples. Second, this is a tea bowl that was introduced to Japan from Korea in 16th century. And now this is currently housed at the Mitsui Memorial Museum in Tokyo. This tea bowl had been owned by Furuta Oribe, who is a popular samurai and one of the tea ceremony master. This tea bowl had cut by him because the original condition has too much big to use in tea ceremony. Next, this is also a tea bowl or teacup that has been made in Japan. That is currently housed at the Eisei Bunko Museum in Tokyo. You can see the striking part. So this restoration technique is called yobitsugi. That is one of the way for restoration. It's fill up the missing parts by other kind of ceramics. In this case, it had filled up by Chinese blue and white ware. So this restoration had been required by Oda Urakusai, who is the other one of the popular samurai, and he is a friend of Furuta Oribe. So why he has wanted to do it? So it's totally he was not poor. He had much money and power because he is one of the top of samurai. So its design. So in 16th century, an expert in tea ceremony always wanted to be special and original. So they had thought about it all the time, and sometimes they had came up with this idea. So those pieces, including such a story, and we can say it is history. In Japan, those things are cherished and passed down to present. If we restore those pieces perfectly by our techniques, I think it is not restoration. It is distracting history and mind that many people had tried to keep history too. So especially Japanese people loves wabi-sabi. That is so difficult to explain in English. But it is like traditional Japanese aesthetic that values simplicity, imperfection, and beauty of nature. So, for example, stain of tea bowls and naturally cracks and rust of iron flower base, etc. The people who come to museum want to see beautiful and rare things, rare pieces. So, and definitely beautifulness is backed up by a history. So too much restoration is breaking it. So we should pay careful attention to details when we restore those pieces in terms of aesthetics, archaeology, folklore, sometimes philosophy. So it is not just only for ceramics. We should do it for anything about things that need to be restored now. So we need to think about the best way to restoration and conservation more and more. If we can do that, we can hand down great things to the next generation in a better way. So I hope that, and I want to work even harder and keep getting better. Thank you for your attention.
Sayın Yu Mayuyama Seikondo'ya teşekkür ediyoruz değerli katılımları için ve Sayın Başak Birsel, Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı Türkiye, Milli Saraylarda Eser, Restorasyon ve Konservasyon Yaklaşımları Belgelemeden Müdahaleye Bütüncül Bir Süreç adlı oturumunu paylaşacak.
Mikrofonda
ses geldi.
Tamam. Sayın başkanlarım, değerli akademisyenler, kıymetli müze direktörleri, çalışma arkadaşlarım ve dünyanın farklı noktalarından gelen tüm misafirler, öncelikle hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün burada kültürel mirasın korunmasında ortak bir anlayış geliştirmek, bilgi ve deneyimlerimizi paylaşmak, gelecek nesillere aktaracağımız eserler için daha güçlü bir işbirliği kurmak amacıyla bir araya geldik. Milli Saraylar bünyesinde yürütülen restorasyon ve konservasyon uygulamalarını sizlerle paylaşma fırsatına sahip olmak çok mutluluk verici. Sahip olduğumuz kültürel mirasa yalnızca eser olarak değil, geçmiş ile gelecek arasında kurulan bir köprü olarak da yaklaşıyoruz. Bu sempozyumun hepimizin ortak çabasını daha da güçlendirecek, önemli bir platform oluşturacağına inanıyorum ve sözlerimi daha fazla uzatmadan sunumuma geçmek istiyorum. Öncelikle sizlere obje restorasyon ve konservasyon biriminden bahsetmek isterim. Birimimiz Milli Saraylar Başkanlığı bünyesinde bulunan taşınabilir kültür mirasının restorasyon ve konservasyon sürecini yürütmektedir. Birimimize bağlı 19 atölyemiz vardır. Atölyelerimiz koleksiyonlarımızda yer alan eser malzemelerine göre sınıflandırılmıştır. Örneğin birimizde bir porselen eser, porselen restorasyon atölyesine, tekstil eser, tekstil restorasyon atölyesine yönlendirilmektedir. Bizler de bu noktada alanında uzman ekibimizle Milli Sarayların öncülük ettiği geleneksel yöntemlerimizin yanı sıra günümüz teknolojisinden ve gelişmelerinden yararlanarak eserlerin koruma, onarım süreçlerini gerçekleştiriyoruz. İşte bu koruma ve onarım süreci içerisinde yaptığımız ilk işlem konservasyonun temelini oluşturan belgeleme çalışmaları. Belgeleme çalışması yapmadan esere herhangi bir müdahalede bulunmuyoruz. Bu noktada ilk etapta yaptıklarımız yazılı ve dijital belgeleme. Eserin tüm detaylarıyla fotoğraflarını çektikten sonra hazırladığımız belgeleme formlarına mevcut durumu işliyoruz. Belgeleme işlemleri sırasında hep birlikte istişare ediyoruz. Eserin korunmasına nasıl bir yaklaşım sergileyeceğimize karar veriyoruz.
Çok özür dileyerek keseceğim. Başak Hanım biraz daha yavaş tercüme için.
Tamam, okey.
Teşekkürler.
Eserler atölyeye geldikten sonra ilk olarak dijital belgeleme çalışmalarını gerçekleştiriyoruz. Eserin üzerinde yer alan, gözle görünen tüm ayrıntılar detaylıca fotoğraflanıyor. Sonrasında dijital ortamda klasörleniyor. Dijital belgeleme çalışmalarıyla eş zamanlı olarak yazılı belgeleme çalışmaları da yürütülüyor. Görselde görmüş olduğunuz belgeleme formunda eserin genel bilgileriyle beraber fiziki özellikleri de mevcut. Depolama ve taşıma önerileri gibi detaylı bilgiler yer alıyor. Bu form her eser için ayrı ayrı özenle hazırlanıyor. Dijital ve yazılı belgeleme dışında özellikle tablo gibi sanat eserleri daha ileri seviyede belgeleme çalışmaları yapıyoruz. Soldaki görselde dijital mikroskop ile inceleme yapılıyor. Böylelikle fırça izleri, boyalı alanlardaki çatlaklar, mikro ayrışmalar, tuvalin yapısı ve yüzeysel kirlilikler genel hatlarıyla ortaya çıkıyor. Sağdaki fotoğraf ise UV ışık altında yapılan inceleme bir örnek. Bu esnada eserin yüzeyinde yer alan vernik tabakası durumu, rötuş izleri, astar ve boya tabakasının durumu da gözlemleniyor. Bir diğer belgeleme yöntemi ise arka ışık ile yan ışık incelemesidir. Yine fotoğrafta gördüğünüz gibi soldaki görsel arka ışık kullanılarak yapılan incelemeyi gösteriyor. Tuvaldeki zayıflamış alanlar, eski müdahaleler, kanvasın dokusu ve ikinci tuval uygulamaları burada tespit ediliyor. Sağda görmüş olduğunuz görsel yan ışık ile inceleme. Burada yine yan ışık yüzey topografyasını okumamızı sağlıyor. Kabarmalar, çukurlaşan boya alanları, fırça darbeleri, tuvaldeki dalgalanmalar ve yan ışık etkisiyle tespit ediliyor. Belgeleme işlemlerinin tamamlanmasıyla müdahale kısmına geldiğimizde yüzey temizliği ile başlıyoruz. Yalnızca yüzeysel kirlilik, hafif dökülmeler gibi küçük müdahalelerle korunabilecek eserler üzerinde mekanik temizlik çalışmalarıyla başlayıp gerekirse kimyasal temizliğe akabinde geçiyoruz ihtiyaç halinde. Bu uygulamalar sırasında esere zarar vermeyecek malzeme seçimi yaparak müdahaleleri gerçekleştirip en az müdahaleyle en verimli çalışmayı sağlamaya özen gösteriyoruz. Temizlik çalışmalarını vereceğimiz ilk örneğimiz Milli Saraylar koleksiyonuna ait bir kalkan. Fotoğrafta da gördüğünüz üzere kalkanın metal kısımlarına zaman içerisinde iklim ve ortam koşulları sebebiyle korozyon ürünleri meydana geliyor. Bu zaten kompozit bir eser, tekstil ve metal barındırıyor. Görsellerde de gördüğünüz gibi mekanik temizliğin ardından sağlamlaştırma uygulamaları yaparak eseri korumaya altına alıyoruz. Burada da yüzey temizliği ardından eserin öncesi ve sonrasını görüyoruz. Diğer bir temizlik örneği de yine Milli Saraylar koleksiyonuna ait yatağın bir kılıç. Bu eser üzerinde geçmişte uygulanmış bir yüzey koruyucu mevcuttu. Kullanılan eski yüzey koruyucular zaman içerisinde renk değişimiyle birlikte yüzeyde matlaşıyor. Bu sebeple eski yüzey koruyucuyu temizleyerek yüzeyden uzaklaştırıyoruz. Daha sonrasında akrilik bazlı yüzey koruyucu kullanılarak çalışmaları tamamlıyoruz. Bir diğer örnekte Milli Saraylar koleksiyonuna ait çakmaklı bir tüfek görüyorsunuz. Yine burada tüfek üzerinde geçmişte uygulanmış bir yüzey koruyucu bulunuyor. Herhangi bir onarım müdahalesi yapılmadan yalnızca mekanik ve kimyasal temizlik ile koruyucu yüzeyden dikkatlice uzaklaştırıyoruz. Soldaki resimde de yine bir örnek görebilirsiniz tam temizlik aşamasında. Yine burada yüzey temizliği yapılmış bir metal tabak örneği görüyoruz. Bunlar bu eserde özellikle hiçbir kimyasal kullanmadık. Sadece mekanik temizlikle bu aşamaya kadar geldi. Yine gümüş ve altın karışımı bir eserin yüzey temizliğini görüyoruz. Bu da aynı şekilde yine sadece mekanik temizlik örneği. Temizlik işlemlerinden sonra onarım sürecine başlıyoruz. Onarıma ihtiyaç duyan eserlerde en uygun müdahaleyi belirliyoruz. Bu aşamada özellikle dikkat etmemiz gereken etkenler şunlar oluyor. Geri dönüşlülük ilkesi, kullanılacak malzemenin eserin mukavemet derecesinden daha yüksek olmaması, kullanılacak malzemenin aynı malzeme ve aynı içerikte olması ve yine kullanılan malzemenin kalitesi. Örneğin ipek bir kumaşta yine ipek bir iplik ve ipek bir destek kumaş kullanıyoruz. Onarım yapan kişinin yetkinliği bir diğer hususta. Kurumumuzda da bu alanda eğitim almış uzman konservatörlerin yanı sıra yıllarını bu mesleğe adamış zanaatkar ustalarımız da yer almakta. Burada da Milli Saraylar koleksiyonuna ait bir Fransız vazonun restorasyon örneğini göstermek istiyorum. Eserin mevcut durumunu incelediğimizde tüm yüzeyinde zaman içerisinde iklim ve ortam koşullarından kaynaklı toz ve kir tabakası gözlemlenmekte. Vazonun ağız kısmıyla kırıklar ve eksik alanlar bulunmakta. Görsellerde görüldüğü gibi eserin durumu detaylıca belgeleniyor. Bu esere ilk olarak yine yüzey temizliğiyle başlıyoruz. Yüzeyde bulunan toz ve kir tabakası yine hassas bir şekilde, özellikle vazo olduğu için ekstra hassas davranmak gerekiyor. Yüzeyden uzaklaştırılıyor. Daha sonrasında kırık olan iki parça yine uygun reçine, yani esere uygun, her eserin farklı malzemeyle onarılacağı gibi bu da kendine uygun bir malzemeyle ve reçine kullanılarak birleştiriliyor. Kırık parçaların birleştirilmesinin ardından eksik kısım silikon kalıp ile desteklenerek uygun dolgu malzemesiyle yine tamamlanıyor. Fotoğraflarda da yine tamamlama resimlerini görüyorsunuz. Dolgu işlemlerinden sonra özgün desenden örnek alıp eserin aslına uygun olarak estetik tamamlaması da gerçekleştiriliyor. Eğer eserin üzerinde kendini tekrarlayan bir desen var ise estetik tamamlaması çalışması gerçekleştiriyoruz. Onun haricinde hiçbir şekilde bize bir kılavuz olacak bir desen yoksa biz kendi yorumumuzu asla katmayıp olduğu gibi eseri bırakıyoruz. Tüm işlemler tamamlandıktan sonra onarılmış alanlar detaylı bir biçimde belgeleniyor. Şimdi işlem yapılan alanların öncesi ve sonrası görsellerini göreceğiz. Burada ağız kısmında yapılan tamamlamanın dış kısmında görüntüsünü de görüyorsunuz aynı zamanda. Yine aynı alan içerisinde yine yüzey temizliğiyle tamamlanmış bir alan. Burada da eserin kaide kısmında temizlik işlemi sonrasında değişimini görüyoruz. Tabii bir varak uygulaması da oluyor. Burada genel haliyle eserin restorasyon öncesi ve sonrası görsellerini görüyoruz. Tabii bizde en heyecanlandıran kısmı bu oluyor. Onarım uygulamalarına verebileceğim bir diğer örnek yine görmüş olduğunuz yine Milli Saraylar koleksiyonuna ait 16. yüzyılla tarihlenen bir porselen vazo. Diğer örnekten ziyade bu vazonun kaide kısmında geçmişte uygulanmış ancak günümüzde mukavemetini yitirmiş bir tamamlama alanı mevcut. Her zamanki gibi önce belgelemeyle başlıyoruz çalışmalarımıza. Yüzey temizliğiyle devam edip detaylardan görüldüğü üzere uygun malzemeler ile eksik onarımı sağlamlaştırıp yine desenleri işliyoruz. Ama tabii ki bize burada desenin devamını anlatan bir stilize çalışma. O yüzden böyle bir çalışma olduğu için desenin devamını estetik tamamlama şeklinde yapabiliyoruz. Bunu sadece işte yani şöyle, bu eser önceki malzemeyi başka bir restorasyonun yeni bir restorasyonla karşılaştırması örneği olarak koymak istedim. Ve burada genel hatlarıyla yine öncesi ve sonrası fotoğrafını görüyoruz. Son olarak kurumumuzda yaptığımız analiz çalışmalarından bahsetmek istiyorum. Gerektiği durumlarda eserin yapısını ve malzemesini daha iyi anlamak ve yapılacak koruma, onarım uygulamalarını buna göre şekillendirmek için analiz çalışmaları yapıyoruz. İlk bahsedeceğim çalışma, görmüş olduğunuz Kabe örtüsüne ait metal klaptandan alınan işlemlerin XRF incelemesi. Organik eserlerde yapılan analiz çalışmaları eserlerde var olan tüm malzemeleri ve özelliklerini belirlememizi sağlıyor. Restorasyonun yanı sıra sergileme ve depolama koşullarının da oluşturulmasında bize çok yardımcı. İlk olarak atölyede Dinolight ile çekim yaptık ve bu görsellerde gördüğünüz üzere hem lifleri hem metal klaptanı da yakından daha net görebiliyoruz. Daha sonrasında metal klaptandan aldığımız örneklerin XRF incelemelerini yaptık ve yapılan incelemeler sonucunda %81 oranında gümüş, %8 oranında altın tespit ettik. Özellikle pik grafiğinde görmüş olduğunuz gibi, sağ taraftaki pik grafiğinde görmüş olduğunuz gibi gümüşün oranının fazlalığı orada bize anlatıyor. %1'lik kısmı da diğer metalleri içeriyor. Bunların sebebini henüz bilmiyoruz. Diğer metallerin ne olduğu bu yoruma çok açık bir şey. Eserin restorasyon aşamasına geldiğimizde öncelikle alanda yüzey temizliği işlemi yapıyoruz. Ardından metal klaptanlar ince ve dikkatli bir şekilde temizleniyor. Sonrasında kondisyonunu yitirmiş alanlar konservasyon dikişiyle sabitleniyor. Burada da restorasyonunu gerçekleştirmiş olduğumuz Kabe örtüsünün yakın çekiminden öncesi ve sonrası hallerini görüyoruz. Günümüzde bu örtü Kutsal Emanetler Dairesi'nde has odada sergilenmektedir. Sizler de muhakkak göreceksiniz ve ilginizi çekecektir. Analize son örneğimiz Kanuni Sultan Süleyman'a ait bir İtalyan kadifesi kaftanı ve 16. yüzyıla tarihlenen bir kaftan. Kaftan üzerinde dijital doku analiziyle yapılan incelemelerde kadife detaylarının yanı sıra metal iplik detaylarını da gözlemliyoruz. Zaman içerisinde metal ipliklerde görünen patina ve patinalar bize tabii bir yol gösterici oluyor. Biz aslında bunu bir ipek eser olarak görüyoruz ama fakat dokuya indiğimizde metal iplikle dokunduğunu ve ipek ve metalin karışımı bir kompozit eser olduğunu da görüyoruz. Doku analizi sayesinde eserin restorasyon kısmında nasıl bir dikiş yöntemi izleyeceğimizi tespit ediyoruz ve burada da görsellerde görüldüğü gibi kondisyonunu yitirmiş alanlar Lyon ipeği ile destekleniyor ve konservasyon dikişiyle sabitleniyor. Yine burada eserimizin konservasyon öncesi ve sonrası halini görüyorsunuz. Bu kaftanımız Kanuni Sultan Süleyman'a ait kaftanımız Seferli Koğuşu'nda şu an sergilenmekte. Yine gezerken muhakkak ilginizi çekecektir. Çok teşekkür ediyorum ilgiyle dinlediğiniz için.
Başak Hanım'a da teşekkür ediyoruz. Özellikle kültürel mirasın korunmasına katkı sağlayan tüm konuklarıma deneyimlerini bizlerle paylaştığı için teşekkür ediyorum. Soru için vaktimiz var sanıyorum. Hocam buyurun lütfen.
Thank you very much. My question is for Yu Mayama, Mr. Yu Mayama. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on your technique. But I wonder, your technique gives a wrong idea about the real state of the art object. Because with the application of your technique, you are hiding the broken marks. If I'm not expert on the porcelain, how can I understand its originality? Does your technique, do you believe, affect the value of its antiquity? Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you. So all the time, we be careful to broke the history, or so I can say so many Japanese antique dealers or some museum person loves the some stain, like so especially Japanese people like rust or stain many other things. So so we have been working for over 80 years. So actually, I'm third generation from my grandfather. So 80 years ago, so my grandfather and my father and I, we had been wanted to restore by antique dealers. So especially antique dealers, so worried about the the history, so some provenance. So that's this 80 years we didn't broke the history, so sorry, I'm not at good English,
Teşekkürler. Yok galiba. Teşekkür ediyoruz değerli katkılarınızdan dolayı.
Evet, değerli katılımcılarımız ve misafirlerimiz, ikinci gün oturumlarımızın sonuna gelmiş bulunmaktayız. Yarın sizleri Yıldız Sarayı'nda görmek isteriz. İyi günler, teşekkürler, iyi akşamlar diliyoruz. Yes, dear participants and first of all, we have. I would like to invite our Vice President, Professor Ahmet Çapoğlu, to the stage to give the gifts of our esteemed speakers. Yes, we have reached the end of our second day session. We would like to meet with you at Yıldız Palace tomorrow. Thank you for your attendance. Good evening.